Welcome back to The Breakdown. I am De La Creme de La, your privileged host, and this is another live episode of The Breakdown Show. Thank you so much for joining me here again. I think this is the third time I've gone live today. The first two were extra impromptu, but also extra impactful. If you didn't get a chance to check those out, please check out the Breakdown playlist so that you can check those out. I want to just welcome you guys really quick. I want to go over the house rules really quick. I want to go over the roll call really quick because we got a lot to cover today, and we're not going to cover all of our breakdown stuff before we get to Diddy's business. What I'm going to kind of do is intersperse our breakdown stuff that we need to work on along with the live updates of Diddy's business, because they have some breaks. They have a couple different breaks, and they have some dead spots, and it's going to be a very long day for you and a very long night for me. I don't really have a good excuse not to stay up. As you know, I'm in South Korea. It is 10:03 p.m. here in South Korea. It's 9:03 a.m. in New York. It is I guess I got to do it. It's 8:03 a.m. in dusty ass Dalton. It is 7:03 a.m. in Denver, and it is 6:03 a.m. in Mexico. So I don't really have a good excuse not to stay up all the way through, because I have been drinking my peach tea with a double shot of espresso since about 9 o'clock, and I got another one waiting for me in the refrigerator. So there's really no excuse for me not to stay up with y'all. So I got on my jammies and my bonnet, and I even got on my good old conditioning cap because I expect to spend the evening with y'all. I'm going to have a slumber party while y'all enjoy your Friday afternoon, right? That's what we going to do. All right, so before I get into the roll call, let me get into the reason why we're here. I grew up in a church, so I got to give you an occasion first. We're going to cover a couple things today. We started a very impromptu but impactful live today where we actually broke down some of those clips that you've been seeing floating around about Jaguar right here. We got to bring up her old raggedy name again because she wants to make herself relevant in the moment, so I'm gonna make sure she's relevant, okay? But I'm gonna keep it real good because I have a broadcast degree which taught me journalism, and one thing we learned in journalism school is how to be truthful. So we're going to do that. So I promised you that once I found a certain piece of footage that told the rest of the story, that I would bring it to you. Yes, I did find it. Sure the fuck did. Had to ask my future self how I found it, but I did find it. And we're going to take a look at that today, interspersed with Diddy's business. Okay. We're also going to take a look at, of course, Diddy's business. That's what we're here for. And we're going to take a look at a couple things. We're going to start by watching an ABC News broadcast that comes on every single day on the ABC News channel on YouTube. And it kind of just walks us through what happened in the previous court day. So because I had to jet out early yesterday because I was tired, I did decide to go ahead and bring that to you today, just in case you jetted out with me, just in case we both played hooky. I wanted to bring that to you so we could get an update on what happened yesterday, because yesterday was a very important day. It was the prosecutors' closing arguments. They closed for 5 hours yesterday. 5 hours worth of closing arguments. So that's going to be all compacted, and we're going to see a good little back and forth about it, a couple devil's advocate kind of conversations, that sort of thing. And then we're going to actually get into the live updates. But when the jury takes a break, if they get a morning break during the defense's closing arguments, then we're actually going to take a look at the footage I promised to show you, okay? And then we'll go back and finish the closing arguments, okay? So I expect to be here for quite a while with you today. I will not put my feet up on that comfy ottoman because I'm figuring out now that I refuse to have a sofa in my house without an ottoman. All of my sofas got ottomans, but that's a trick right there. If I put my feet up on that ottoman over there, then I'm going to end up getting sleepy. So instead, I have a pillow under my feet, and I'll probably put one behind my back. But I will not put my feet up on the ottoman because that's when I start to get tired. I can hang out long as I'm sitting. Okay. So let me get into the house rules real quick. I haven't had a chance to do the house rules at all today, even though I have operated as such. Right, Lisa? It's been a house rules kind of day, baby. House rule number 1 is, this is not a no judgment zone. No, sure isn't. I had to explain to my daughter a little bit of why Diddy is Janice Combs' fault. I heard somebody earlier call her Mama Combs as she walked into the court, and I was like, never Mama, that's Janice. She don't get to be called Mama. My mama gets to be called Mama, because while she had her faults, her foibles, and her issues, she worked through them. And she didn't pass that shit down to me. And she didn't let me grow up in the same lifestyle she grew up in. Okay? She made sure that I knew a better way. Okay? And so that doesn't get to be Mama Combs. That's Janice. Okay? So this is not a no judgment zone. This is a place where we're going to see very clearly. I don't have 20/20 vision. I got some glasses around here somewhere that help me see better. But I got good good common sense, good insight, good judgment, and I'm a good judge of character, unlike the village of Dalton. Okay? We are not easily fooled around here. We even sometimes come into these things thinking we know what's going on, and as we unpack it, we figure out, ooh, it's something completely different. We have fluid knowledge here, okay? So this isn't a place where we're going to say, oh, judge not, lest ye be judged. The last thing I'm worried about is being judged, because I don't have to go before no judge. I'm not committing no crimes. I haven't been accused of anything. I do all that I have to do to an extent, sometimes at fault, to avoid having to stand before a judge. Okay? Somebody raised their hand to me not too long ago, and instead of molly-whopping that bitch and wearing her out, I just grabbed her hand and held on tight. Oh, I could have wore that bitch out, but I know where I am, and I know what I fall under. So I'm not about to be sitting before no judge. So I don't have to worry about judge not lest ye be judged. That's not anything that concerns me. Nope. So house rule number 2 real quick, cause we talking about Diddy, cause we talking about Jaguar, Wright, and cause this is the breakdown show, and because I am de la creme de la, your privileged host, this is not for children. My daughter just finished her evening meditations and she is in bed. Okay, I know yours may or may not be, but I just want to caution you. I want to warn you, because there's some conversations that children should not be made aware of. And even when I was going over the closing arguments from the prosecution earlier today, I had to go ahead and put my headphones in. Because there's some things that should not be heard by children. Some things children shouldn't have to know about. Okay? They should just live in their little bubblegum world sometimes with unicorns and fairies. Okay? And so I don't know who your kids are or how old they are, but I want to just protect you and protect them by letting you know this show is not for children. This is not intended for children's ears whatsoever. Not from the rooter or to the tutor. Okay? All right. House rule number 3 is real simple. Just stay on topic in the chat. Don't stray off too far. If I do, pull me on back. I try to stay on topic. Okay. I might veer off a little bit, but I try to find my way right back to where we were. Okay. Now, the first thing we're going to do, as a matter of fact, let me start here. I apologize. Lisa, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you being here at 9:27, 8:27. Wait, you're in 7:27 p.m. your time. That was right after I posted right after I posted the live. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, AM. That was right about when I posted the live. Thank you so much for saying hey, getting us started and letting everybody know that they are welcome. I appreciate you being on that welcome committee. I'm proud to have you here, Lisa. Thank you so much. I think you were in both of the lives that I did earlier today. If not, I know you were for sure in the second one where we had to unpack some shit. I actually only planned on that I didn't even plan on going live. What's up, Danny? You right in time for the roll call. I didn't even plan on going live like that. I really only planned on hitting the live button and playing a video and then disappearing like I did with the first live. But the devil is in the details, and the devil is my nigga. So if you know, you know. Thank you, Danny. Danny said like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate that. Shout out to all of our new subscribers, both here on YouTube and on Patreon. I told you I'd find my way back. So when I posted, when I hit play on the first video that we were going to watch during the second live today, it stalled on me. It just froze really strangely. Nothing was clicking. Nothing was moving. It just froze on me. And I was like, well, I know what to do with this. Shit, I'll just go ahead and download it real quick and open up a show and play it. And we ended up really having a great conversation about the lies that Jaguar Wright has told us. Because a lot of people don't know, Danny. A lot of people weren't there them late nights when we had to work her out and put our feet on her neck. You remember them late nights? It was late night for me and late night for you because we was in the same, right around the same time zone. Matter of fact, it was later for you than it was for me because I was in Pacific time and you were in Eastern time. It was a lot of work we did to make sure Jaguar Wright stopped abusing the internet and the people on it and her family and people she called her friends and her goddaughters. Okay. So shout out to you, Lisa, for being there earlier today. I'm really, really grateful for you. Shout out to you, Danny. Thank you for being here. Good morning to you. I hope you having some good old coffee. Wait, you in South Carolina. I hope you having some good old eggs and some sausage. Whew, I haven't had breakfast sausage in a minute. I had some when I was in London. And if you saw that live where I reviewed that London breakfast, it was pretty good. It was all right. It was missing something, though, like thyme, rosemary, sage, garlic powder, something. But anyway, there I go on a tangent. That's why house rule number 3 is stay on topic. So in the matter of keeping time, why don't I go ahead and play this video? And I'll chime in every once in a while, but I'll try not to too much because I do want to keep us on track so that we can join the live updates on time. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. The high-profile Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial now in its final stage. Prosecutors presenting their closing arguments today. This after more than 6 weeks of testimony. Some of it.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it for 1 second because I have a quick question for you guys. I can't resist. Okay, so I want to ask you to take a look at the sketches behind her. First of all, I need to have a conversation with whoever sketched Capricorn. Because you were wrong. That was just mean. Okay. Second of all, I want to ask you, if you get a chance to zoom in on this, who was your favorite one? Who's your favorite sketch and who's your least favorite? I am so mad at how they sketched Capricorn Clark. Because she did not look like that. She was a little scrawny. She lost a lot of weight over the years. You know, she probably on that California Ozempic diet. But goddamn, they got her looking like the Crypt Keeper. Let's continue.
Very graphic. The jury hearing from more than 30 witnesses, including Combs' ex-girlfriends, former assistants, male escorts, security guards, even another rapper and rival. The prosecutor, in closing, calling Combs the leader of a criminal enterprise who didn't take no for an answer, saying Combs, quote, forced and manipulated Cassie Ventura and Jane to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment and used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. Combs is the only defendant, but the prosecutor told the jury he did not act alone, saying, quote, he managed to do this for 2 decades because he used his money, his influence, and his inner circle to cover up his crimes. It's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him. Combs' children were in the courtroom today, including his 19-year-old twin daughters who haven't been.
Y'all notice they doing that black and white thing? If you know, you know. I ain't going to get into all the tinfoil shit, but we all know the black and white with the, I'm not going to call them the Illuminati because that's not what they call themselves, but the black and white with the Masonic rituals. I have no issue with Masons, no problem whatsoever. Do what you do. I'm a witch, so. That will, who are me to judge? But I just want to point it out. I think it's very important. I think that everything that's done is done very importantly, and I think the power of balance and light and dark and the blah 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 is definitely being seen here.
Since the first days of the trial, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. If convicted, he faces the possibility of life in prison.
He sure does.
Later in the show, we have YouTube star Tisa Tells joining us live to talk about
so
the commentary
proud of her.
surrounding this high-profile trial. But first, let's begin tonight with ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky live.
Shout out to Tisa Tells. I just want to take a moment to shout her out. I know she took a big hit yesterday from some content creators, especially one in particular. I won't do the messy shit, but she was doing her best to report the updates as she got them. And interpret them the way that she does. We are all laymen here, even the lawyer, even the former lawyer who's been covering this is also a lay person because law is a science. Okay. And so some things change. The way things happen changes. We all have to consult somebody sometimes. But I said all that to say I'm very proud of her and her growth. I have seen her just like you've seen her grow and expand and do her thing and be consistent at it. And I'm very, very proud of her. I just want to say that.
Outside the federal courthouse here in Manhattan. And Aaron, prosecutors gave their closing arguments to the jury. What was it like inside the courtroom today?
Oh, first of all, Eva, it was packed. For the first time since the beginning of the trial, every member of the Combs family was there, all 6 of his children, his mom. They all crowded into the row designated for family. At one point, Sean Combs even seemed to be, saying squished together a little bit to make room. But there were attorneys for some of the witnesses. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, was in the room to hear prosecutors give their closing statement. So it was packed. But for the start anyway, Sean Combs appeared pretty relaxed. He walked into the courtroom. He put his hand over his heart, a gesture toward his family. And he's been reading a book, The Power of Positive Thinking.
Sorry. When I heard that the first time, I was like, how long that book been out? I swear to God, my mama was reading that book in the late 80s, early 90s. So now, The Power of Positive Thinking. Okay. I believe in it. I do. I believe that what you think, I was just telling my daughter this, whatever you think about, whatever you give your mental energy to is what you manifest. That's just the way it works, whether you believe it or not. But it feels like a play. It feels like a play. It feels like a play. I mean, why would that even get to the press? Why would that even get to the press? You've had access to books for a long time. You could have been reading books while Cassie was freaking off.
How was Combs? You mentioned it a little bit there. Did he interact any more with his family? What was his interactions with his attorneys like today?
A bit with the family. He did scribble a number of notes during the prosecutor's summation, writing them on little Post-its, handing them over to his attorneys. But at one point, I thought it was interesting. He sat far back, his chair pushed far back from the table, away from his usual confiding position with his attorneys, Eva, and had his head down, whether in thought or reading notes. But it seemed a moment where he might have been, as much as he can be these days, by himself.
I'm curious, Aaron, how long did the government's closing arguments take today?
It was almost 5 hours, and I have to say, it did not necessarily feel like it. The prosecutor's presentation for the last 7 weeks has been rather sprawling, and at times it felt disjointed. Witnesses testified that may or may not have had anything to do with one another. Today was the chance for prosecutors to try to tie all of that together and all of the evidence about hundreds of freak-offs that the jury heard about, saw graphic footage of. And today, prosecutors said a single freak-off is enough.
Just one.
The jury just had to find that sex trafficking elements were met by prosecutors one time in order to convict.
Can you tell us more about the prosecutor who delivered today's closing arguments?
Christy Slavic is an experienced federal prosecutor. She actually has a background in gangs and violent crime. And I think of the 6, she may have been one of the more effective during examinations of witnesses, prepared, methodical. And that was, I think, the characterization today, a methodical, what they hope is a devastating portrait of Sean Combs, not only as a sex trafficker, but someone who led a criminal enterprise with a cadre of loyal lieutenants. It was his kingdom, she said. They were there to say yes, because she said over and over in a rhetorical flourish, Sean Combs would not take no for an answer.
She said it a zillion times.
The defense will have their turn tomorrow. What can we expect from the defense for their closing arguments?
Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, lead counsel, is going to deliver the defense closing. He said it would take about 3 hours. I wonder now if he goes a bit longer than that. But the defense did not call any witnesses and relied on cross-examination to poke holes in the accounts of the witnesses, look for him to repeat some of that, and to portray Cassie Ventura and Jane not as victims of sex trafficking, but as willing girlfriends who participated in Sean Combs's polyamorous lifestyle for years.
Aaron Kontursky there at the courthouse for us. Thank you so much.
Excuse
Now, the
me,
breakdown
we will
heard-
not put words on it that weren't said. This was not a polyamorous lifestyle. Thank you, Lisa. This absolutely was not polyamorous. Polyamorous includes an agreement amongst all parties. No, absolutely not. We're not going to do that, Bob, Bill, whatever your name is.
Today, ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer is joining me. I'm curious what stood out to you.
I think what stood out to me and what probably stood out to a lot of people are all the different ways that Sean Combs can be found guilty, especially when it comes to that RICO conspiracy. Now, yesterday we talked about the fact
There
that
he go with that Steve Harvey booty. I swear to God, I'm so sorry. I haven't watched this ABC broadcast since the last time we watched it together. I see it come up every single day, but I haven't needed to watch it because I've been pretty up to date on what's going on. Today's one of the first times when I really felt like, since we ended so early yesterday, y'all let me go to bed at midnight on the dot, and I'm grateful. But since we ended so early yesterday, I felt like I needed to bring you an update of everything that happened. So this is my first time seeing him, and I need him to stop wearing those ducktail suits. What my daddy call those? I think that's what they call ducktail suits, because he got that Steve Harvey backside. Sorry, y'all.
Predicate acts, and it doesn't have to even be the same predicate acts. If we're jurors, I can believe it be bribery and obstruction of justice. You can believe it's arson and sex trafficking. But even further into that, AUSA Slavic said, you know what? If you think there are 2 times that Sean Combs gave drug to someone else and there's a RICO conspiracy, that's enough.
That's
so
it.
Even within those individual predicate acts, multiple ones of them could carry the day for them in that top charge.
How do you think that the prosecutor did today? Do you think she gave the jury a clear picture, a clear understanding of these charges, of this case?
I would probably use clear understanding, clear picture, but I'd probably go a little further, a roadmap. I think she gave them an excellent roadmap to say, if you follow these instructions, if you follow these facts, if you follow these elements, the only destination you can come to would be that Sean Combs is guilty of the charges. Talking about the RICO conspiracy, again, that only 2 needed to be done to find him guilty as long as there's a criminal enterprise. But also the sex trafficking, that she conceded there might be some interaction between the 2 of them, especially talking about Jane, that first hotel night might have been consensual. But so long as there was 1 hotel night or 1 freak off or 1 King's night, whatever you want to call it, that's trafficking. And the
Welcome
simplicity
in,
of
we
that,
love
giving
Lanza
3 great
Classy.
examples for both Jane and Cassie, I think really helped in creating that roadmap for the jurors.
Let's talk about the idea.
Now that was something I really did appreciate as I went back and because I went back to that Surprise Witnesses channel this morning, and while I was taking my other shower, because I ain't got no air conditioner, so I'm taking a lot of showers. If you know, you know. God damn, it's hot. And shout out to the temperature. It just dropped in South Korea. I don't know what time it is. It is 10:24 p.m. Shout out to the temperature. It just dropped. I'm very grateful. But while I was taking my other shower this morning, I was listening to BJ read the prosecution's closing from all the sources that she uses, and I was so grateful that they brought it all back together. So for folks who didn't see the RICO, I was like, I wonder why they didn't make some of these connections early on. Well, because all they were doing was presenting evidence. That's all they had to do. The jury is going to be there the entire time. We might come and go and be in and out, but they actually did bring it all together, and I was really, really grateful for that, because I know for me and for you, there was several times when we were like, that's a RICO. How come they won't put all of it together? We can see it, but you got to kind of have a good eye in order to make the connection. And I've been saying the whole time, I hope they make the connection. And they definitely did. I'm really grateful for that.
Of criminal enterprise, because a lot of people watching all of this.
What's up,
have
Trevor?
been
I was
asking this question.
just thinking about you, Trevor. When I said what I said, I was literally thinking about you. Welcome in.
Well, what was the goal of a criminal enterprise? Does it have to show some sort of goal?
I think this is the perfect definition that AUSA Slavic gave, and the goal is to force and manipulate Cassie Ventura and Jane to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment, and everything else was either to control them, meaning that arson of blowing up Kid Cudi's car allegedly to control Cassie to come back in, getting the drugs and and distributed them to both Cassie and James to kind of
Oh, that was you.
into doing this. The
I love
acts
you.
of violence, all of it, right, was meant for this goal. And they're saying that there was a meeting of the mind, an implied agreement between those in his inner circle, being Sean Combs, to do this very goal.
The prosecutor told the jury that Combs was in charge and he had loyal lieutenants who made it all happen for him. Who were these people? Why does it matter? Combs has pleaded not guilty to
Good
all of
questions.
these charges. No one else has actually been charged.
First of
Yeah,
all,
so
let me just
Sean
say
Combs,
something.
only different-
I love her. I keep saying this wrong, so I'm gonna make sure I say it right. Because last time I said it wrong, my two colleagues got me right. I love her balayage. Is that what it is? The what they used to call ombre, but it's actually more blended than that. Her hair color is amazing. I'm so fucking proud of it and appreciating it. And that cut, that blunt cut, is fire. Thank you.
As you described, right? When you're talking about loyal lieutenants, we're talking about Christina Coram and D-Rock, right? But also some of the security guards. And just to give you a heads up, this is just a few of them. We couldn't fit them all into a screen. But when you talk about foot soldiers, another thing that the AUSA talked about, we're talking about the assistants, right? Brendan Paul, Capricorn Clark, individuals who are not taking the lead, so to speak, in this criminal enterprise as the government is portraying it, but kind of did the marching orders, the setting up of the hotel nights, the getting the drugs, the things that facilitated many of these nights.
All right, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you so much for breaking that down with us.
Buckmeyer.
And with
Wait a
closing
minute. Nigga, that ain't your last name for real. That nigga said, I'm going to put a name on a resume that's going to get me hired, okay? Brian Buckmeyer.
in full swing. It won't be long before the case against Sean Combs finally goes to the jury. What will happen inside
today.
the closed doors of the deliberation room? Well, here to give us some insight into what that process may look like is Ross Suter. Ross is an attorney and jury consultant. He's joining us now.
Why does he look
from
like Donald
Pennsylvania.
Trump,
Ross,
though?
thank you so much for being here. You're not involved in this particular case, but you have studied juries for a while now, and I'm curious about those first couple of minutes that the jurors will get to spend together when they start deliberating. What do you expect that moment to be like?
Yeah, so they've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time together. They just have not been able to talk about the case. At least they're not supposed to be. So it is now their first opportunity to see where everybody stands. How
I
they
can't wait to
view
see the movie.
Case, how they view guilt or innocence. And then they're going to start plowing through the evidence. There's obviously a lot of it. It's a 6-week trial with 34 or so witnesses.
He does look like Trump.
So there's a lot of information for them to start processing and getting into the group dynamic and start discussing, what do we think happened here? What's our viewpoint individually and then collectively as a group as to guilt or innocence?
Let's talk about the makeup of this jury. The youngest juror is just 30, the oldest 74. Some are from the city, others are from the suburbs. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, they're all going to have different viewpoints, obviously. They're all bringing
Damn.
history.
Oh my God. What happened to a jury of your peers? First of all, they all over the place. Second of all, they proud that they have the most diverse jury ever in history, which is really fucking weird because it's 2025 and America's been America since 1776, and New York was one of the first states in America. So how do you have the most diverse jury in history, and why has it been so undiverse in the past with New York being so diverse as a demographic group? Does it seem as though they might have stacked this jury with men? Because if we go back, and maybe we will, because I listened to the jury selection hearings. I paid very close attention to them, and it looked like they done stacked this jury with men's.
To the table. It's really going to be part of what drives their viewpoint of the case individually. And I step away a little bit from just the actual age demographics and things like that into more, how do they see the world? How do they view this case? How I know during voir dire, there was a lot done about how people feel about celebrity and those type of issues. And now we have a jury panel of different individuals from different backgrounds, and they need to collectively now come together and come back to a group decision.
I'm curious because every witness that these jurors saw was called by the prosecutors. Do you think that will have surprised them, and how might that weigh into how they view this case?
I'm not sure if they'll be surprised per se. I know people generally understand that it's always the burden of proof on the prosecution. So the defendant doesn't have to put any evidence out there. And as it was stated earlier, their role was to punch holes in the evidence the prosecution was submitting into evidence. So it's a strategic, calculated risk to not put somebody up there, and you hope
you got it, Trevor.
You're
My
minimizing
pleasure.
the risk by staying defensive, but still at the same time, you don't want that silence to be equated as to some type of admission of guilt.
Ross Suter, thank you so much for your insight.
Thanks, Ross Suter. And shout out to whatever game show you hosting next. I did get some rest, Trevor. Thank you guys for letting me go to bed. I really was grateful for that. I was like, oh, they let me go to bed. Thank you. That was really sweet of you because I went to bed, honey. I went to bed and I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, bright eye and bushy tail. And I felt amazing and I was happy and I was on my shit. And I was like, yes, I'm so glad I went to bed last night. Now I have a couple questions. Not for you in particular, Trevor, but thank you for making sure I got some rest. I did. First of all, who chose that B-roll of pictures of Diddy? Because I noticed some things, because this is not a no judgment zone, so we look at all sides of it. I noticed that none of those pictures included, they were all professionally shot celebrity pictures of him in performance. Now, here's the thing. I had to tell somebody recently, we don't know Diddy as a performer. Like, usually if he's performing, you be like, okay, who else is up? Or who's going to be on stage with him? But they didn't show him in his Met Gala swag. They didn't show him in any of the promotions for the products and other businesses that he's been a part of. They didn't show him with his family or with any women. I just noticed that they only showed him as a rapper. But we don't see Diddy. And they kept mentioning, I was so mad when we read that indictment, and they kept calling him a rapper, because he's not. The one or two albums he put out rapping failed. We don't call him a rapper. He was a great producer. He did some amazing things for Mary J. Blige. But I'm trying to figure out, and I really have to ask the question, because I was reminded yesterday that I have a bachelor in science in mass communications, and it is a science. Broadcast is a science. So I'm really wondering, why did we choose photos that only picture him as only on stage? We can go back and look at all those photos. None of them were him. You'll see in a moment, you see pictures of Diddy in a tuxedo standing still. We didn't see any of those photos. There are pictures of Diddy out here with his kids on red carpets with other women. I'm wondering why. Why weren't any of those pictures of the other sides of Sean Combs pointed here? I have to ask, because images are everything. You see several pictures of him on stage rapping, hands big, in a rap pose, looking like a b-boy. I wonder if that's racist. I can't help but ask. Is that trying to put him in a certain category? Because Diddy hasn't made an album since the early 2000s. Was it like 2012 something when he came out with the Love album? And I didn't hear it. And he came out with No Way Out in like 1997. So like I'm trying to figure that out. It seems like it's a little confusing. Trevor, you said, don't you think the case and misinformation has been a performance? Absolutely. We talked about that yesterday. How it just seems as though they're hiding just enough to keep themselves out of hot water, because the government has been protecting Diddy for a very long time. And I do honestly believe, and I'll say it again, it is my opinion, that the reason why they say, oh, the quantity of the drugs doesn't matter, is because they don't want to tell us how many drugs there are. But we counted 22 bags that were roughly about a full ounce each of a white powdery substance. 22 we counted on that table. It wasn't no 2 little bitty envelopes with pink powder. This is what they mentioned. I literally do think Wheezy is the new plug. I do believe that they've been covering up for him for quite a long time. There's a reason why Mia thought he was bigger than the law. That didn't come out of nowhere. Yeah, but they're stock photos, yes. But you can select which stock photos. The stock photos have copyrights, yes. But when you're using photos, the copyright is more for printing the photo and keeping it yourself. If I'm printing a photo and keeping it myself, that's very different than me creating a broadcast and putting photos on the screen. That's very, very different. It's very, very different. I could use any photos I want in a thumbnail. You see, I do it all the time. Sometimes the photos are AI generated. Sometimes the photos are actual photos. The photo you see behind me is one of them is AI. The other one's an actual photo, and I smashed them together. I could use any photos I want. When you came in this live today, you saw their photo of P. Diddy. I don't have to get permission to use that. Now, if I go and print it for any purpose, whether it's for my own personal use or to give to somebody, to include in a promotion or a baby shower invitation, I do have to get permission. But they could have used a lot of different photos, yet they chose to use all photos that portray him as a rapper. It feels like Birth of a Nation, not the second one, the first one. I've been saying that for a long time because I got to look at all sides. You said he wasn't using kilos, he was using tons. He might have been moving 2,000 at a time because they have not brought up yet that he was in New York at a hotel to turn himself into the feds, but he had 22 gigantic bags of a white powdery substance. 22. Maybe they told him to bring it with them so they could trade it on over and take it on over to Weezy's house. I don't know. I'm going to let them finish because they got a little bit of ways to go. We got to jump into this other line.
After more than 6 weeks of testimony about alleged sex, drugs, and violence.
See, like this here, these photos are more true to life photos. You understand what I'm saying? Like the images that we see here, this image we see here is more true to life. These images of Diddy on stage were not true to life. We didn't see Diddy as a performer often. He might have showed up at a reunion. He might have showed up on a award show, but Diddy wasn't doing concerts. Diddy wasn't doing shows like that. Diddy was selling liquor, and I think that's about it. We would see Diddy on IV drips with his mama. They're not showing pictures of Diddy in the backyard with KK trying to figure out the next move. They're not showing pictures of Diddy getting off a plane, doing the Harlem Shake. Like, there's a lot of different images of him that they could have used. And I wonder why they all pointed to him as a rapper. Not stereotyping the final edit. I think they actually did. I think they chose to stereotype the final edit because, you know, rappers are thugs and thugs are horrible. What was it? Bill Clinton's husband that said black boys are super predators and we must bring them to heel. That was in Diddy's heyday. That was in the better times of his career as a rapper. So I wonder if they're leaning into the old mindset. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if they're leaning into the old mindset that hip hop is the end of civilization and all men that do hip hop are thugs. I wonder. Thank you, Lisa. I wonder. I can't help but wonder. I have to wonder. As a black woman, I have to wonder.
Break down the prosecution's closing arguments. Stay with us. Welcome back. The Sean Diddy Combs trial is in its final phase. The prosecution delivering its closing arguments today, with the defense giving its summation tomorrow. Time to break down the strengths and weaknesses of the case. The prosecution. All
right, heads up, you're going to see them two argue. But I think they done started fucking since the last time we saw them argue. Because you'll know who I'm talking about when you see them. You're going to see them look lovingly into each other's eyes as they argue. It's so cute.
Presented to the jury. We have ABC News legal contributors Brian Buckmeyer and Bernardo Villalona. Bernardo, let's start with you. What do you think were the strongest moments for the prosecution today?
Strongest moments for the prosecution, I think, is the way that they organized their closing arguments. That was the strongest point for me, because you were able to follow everything that the prosecutor was saying. But in terms of their strongest point, I think the strongest piece of evidence, when they showed the 27 men on the screen, these 27 escorts on the screen, in between of escorts that Cassie engaged in sex trafficking in, the ones that Jane engaged in sex trafficking in, and the ones that both of them engaged in sex trafficking. Literally, we were all counting each line to see how many men it was. But in terms of the prosecution, why I go into that their strength was how they organized it, because they broke down the racketeering conspiracy, and they broke down the predicate acts and told you which facts and evidence made out the predicate acts. So you got the arson, Kid Cudi, the bribery, the security officer from Intercontinental Hotel, the possession with intent to distribute, the multiple players having to deal with that. So breaking that down, and then also me going into
there it is. I couldn't put it into words as much as I wanted to. Thank you, Trevor. They were trying to portray him as a thug and not a businessman. It's that same conversation that we had when Tina Knowles said, they'll never see Jay-Z past being a rapper. And then that line was misconstrued to say that Jay-Z was drugging Beyonce and Tina Knowles was concerned about it, which is not what she said. She said they'll never see him past being a rapper. He's a billionaire. He didn't make $1 billion being a rapper. I think he's worth almost $3 billion now. And he didn't make that money being a rapper. He made that money from his business ventures. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you, Trevor, that they wanted to portray him as a thug and not part of the global establishment. And that's what he is. He's one of them, whether they like it or not. Thank you, Trevor.
The jury to know that all they have to prove is just one predicate act. So, for example, the possession with intent to distribute. How many times did Sean Combs give drugs to Jane, to Cassie, or had Jane bring the drugs from California to Florida, or gave the packet of drugs to Brendan Paul, or anyone he gave drugs to? All it takes is one or two. You get two of those possession with intent to distribute, and you make out the racketeering conspiracy.
Brian, what did you
I
think?
really want her to get speech therapy, but I'm grateful that she's wearing pink. It looks really good on her.
I think the organization was great. And the reason why I think it works out to their benefit is because what you want is that the jury gets into the deliberation room and they use your roadmap, not the other side's roadmap. And they march through the case in the way that you told them to. You give them the tools and the way to operate through it. And I think what's really going to help them out, and the defense will do the same thing as well, any good attorney does this, is you mirror the language of the charge that you know the judge is going to say later on. And so when you say it once and then the judge tells the jury, this is how you're supposed to look at the case, then they're like, oh wait, didn't Brian or Bernardo say this exact same thing? Maybe I should follow that direction. I think the organization is what really helped them here.
Yeah. The flip side of that, though, I'm curious, what do you think the weakest moments were?
For me, and maybe this is just my bias as a defense attorney, anytime a prosecutor makes a conclusory statement or say, well, you know that's true, and doesn't explain it, that to me gives me an opening to do some real damage as a defense attorney. So when you talk about the arson, does it seem like Sean Combs really did the arson? Absolutely. But they didn't give a lot of facts. It's like, well, you know he was part of it because there's no stuff that happened afterwards. So there's no other person who could have done it.
You had the email 2 weeks before, Cassie giving a heads up to her family member, like, look, I was threatened that he was going to release the videotapes, and he said that he's going to do something to Kid Cudi, and that he won't be in the country when it happens. And guess what? 2 weeks later, ding, ding, ding. Whoa, car is blowing up.
But
I got you,
know
Trevor.
Kid Cudi was with his ex-girlfriend's sister at the time. You also know that there's potentially female DNA on it. You don't know who Kid Cudi's dating also. That could have been the crazy ex-girlfriend there. You could have eliminated that as an option by giving facts to do so, rather than just leaving it. The other thing, the voice note where Sean Combs says, you don't want me to ghost you. She says, oh, he says he doesn't want to ghost you because he's going to stop paying rent. How do you go from, you don't want me to ghost you, to he means I'm not paying rent? These are conclusions that they're making of their own that I think opens them up for a defense attorney to say, here are logical leaps that they're making that you don't have to, and this could raise reasonable doubt.
Or were there weak moments that you were concerned about?
In terms of the weak moment, well, one thing, just stylistically, that she was reading from her binder when she was projecting this closing arguments to the...
When I heard that too, I was a little disappointed. It seemed as though, I think BJ said she was, that Inner City Press reported that she was looking down at her notes while she was reading, and I was like, you know, you've practiced this over and over again. Why not engage with the jury a little bit more and make it more conversational than look down at your notes like you don't know what the hell is going on? That did seem kind of weak to me.
I don't really like the reading part because I want to engage, have the eye contact, and have the jurors looking at me and me looking at them, and we're engaging in a conversation. But in terms of evidence that she put forth in her argument, I think the one having to deal with Bana and Mia, because we know that those were the weak witnesses in a sense, not really Mia, but Bana, because of that issue of credibility, having to deal with being dangled from the 17th floor and that there was an issue with the date. But also in terms of not telling this jury how to evaluate credibility or believability, because they're taking for granted that just because I tell you this is the evidence and it's coming out of their mouth, that it's necessarily true. I think they should have explained to this jury, you're going to have to evaluate credibility of these witnesses. And this is how you evaluate credibility of these witnesses, what motive or bias or inconsistencies that they had, where you know that you can believe them because of the lack of motive or no inconsistency, or if there is an inconsistency, is a minor one. So those parts, because you do have the ones that it's corroborated, that's easy for a jury. A jury could be like, there's corroboration, so I believe that part of her testimony.
Do you think the defense tonight is tweaking what they were planning to do?
Not tweaking.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, she caught me off guard with tweaking. I wasn't ready. Forgive me.
I would be shocked if Mark Niflo gets more than 4 hours of sleep tonight.
Right.
I think he should be getting the transcript as quickly
Right,
as he
Trevor.
can. In situations like this, as a defense attorney, you
Disgruntled
better have had a great
employee.
relationship with a court reporter who's making the transcript. And so you're coming to them and saying, hey, when you're done, I don't care how raw or how unedited it is, I need that transcript because I'm going to go line by line, looking at those statements that Bernardo brought up, looking at those conclusory statements, bringing in other facts and say, this is where they're wrong. This is why their interpretation of this is wrong. And then trying to poke holes in it in many ways as possible that is unimpeachable, because at the end of the day,
I know that
AUSA
seems
Comey's gonna come
weird.
up for that rebuttal.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. The government gets one more chance at this after the defense is done. Brian
Yep.
Buckmeyer, Bernardo Villalona, thank you both for being here with us.
So another question I wanted to ask you guys was, you know, we haven't looked at the defense's skidamajing yet, and we're going to get right into that as we get done with this. Do you think the prosecution will rebuttal? I hope not. I'm nudging the prosecution. I'm elbowing them like, shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing so we can go home. But I wonder.
Coming up, a closer look at what people are saying about the trial that
Thinks.
has captivated the nation's attention.
Twinks?
Stay with us.
I'm trying to edit what you said, Trevor. Say it again.
Welcome back. As the Sean Diddy Combs trial nears the end, we want to know what people are saying about this high-profile case that's captivating the country. And here,
Let me offer a recommendation to the ethers. When I interviewed at Apple before I started working there, I made a recommendation. They asked me if there's anything I'd like to see change, and I forget what it was I said, but eventually that thing did change. I knew you meant Twinks. Thank you. I want to make a recommendation to the ethers. One day there will be a little chat bubble or some dots that will let us know when someone is typing a comment. That way we'll know there's a comment coming. Thank you. I appreciate you for that.
help me answer that is YouTube star and our friend now, Tisa Tells, who has been at the Manhattan Federal Courthouse every
She's so
day since
animated.
the start of this trial, giving her more than 500,000 subscribers an inside look into this trial. Tisa, thanks so much for being here. I'm really curious. Like, what are you hearing from the people who are following you?
So, listen, the people that are following me really wanted the prosecution to pull through. And there's been a lot on the media because no one's in the courtroom exactly. So you really are going off of everybody's opinion. But one thing, whether there were the people watching the live tweets from what was going on in the courtroom, listening to my perspective or anybody else's perspective, everybody is super happy and super impressed with the prosecution's closing arguments.
As far as
That's
what
true.
their comments look like at the beginning versus what they look like now, has that changed at all after hearing all of these these witnesses?
Night and day. So in the beginning, people were saying, I don't see RICO. Where's the RICO? What's going on with the RICO?
That's
It was
gotten quiet.
pounding in the back of our heads. Nobody saw the RICO. However, of course, a lot of people, including myself, saw it early, but the vast majority of people did not see RICO. And even with the testimony, people were still like, I don't know, it seems suspicious. However, with these closing arguments, there is not one person, whether they support Diddy or not, saying they don't see a potential RICO case. So
You were in the courtroom.
Yeah.
That voice has gotten much quieter on Instagram. That voice has gotten much, and I heard it more on Instagram. And I know Instagram is usually a younger audience that doesn't read. They scroll all day, doom scroll all day. They don't do a whole lot of research. That's why I don't post as much on Instagram as I do on YouTube. But I heard it a lot on Instagram. Where's the RICO? Where's the RICO? Where's the RICO? I don't see no RICO. I don't see no RICO. And I'd be like, have you read what a RICO is and how it's, what the predicates of a RICO are? And I would just ask the question, like, do you know what a RICO is? Or are you just depending on rap music to tell you what right? They on a RICO, my black people. I mean, like, have you really looked into it legally from an academic standpoint? And that voice has gotten much quieter. Shout out to the voice.
Courtroom, so were his friends and his supporters. Give us sort of a view of what it was like in there today.
It was actually kind of surreal, okay? Diddy had what could be arguably called a few legal wins yesterday. And when he walked in, he seemed like he was in great spirits. That charm was on. He did his little love sign. He came in. He seemed like he was floating on top of the world. But as the prosecution's closing arguments kept moving forward, you saw his body language kind of slump a little. You saw him at one point, he was just looking straight. And I get it. Somebody's saying that you're the devil and describing all these horrible things you did while your daughters are there and your kids are right behind you. I get it. But there was something more that he just started getting deflated to me as the prosecution kept making their closing argument. And again, it seemed like really good
Amanda, I'm sorry, Tisa. We gonna get back into that today, Amanda. We gonna finish it today. I felt your energy too. I'm so glad that you said you were here because I literally felt your energy, and I'm so glad that you were watching because, girl, baby, I did not plan on doing that, 2 hour and 15-minute live today. And I'm so glad that we did because a lot of people were like, I had no idea. I did. You did. Shit.
Packed house. Usually in the last couple
Thank
of weeks,
you, Amanda.
Those roads for family have been pretty sparse. They've only been utilized about 20%. Today it was a packed house. But again, the high spirits they came in with kept getting lower and lower as the prosecution kept moving forward.
Content creators like yourself have really been giving people a different viewpoint, a different way to follow these kinds of trials. I'm curious the feedback that you have gotten as you've done this.
You know what? I've gotten a lot of really good feedback, but I think it's because the Southern District of New York, they don't let cameras in. So you really do need someone with their eyes and ears, and you guys do a great job of that. But you guys have set times that you can come
I'm gonna answer that, Trevor.
Kind of fill the niche where it's like, yeah, I'll see you on break, I'll see you on lunch, and it's up to the minute. But they really like having us there as a fly on the wall, as a real person who doesn't really understand the legal side, but you're doing your best to figure it out, and you're literally just going off of the body language, what you see, what people are thinking and feeling. It's been an incredible outpouring of support, but you know what? I am trying to be the coverage that I wish I could see too. Like, let me know exactly what's going on.
Oh, good. Thank you for that encouragement. I appreciate that.
Might be the reason why the Southern District of New York changes their policies about having video.
We would all like to have some cameras in the courtroom. I
wasn't aware that the Southern District of New York just didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. I mean, for a federal trial, for real? I mean, federal taxes are the taxes everybody has to pay. So are you really sitting in here telling me that you take people's money, but you don't allow them to see the trials? That's crazy to me. They got to take a vote on that. They're going to have to take a vote on that. And Trevor, I think that they've done a really good job of defining the RICO as they've gone through this closing testimony. Because this will be the first time that I've actually seen them actually say, this is what a RICO is. This is how a RICO is proven. If you can see one or two of these things, then you have to vote guilty. You have to put, you know what I'm saying? All of you have to make the decision. It has to be like they've really taken them as a teacher, I can say, and I teach kindergarten. They've really taken a very elementary step, and they're talking to people as though they know absolutely nothing about the law, nothing about RICO, nothing about RICO predicates, and how RICOs are brought together. And I really, really appreciate that, because many of us knew, we've seen enough and read enough to see it, but we've all been like, okay, how are they going to make sure? Because you guys remember when no shade to Armand, but you remember when Armand was like, I'm confused, and I'd be like, well, that's because you simple. Literally, you're not an educated person, so you haven't developed the logic to put these things together, and the only research that you're doing is inside that courtroom. You don't know what a RICO is, and I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just being honest. I'm an educated person, and so we've been able to understand. We came into this case knowing what a RICO was. We came into this case understanding. One of our very first shows we did together talked about a RICO predicate and what it took for them to be able to prove their case. And so I really appreciate, for the simple-minded jury, which most people are. That's why news is written on a third grade level. News stories in the news, in the press, everything is written on a third grade level, because most Americans are not that educated. Only 5% of Americans actually have a bachelor's degree, whether you know it or not. So I really appreciate them taking that step, not slow walk, but very elementary walk, and just explaining, if you can find anything here where there's two instances of anything, and it don't even have to be the same thing, then that's a RICO. I really appreciate that. So hopefully that answers your question about the jury makeup. I think that's what you were talking about. Let's look back at the jury mix again. RICO means what to them? I think I was hoping that more of that was explained in this particular broadcast we're watching now, but we'll do a marathon one day of all the coverage, and you'll be able to see how in that and they even said stuff like, now the defense is going to try to make you think that blah, 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 because it was consensual many times that there's no RICO. But all you need to find is one instance where Cassie objected, or Jane objected, or Mia objected. And then you'll find that sex trafficking. Or all you need to find is one instance where Capricorn Clark wasn't allowed to leave, or she wasn't paid for her work. And there you have forced labor. So I really, really do appreciate them for making it simple and easy to understand. And thank you for that too, Amanda. I appreciate that. You think that might backfire? Talk me through that, Trevor. You said we did, but did the 8 men and women get that? Well, it's in writing. They're going to be given jury instructions that they're going to have to follow. And these are the instructions that they're going to follow when they go in to deliberate today. So hopefully, we'll see. But I want to know what you mean when you say that stance might backfire. Walk me through that a little
Have any
bit.
plans for what you're going to do next?
Because
this has been weeks.
Yes, it has been weeks, but now I have this live trial bug in me that I just can't get out.
Okay, thank you, Amanda.
The Idaho 4. Of course, everybody is looking for the cutie patootie Luigi Mangione trial.
I can't wait for that Luigi Mangione trial. If y'all want me to cover that, I will. Because I think that is I think the P. Diddy trial is important I'm saying it backwards. I think the P. Diddy trial is important to set precedents in the entertainment industry, to let the Kanye Wests and them know how much they can and can't get away with. I think the Luigi Mangione trial is the one where we're going to take a look and see that these businesses are going to have to set some standards for how customers and people are treated and how they run their business, because I really do think he's going to be found not guilty. Oh, I can't wait for that. Luigi Mangione, I cannot wait for that. And not just because he's handsome. I'm not that easy. Patronizing is not a good look. Well, patronizing is important when you're talking to people. We heard the prosecutor in the pink dress the former prosecutor say she was disappointed that when the AUSA was speaking, she was looking down at her notebook instead of looking up and engaging with people. I think when you put things on a bread and butter level, It makes it because you never know how many people on the jury were like, I don't know if I'm gonna make the right decision. I don't even know what a RICO is. I don't know how to do this. I mean, you have no idea how many people were trying to get out of this trial. Well, if we ever go back and we listen to and we watch the jury selection, you'll see there were people trying to get out of this because they didn't want to make the wrong decision because they didn't know. Like, I'm a fucking interior designer. I don't know shit about a RICO. So I have to disagree with you respectfully. I do believe that in situations like this, I mean, I'm a teacher and I tell students all the time, you can do this. Just watch you do it. Just watch you do it. And I break it down into the simplest steps and we do it simply. I mean, I'm learning Hangul right now here in Korea, and people talk to me like I'm a kindergartner because I have to understand it in that way. You know, they don't mind saying to me, they'll talk real slow. Odi gaso. But sometimes I'll be like, huh? Because I don't feel like answering your dumbass question. Y'all know when I lived in China, I learned how to act like I don't understand. But literally, I had a conversation with somebody today who's trying to learn English and I'm trying to learn Hangul, and he slowed down his Hangul when he spoke to me, and I slowed down my English when I spoke to him. I think it's a very powerful tool. I do, for the prosecution to be able to do that, because what annoys most attorneys is they speak in all this legalese, you know, all this legal talk. But when they can really break this thing down, and I didn't hear the AUSA speak in the big legal words yesterday. When I was reviewing it today, I really understood that she was speaking to people like she was teaching a Law 101 class. I was proud of her for that. I was really proud of her for that.
And also just covering more court cases.
I'm gonna jump on to not to shut down what Tisa's telling. She's telling us what she's gonna work on next. I'm sure what she works on next is gonna be amazing because she's really doing a great job, and I'm very proud of her. But it is now 45 minutes into the new court day, so I want to go ahead and jump forward and see what's popping.
Okay, 9 minutes ago, New York Times. Diddy committed domestic violence, Mark Agnifilo acknowledged in his closing argument to the jury. Owning the domestic violence? We own it. It happened. That's not charged.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, but a culture of fear is. So I don't know if you should be admitting this.
I think I missed this, Amanda. Thank you. I appreciate you for that.
If it was, the jury wouldn't be there, the lawyer added, because Diddy would have pled guilty because he did that. No, he wouldn't have. You're lying. Don't lie.
Let me say this real quick. I'm sorry, BJ. Let me let you play while I mute you for a second.
Commit.
Let me give you guys this quick piece of information real quick, because I haven't said this before. If you want to know what is happening with the breakdown without going to the breakdown playlist and looking through all the bullshit that I put in there, because I put a whole lot of shit in there. Some of it we talk about, some of it we don't. That's kind of like our vault. Join us on Patreon. We have a free membership and we have a paid membership. And as of right now, most of the P. Diddy stuff is free. So join us on the breakdown. What's my name? Breakdown by De La Creme de La on Patreon, or just go to www.patreon.com/breakdown555. You can join as a member. We do have a free membership. No, you won't get the free swag. No, you won't get the one-on-one chats with me or the group conversations that we have. But most of the things that I'm putting up right now, I'm making available for all members, so that you can stay on top of this without having to wade through all the stuff that's in the breakdown playlist. All right, you're welcome. That's just for you.
Victim. Mark Agnifilo said the government is arguing that her relationship with Diddy was some one-sided oppressive thing. But really, Cassie is the winner in this whole ordeal.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I forgot about that,
winner,
Char.
and she could still be and have been.
No, you're right about that head juror. I forgot about that.
Quote,
shit.
She's sitting somewhere in the world with $30 million. Referring to the $20 million settlement she got from Diddy and another $10 million deal with the owner of the hotel where she was assaulted.
No, she not.
By Diddy.
Let me cut into that, because I've won enough lawsuits to know if that lawsuit goes to legislation. What is the word? When it goes to court, you automatically owe your attorneys 40%. And I did the math on that already. No, she did not get. She's not sitting at home nowhere with $30 million. Stop lying.
According to Mark Agnifilo, who
is only here because of money. He already admitted it.
Oh.
Cassie had a boyfriend of 3 years, 10 years older than her. But she meets Diddy and they're off to the races. Diddy rents a boat. They make love for the first time. Then they're in an intense relationship. 11 years. Cassie is smart. She flat won. She got $30 million. And he's in jail. But you probably know that. The nice looking men behind him, they're U.S. Marshals. They keep him safe. Cassie has won 100-0. They tell you she's a victim. This is actually a great modern love story.
Oh my.
They didn't write these in the past because they didn't have these problems.
Oh my.
He had 6 kids at the time. This is a relationship based on love. Cassie said she was young and insanely
Thank you, Amanda.
jealous. If you're in the jury room and you don't want to go home, read their text messages at the time of the breakup.
Oh my
You'll cry.
God. Can you
You'll
believe
simply
he's
cry.
saying this shit?
They were selfless with each other when it wasn't going to work.
Wow.
For the original sin of their relationship. That Gina. Everything's Gina's fault. Gina wouldn't even come here. But she's out there.
Oh.
Then Kim Porter passed away. Diddy said what he did.
Oh, still waiting for that $45 million in
Cassie,
Sweden
it
bank
was the
accounts, huh?
last.
You
So
remember
Diddy
that?
said what he did, what he said. Diddy said what he said, which was Kim Porter was the true love of his life or whatever. For Cassie, it was the final straw. She made an adult choice and left like she always could leave. What happened to her? Nothing. Pick a message from 2018 and read it. These two people loved each other. Okay, maybe so, y'all.
Yeah, but
that doesn't matter. You can
the prosecution
be
already
trafficked
prepared
by
them for
somebody
this
you love,
bullshit.
and somebody can traffic someone they love.
Okay.
That
Check my
doesn't
grandma
matter.
and my grandpa.
It doesn't matter. A lot of people love their assets. A lot of people do. Ask
White
somebody how
people
much
love
they
their
yacht.
dogs.
Ask somebody how much they love their other stuff. And will they do whatever they want with it? Yes, because in Diddy's mind, Cassie was his property.
This is
He was going to do whatever he
crazy.
wanted. He loves his property. And of course, his property
I
loves him
mean,
back.
but to have a man say those things is stupid. There are 4 women on that jury, and it's as though the man is speaking to the men. Like, you know how it is, fellas. Wow.
And he is. He already admitted to everyone in front of God and the courts and everybody that he's only here because of money. Okay, fine.
That doggone
So,
$45 million Jaguar
Look
sitting
into
on.
the elements of every
Sleeping
single
in her
crime.
car.
Every single crime Diddy's either charged with, accused of, claimed of doing. Every single one, including domestic violence, which he's not charged with. None of the elements of any of those crimes is, do they love each other or not?
Right. Tell him, BJ.
Domestic disputes happen all the time. People beat the hell out of their family members all the time. People unalive their family members.
Yep.
Sometimes when they loved them.
And then say, why'd you have to take him, Lord?
So this whole they loved each other doesn't matter. That's not something that the jury is even allowed to consider. It's not an element of the crime. Did Diddy love his victim? Did victim love Diddy? See, who gives a shit?
It doesn't
If
matter.
somebody
It's
loves
just a
somebody, it's nothing to
confusing
do with the case.
conversation.
Nothing.
That's crazy.
These two people loved each other. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship. What about the drugs, though, Mark?
Wait, I cannot. If racketeering had an
She could
opposite.
always leave. We've seen the tapes of her trying to leave.
Oh, shit. You mean when he dragged her by the hair down the hallway?
Y'all, Mark Agnew
Excuse
was going
me.
to hell.
He is, baby, I don't even
just
believe in
said.
hell. I believe he is living in hell. This is his
They
hell.
were their best selves when it came to sex.
You mean her getting peed in the
Imagine
mouth?
Cassie, and you read that.
Oh my
They were
God.
their best selves
Catch
when
me
it came to
outside. Oh my.
relations.
I can't believe he's saying these things. Is there
There were times.
is the
that Diddy
defense
was
that
proud.
bad? I'm so glad we're here, y'all.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And his little baby daughters are just sitting right there. I mean, they're adults, but
This sound like
they-
barbershop talk, don't it?
are they actually over 18?
Oh my God. You thought the bushes were going to burn down. Oh my God. Can you believe this man has opened his mouth to say Cassie could have left? You've seen videos of her trying to leave.
They found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where Cassie says, I didn't like that, SEX. This was an 11-year relationship.
Oh my
Issues with jealousy and other women, but they match up when it comes to relations. So this is typical for swingers. It's almost like Mark Agnifilo is talking from firsthand experience.
Okay.
He knows so much about this lifestyle.
He been kicking it with Kanye.
She's a woman who loves SEX, and that's beautiful. Oh my God.
Oh my
This man should be
God.
arrested.
He is sick.
She is unafraid.
He
Let's
is
talk about Kid
sick.
Cudi. He came in here, and I'm not meaning to be judgy, but he comes in here and says Cassie played me. She did. She did play them both. Not everyone can do that. She goes for it. She liked to Diddy as she had a relationship.
Mark.
She lied to Diddy as she had a relationship with another singer-songwriter right under his
A lot of bitches
nose.
do that when they
She's
scared
not
they gonna
afraid of
die.
him. Was she going to tell him? Was she ever going to tell either of them? No. Cassie is keeping it gangster.
Oh,
She's like, I'm going to lie to them both. She gets a burner phone, finally.
let me tell you why I'm not a cheating woman. I'm not a woman that cheats because I've never felt like my partner was going to kill me if I left. Okay?
She had 2 hotel rooms. Whoa. A room for the burner. He is sick.
He's
He is sick. I
disgusting.
could never do this job.
Oh my God.
He is
Oh my
sick.
God. Can you imagine when he saw them freak off tapes? Can you imagine how many hours he spent up late at night watching them freak off tapes in his home
I could defend
office?
people.
Disgusting man.
Even perhaps some people I knew they were guilty, but like on abuse and like
Sexual
crimes?
stuff. Ooh.
No.
This man said they were at their
It
best
makes
when they were
me
having
sick.
sex. She had sores in her mouth.
She wasn't going to tell anybody anything. Let's talk racketeering. The judge is going to give a legal charge later today, assuming the first one is this 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about her.
He done lost the jury.
She said, I want my life back. Capricorn's parents passed away when she was young, and I don't mean any disrespect, but
Oh, now he don't mean no
told you,
disrespect.
I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moves to the Bronx. She meets Diddy. She goes super platonic. What?
That's not true. Because she tried to holler at Diddy. Did he get his facts confused?
Okay, we got 4 new updates from the New York Times.
Man, Mark Agnifilo, Tifilo,
30 minutes into
nigga.
his closing argument, Mark Agnifilo seems to be appealing to the jury's emotions while avoiding the specifics of the evidence.
Right, no
He has
evidence
thrown
whatsoever.
in personal asides,
Dynamics.
laugh lines, and detailed characterizations of the witnesses in colloquial terms, working to keep the jury engaged and entertained while broadly brushing away the legitimacy of the charges. Referring to
disgusting.
dozens of texts
I need to
that
burn
the
some
jury
knock
has
chopper.
seen throughout Diddy's relationship with Cassie, Mark Agnifilo told jurors that the issues that typically precipitated conflict were jealousy and other women that Diddy was dating at the time, not SEX.
So
and
that's
male
why he drug her
escorts.
by her hair.
He portrayed their SEX life together as in lockstep, saying, I guess you could call them swingers. No one's forcing her to do this. She's a woman who actually likes relations. Good for her. No, I'm going back to shaming. No.
That's why this is not a no judgment
This
zone,
is
honey.
what these freaks want us to think. This is normal, and
That-
it's not.
It's not
It's
normal.
not normal. It's not normal.
And see,
To
that's
like
what I had
SEX
to
so much
I had to
and
explain to
have-
my daughter because she thought I was being mean when I said fuck Diddy's mama. Yes, I'm 44 years old. I talk to my daughter like I've been talking. Okay, when I had a child at 36, I didn't stop cussing. All right, I said fuck Diddy's mama. And listen, my daughter was like, that's mean. How could you say that about his mom? I said, she's the reason why he is the way he is. She normalized anything you've heard. She made that normal to him. I asked my daughter, I said, what does your daddy do for a living? What kind of person is he that you know of? Okay, his daddy was a drug dealer and a pimp. Because you know they go hand in hand, right? His mama was a prostitute. What does your mama do for a living? Do you see me have men in this house? No. There's a certain lifestyle that his parents made normal to him. The boy was out at clubs at 12 years old. Were you? This is gross. This is why we don't raise our kids in the city.
Doing the shaming. Why? Because it lets people like Diddy sit up here and his lawyer can say, good for her. She liked it.
Ugh.
No.
She liked it. She liked getting peed in her mouth with sores in her mouth.
Like I know she didn't like it.
She
But
liked
I'm
the
just saying,
fact
even if it was
that
true,
she had UTIs so much the antibiotics stopped working. She liked the fact that she got infections from freak offs. You suspect lots of parents have made that shit normal to their kids? I guess so. My daughter and I were having a different conversation about my mom and why my mother many years didn't say happy birthday to me. And I told my mom, you know, she was raised away from her parents. She didn't really have a happy childhood. So in a lot of ways, it was difficult for her to make me happy. That was just something that my mom dealt with. But the ones who were raised at home, they was hoeing too. There were certain behaviors that my grandparents normalized at home. My mama said she'd wake up and my mama would be taking care of a trick. And my grandfather would be in the other room. That shit was normal up to a certain age for my mother. His mama normalized this bullshit. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa be pulling me out of my rants. Thank you. I'm grateful to you.
We'll start here. This is CNN. We haven't
A
read
man's
CNN
woman.
today, so
I don't know about that.
Get caught up there. Prosecutors were delayed starting court. We knew that. 46 minutes ago is whenever Mark Agnifilo started his closing argument. He said evidence shows a swinger lifestyle and
that's different.
Prosecutors exaggerated beyond that.
Ooh.
Kicking off his closing argument, Mark Agnifilo said this has been a tale of two trials. First, the trial as told by the witnesses, the text messages and the videos. The second trial is the trial as told by the mouths of the prosecutors. That, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the false trial.
So then why the fuck didn't the defense bring up any witnesses, including their client, to even the score? Hello?
About a lifestyle. You want to call it swingers. Whatever you want to call it, that's what it is. That is what the evidence shows.
No, honey.
Defense attorney recounts positive things some of the former employees said about Diddy. Let's talk for a second about what the evidence shows about Sean Combs, Mark Agnifilo said, and then we get a quote.
Let's talk about it.
Sean Combs has become something that is very, very hard to be. Very hard to be.
A nasty
He's
nigga.
a self-made, successful black entrepreneur. I don't know about successful.
Oh, he's
Seemed like it all
extremely
came crashing
successful.
down about last year.
I would say he was successful until he sued the Rockefellers. I get what you're saying. Look at the jurors. He having barbershop talk right now.
Diddy created wonderful, sophisticated.
This how they talk in the steam room at the New York Sports
stood the test of
Club.
time. He recounted the positive things some of Diddy's former employees said about him in their testimony earlier in the trial. Did they always like him? No way. Let's not even go there.
Oof.
But they loved him. They didn't want to leave him.
They didn't. Bitch, he got dragged. This ain't to her. This is to Mark.
He's a DEI pioneer.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Praised Diddy for the businesses that he built. Businesses Agnifilo said focused on diversity.
Okay, and
attorney said that Diddy was practicing diversity, equity, and inclusion before it was a mandated practice.
I don't know about that because we only talked to one black assistant. Only one.
He was doing this in 1993 as a 24-year-old by himself. No, there was Clive Davis was involved. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
No witnesses said they were part of a racketeering conspiracy or worked in the enterprise.
And the
Not an element of
prosecution,
the crime, and it doesn't
nope,
matter.
because the prosecution said they don't have to know. Only he has to know. I'm so glad the prosecution went first.
They don't need to.
Locker
Did
talk.
the
Is that
people
how y'all be
admit
talking?
They were in an enterprise. They don't need to. They don't need to. Actually, most people never admit to crimes they do in court. Okay, so.
What,
Mark Agnifilo balked.
Shabuzi and Beyonce said, we don't care what you say. We ain't going to tell the truth. She came out with that song at the wrong time.
Racketeering conspiracy. You didn't hear that from the evidence. You didn't
Oh
hear
my
that from a
God.
witness.
Talk
Actually,
about
we
it,
kinda
Amanda.
did. When those witnesses said that they distributed substances,
Right.
and they said that they
You're right.
flew with them, Brendan Paul was arrested, charged,
Yep. With Gucci
and had
bag
to work
stuff
through
on
the
it.
courts for committing a crime.
Yep.
He wasn't going to say, yeah, I was in an enterprise, but
No.
there he is holding Diddy's drugs.
I thought she was going to say draws.
The man takes care of people, Mark Agnifilo
You mean how
said.
he didn't pay Mia or Capricorn Clark and he owed her
The jury should
$400,000?
know about Diddy's character, he said. This man takes care of people. He said this is evident through his relationship with Jane. Diddy paid for her home, where she took care of her
But threatened to
child.
take it away
I
if
hope
she
she's
didn't
having a
fuck
nice
other
day,
men.
but you know where she's doing it? In a house he's paying for.
Oh my God.
Mark
Right.
Agnifilo mocks the 2024 searches of Diddy's homes. He talked about
Right.
the searches of Diddy's
Trevor.
homes by Homeland Security investigations in LA and Miami in 2024. Boxes of Astroglide taken off the streets. Woo! I feel better already. Artificial lubricant, not for me. Huh. The streets of America are safe from all that Astroglide. And they got the baby oil. And they found the personal use substances. They did it.
says that
It's all
too.
worth it. Thank goodness for the special response team. They found the Astroglide. They found the baby oil. They found like 5 Valium pills. Way to go, fellas. That's Mark Agnifilo right now. Playing a whole
What about all them other drugs they
Playing a
found they
whole
ain't said nothing
crime
about?
right
Where they at? What's the chain of custody on those?
This isn't about a crime. This is about money, Mark Agnifilo said. He said none of Diddy's alleged victims called law enforcement. They do call somebody, though. They call civil plaintiffs' lawyers. That's who they call. This isn't about a crime. This is about money. Cassie sued Diddy for $30 million because she knew he has $30 million. This very Mark Agnifilo is representing Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs because he knows Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs can't afford it. Okay, so Mark is making all these arguments about these other people, but he's basically saying he's for sale too because he ain't doing this for free. This very investigation came out of that civil case.
It did.
No 30 million, no lawsuit. No 30 million, no lawsuit, no criminal case. That's why we're here. We're here because of money.
What? No, actually, I'm sorry to pause you. I actually believe that Diddy thought when he paid that lawsuit, that was 20 million. Let's be clear. She got 10 from the Intercontinental. She got 20 from Diddy. I believe that Diddy thought, like most people would think, when they settled with her, that that was going to be the end of it. Didn't all of us, when we read that lawsuit that she filed against him and we knew that she settled with him, didn't we think that was the end of it? Weren't we all surprised when it actually went to criminal court?
Okay. Be that way. This legal analyst told CNN. And what I think prosecutors did a great job
Yes,
of
I would love to
yesterday
hear
was
from him too.
Simplifying these very complicated concepts.
Yes, they did.
I said the same thing.
Me
yesterday.
too.
Maybe she watched my appearance on Popcorn Planet. She said they did a
I
great job
agree.
of simplifying these very complicated concepts, especially RICO, ST, and making it very digestible for the average person to understand.
Mark Agnifilo.
The visual elements,
I hope he got
including the
security.
images and slides used in the presentation, also helped to lay out the closing argument in what this analyst said was a very effective way. What the defense may focus on today during their presentation is the credibility of the prosecution's case, using a lot of text messages that tend to show the mindset of the victims and others, his employees.
They
during
haven't showed
that
no evidence
timeframe.
yet in their defense.
I don't think we're going to see a quick verdict, this analyst said. I do think it is going to take the jury a lot of time.
I
to
think
work
Diddy's
through this
lawyers are
case,
working for the
especially when you have
feds.
the complicated RICO statute to really get into. Let me see how long it took the R. Kelly case to bring back a verdict.
While she does that, I'm going to take a quick potty break, y'all. I'll see you in a hot second.
Because he was also charged and convicted. He was convicted under RICO. But this was actually in Chicago. But look.
How quick was it? Shit, I can't go pee until I know.
11 hours. They convicted R. Kelly
That's
on
quick.
6 out of 13 counts. Whoa. Oh, no, racketeering. Okay, wait, sorry. I got the wrong case up. I want the New York one.
I'll be right back, y'all. Thank you.
6 weeks. Okay, y'all, what? No, I didn't see. No, that's not right either. How? So it was about the same. It was about the same length of trial. This is in New York. I scrolled up from the title because it said a word I think might get flagged. Jurors began deliberating Tuesday at R. Kelly's federal trial. Standing at a podium, told jurors in her closing, key to the liars, the time sounding in. Okay, so look, we're getting a little, this is cool, actually. We're getting a little insight, and I didn't follow the R. Kelly trial. So we were just told that by this analyst on CNN that there was probably going to take the jury a long time to deliberate in this case. So I'm like, I know I heard the other day that the Menendez brothers trial, the jury deliberated for a month. So I'm like, okay, let me go see on R. Kelly, who was also charged with something under RICO and RICO. And he got convicted guilty on RICO. So in New York. So, okay, it also was a trial, was I think about the same amount of time. It was 6-week trial. We're on week 7 now. R. Kelly's was 6, so it's a similar length. And look what his lawyer was doing. Standing at a podium a few feet in front of the jury, R. Kelly's attorney, Jennifer Bonjean, told the jurors in her closing earlier that key government witnesses were admitted liars who testified with immunity to ensure they couldn't be charged. At times, R. Kelly's lawyer was sounding indignant, raising her voice. She likened those witness testimony against R. Kelly and other evidence to a cockroach in a bowl of soup. See, they do this. This is a defense attorney tactic. So you had R. Kelly's lawyer up here saying that the case was a cockroach in a bowl of soup. Okay. Now you have Mark Agnifilo coming up here saying that Cassie was an SEX fiend and she liked it. If a cockroach falls into the soup, you don't just pull out the cockroach and eat the rest of the soup. You got to throw out the whole soup. Just too many cockroaches in the soup. Well, it wasn't too many because guess what? They found him guilty. But I want to know, when they started deliberating, this lady is a sicko too, because this dealt with that 14-year-old little girl. September 13th, 2022. I'm trying to see how long they deliberated, y'all. Found guilty on the 27th. So 13th to 27th. Here's a New York Times article from September. Guilty on all counts, faces life in prison. Conviction marks stunning fall for a man. Me too. Da, da, da. Singer was convicted. Set to be sentenced. Okay, well, I'll have to look more for that. They deliberated for 2 days, somebody said. I'll have to look for like the specifics on that because I don't want to fall too far behind. We do have a lot of updates coming in. So let's go back to the New York Times, finish out there. Y'all, I can't believe I am the same age with this lady.
Why not?
This is their face. Look, the prosecutors are looking seriously unamused.
Because he's talking crazy. Like,
Okay,
really?
there's Diddy. I mean, Diddy. Why do I keep calling him the wrong name today? There's
things you shouldn't say
Agnifilo,
out
and
loud.
there's Teeny.
No. If you know what I know, the fact that she keeps accidentally calling Mark Agnifilo Diddy, that ain't no accident.
Through some of the government's key witnesses, seeking to undercut their testimony, he took up Capricorn Clark, who the government put forward as a victim of kidnapping twice by Diddy's alleged racketeering enterprise. One of those episodes occurred in 2004, shortly after she started as a personal assistant for Diddy. Capricorn testified that she was subjected to 5 days of lie detector tests to prove she was not involved in a jewelry theft. Each day, she said she was taken by a bodyguard for Diddy to a dilapidated floor of a Manhattan office building that later became headquarters for Diddy's corporate offices. She said that an unnamed man who conducted the test told her that if she failed, they were going to throw her in the East River. But Mark Agnifilo underscored that Capricorn testified she went home every day. She's going home. That's just not kidnapping. You better watch yourself before they turn it into 5 counts. Under that theory, he suggested, were the jurors themselves kidnapped because they were stuck in court for long hours? Well, yeah. If somebody said, if you don't go, you're going to get thrown in the East River. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Anyone feel kidnapped?
When Marvin Sapp told them folks to lock the damn doors while he raised that $40,000 offering, that was kidnapping. Sure was.
Slimy. I don't like it. I think people should defend people. I think you should defend your client. Everybody deserves a defense. But Mark Agnifilo knows this jury wasn't threatened to be thrown in the East River.
Okay.
If they didn't come to trial.
God damn, Mark.
Moving on to the second alleged kidnapping of Capricorn Clark from 2011, Agnifilo seems to be zooming in on a somewhat tangential aspect of the case that the defense sees as particularly far-fetched.
That's a word I've never heard before. Hold on, I gotta look that up. Tangential.
Why did the prosecution choose to charge these kidnappings? You're allowed to ask that question. Who cares what? This man is throwing everything at the wall. I don't think they have a very strong
They
case
don't. Shit. They didn't even bring up any witnesses. Not one employee.
Okay, CNN has a pretty long update here 1 minute ago with a lot of quotes. So we can get some quotes as to what this man is saying. We own the domestic violence. Yeah, I bet you do, freak. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said repeatedly, he said they didn't run away from it or challenge the 2 ex-girlfriends who testified against Diddy. I don't think we asked her a single question to challenge anything she said about being hit, kicked, being dragged. No, but they tore Dawn Richard apart. You saw it hit the wall or you didn't? You heard it clang or you didn't? Okay, so you were kind of cast out on that, actually. The issue is domestic violence, Agnifilo said of Diddy and Cassie. He referenced a social media statement that Cassie made after the CNN surveillance Intercontinental Hotel footage published last year.
Okay.
She was very precise and very clear.
So I've never heard the word tangential before, so I had to look it up. Or was it a shepherd steering his flock in church? If Mark Agnifilo is the attorney, probably. So tangential, for anybody who's interested, who's never heard of this word before. Excuse me. And let me read the AI overview. Tangential or tangentiality. Tangential speech refers to, I think this definition is hilarious, a thought and speech disturbance where a person's responses to a question or their train of thought digress from the main topic, often providing irrelevant details and failing to return to the original point. It's a form of loosening of associations frequently seen in conditions like schizophrenia or delirium, or Otto Van, whatever his name is, his conversation, which is why they didn't make him a witness.
If you're in a real relationship, I have news for you, y'all. According to Mark Agnifilo, you can't be guilty of anything.
Oh,
Because
shit.
you're in a real relationship and you're in love. So
Oh,
you can't be
shit.
guilty of anything.
That's crazy.
Cassie's no joke. And that's why he loved her. She matched him. She was like him. Agnifilo called the relationship a
they had
great
so
modern
much in
love
common.
story, telling the jury they could cry at the text messages Diddy
Yeah.
and Cassie exchanged, professing their love to each other. Cassie eventually made the adult choice to leave the
You
relationship.
mean like the text message when she was like, how could you drag me down a hallway? Like when she said, you are sick, I'm somebody's child. Those text messages?
She's a woman who actually likes sex, unlike these other prudes out here who are saying that this degenerate bullshit is something wrong with it.
You know what I'm
okay?
saying? Because those of us are like
everybody, all the prudes out here.
spin doctoring. Yep.
Cassie, doing freak offs half the week for years on end, was actually fine.
Because vanilla sex
right.
isn't normal, right?
She chose to do it. It's because she liked sex. It's because she was just a freak.
You know?
According to Mark Agnifilo.
'Cause she had done this so many times before P. Diddy.
Pick the man up. You know what I mean? Like, something seriously wrong with him.
Yes, there has to be.
Good for her, Mark said. That's beautiful. She's beautiful. She should. And this is so disgusting. I mean, like, it is so disgusting. If I was Cassie, I would feel sexually harassed.
Oh my God.
Because here's this man saying she loves sex. She's beautiful. She should.
And I must ask you, please forgive me if you hear music in the background that isn't our music. My daughter is playing Subliminal in the living room while she's asleep in her bedroom because she doesn't have a TV in her bedroom. So if you hear music in the background, that's the TV in the living room. So forgive it, but she sleeps, so bless it.
In evidence at the trial, Agnifilo said,
Turd
"You won't
polishing.
find one." Where she's
We
like,
call
"I
it
didn't like that
bullshitting.
sex. I'm not attracted to you. I don't like our life.
Bullshit.
It's just not for me." I think you might find some that say that.
Yeah.
He said Cassie and Diddy just matched up when it came to sex. Quote, "I guess you could call them swingers. I guess you could call it a lifestyle." He's advertising for the next clients he wants to represent.
Yeah, he must be.
Agnifilo called Cassie
Kanye
a
now.
gangster, pointing to a burner phone that she used to stay in touch with Kid Cudi. Mark Agnifilo reminded the jury that Kid Cudi confirmed that Cassie played him. She played him good, too. She played them both.
God
He
damn.
referenced the prosecution's
felt like that,
argument that
too.
Cassie was scared of Diddy. She lied to him for a long time, over and over and over, and because she was scared of him. That's why. As she had another relationship with another songwriter right under his nose, singer-songwriter, right under his nose. She's not afraid of him. Agnifilo called her a gangster, pointing to a burner phone that she used to stay in touch with Kid Cudi, and saying she was trying to pull off lying to both men. She was not kidnapped, defense attorney Mark Agnifilo says of allegation made by Capricorn Clark. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo addressed the 2004 kidnapping allegation made by Capricorn Clark, who said she was kidnapped and held for 5 days of lie detector tests after Diddy's jewelry that he borrowed from Jacob the jeweler.
That wasn't the
went
only
missing.
instance. When
Capricorn
Diddy
Clark's a little.
when Diddy came, and they haven't mentioned this as much, but when Diddy came to her house and said, "Come with me," and she was like, "I don't really want to," blah blah blah, and he was like, I don't give a fuck what you got going on," and said, "Come with me," that's kidnapping by definition.
Diddy's employment. She also acknowledged that she reached out to Diddy for work in the 3 years after she stopped working.
Because
for
she ain't
him.
had no choice.
Mark Agnifilo told the jury that Capricorn Clark had a crush on Diddy and wanted their platonic friendship to be more.
This is true.
Mark Agnifilo recounted Capricorn Clark's testimony about the lie detector test when she said a large man 5 times her width threatened to throw her in the East River
Her
if she
width.
didn't pass the test. Agnifilo mocked the idea. The prosecutors charged the 2004 alleged kidnapping as an underlying act for the racketeering conspiracy charge. Each day, after hours of testing, Capricorn said one of Diddy's security guards drove her back home. Agnifilo likened the experience to the jury spending long hours in a courthouse each day and going home. You're about as kidnapped as she
not
was
the
kidnapped.
same. So
It's
not
unsettling
the same.
that the whole reason investigators use it is it's unsettling. I have no doubt she was unsettled, but she was not kidnapped. Agnifilo said that Diddy had the starring role in a Raisin in the Sun around the time of the lie detector test. He's starring on Broadway. He is involved in the middle of a very significant voter drive campaign called Vote or Die. Yeah, he sure was influencing elections. He's running all these campaigns. Do you think he's waiting on the edge of his seat? How's that lie detector test coming back? I can't wait to see if she passes. He couldn't care less.
Because it wasn't no missing jewelry.
To do with it.
Because there was no missing jewelry.
Y'all believe that?
Do you really think that two people came together, a security guard and a former FBI guy came together and said, let's pull this woman into a room and give her a lie detector test for 5 days about some shit we don't give a fuck about? And I think the same thing happened to David James too, didn't it?
Decision making. The judge will instruct them that if they find a witness lied, you are free to disregard all of the witness's testimony.
I'm annoyed.
Let's go back to Inner City Press and then we'll get caught up on Washington Post.
I'm annoyed with Mark Agnifilo.
Sorry, it's kind of glitching.
I know the internet is
so
broke
where were we?
right
The
now.
last Inner City Press tweet. Capricorn Clark's parents passed away. She told you. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moves to the Bronx. Meets Diddy. She goes, super platonic. What? I think she means she didn't want it to be platonic. She's out there. You could see it. She says, I had the biggest crush on you. I think we misused our dope chemistry.
I don't know what she saw.
She's kidnapped. Why does she want to go back and work for him? She's getting her nails done. She's getting her nails done with Mike B. He's going to be mad at me. She says she called 1440, said lock everyone in. She got the lie detector, and Mike B did too. I don't know what the hell he is talking about.
I have no idea. I don't remember hearing nothing like that.
How was she kidnapped if she went home every day? Is the government alleging 5 separate kidnappings?
Yes.
Pauly drove her home. Door-to-door kidnapping. The Southern District of New York is charging this as kidnapping. And Agnifilo laughs. It's so funny to him. It's like it's hilarious to him.
Wow. She was scared for her life.
Kidnapping. You guys come here day after day, long days. You come back the next. Have you been kidnapped? Okay. It's a bad analogy.
It's not even the same fucking thing.
First of all, nobody's threatening to throw them in the river. And is Pauly, the bodyguard, coming to pick them up? If the bodyguard's coming to pick them up and transporting them, they might be.
Was that nigga able to say, I got a touch of the vertigo on the way to court and I won't be here today? And the whole court day was canceled. So where's the kidnapping? Mark? I ain't never met a Mark yet that I trust.
Huh? That sounds like a stretch. Why charge that as a kidnapping? Come to whatever answer you think is the right answer. Capricorn leaves for a year. She makes more money and then she comes back. Next kidnapping. So that's the first kidnapping. So that's their rebuttal to the first instance of kidnap.
Weak.
Allege. Charge. That's not a charge. It's one of those underlyings.
Predicates.
So think of like the government's case as like a bridge. There's different pillars holding.
Now I'm wondering.
There's different components that make.
Now I'm wondering if it was because this defense keeps leaking things. I'm gonna say allegedly. The defense keeps leaking things. Allegedly. Now I'm wondering if it's the defense that put the story out there that all these charges were dropped, because the defense just used the word charge on something that's not a charge. Are we still assuming all lives matter? Not until black people stop dying at the hands of police with impunity. Nope. I can't make those assumptions. I ain't met a Mark yet that I trust. I tell you what, Amanda. Listen, or Charmaine that don't act a fool.
They made it seem like nobody else could have done it, even if Diddy didn't specifically
a Mark by any name.
Like he directed someone to do it. I think, that they were having me think that. All right. So the next one is, the next incidents of alleged kidnapping. So 2 of them were with Capricorn. 1 was with Capricorn 2004, the lie detector. One was in 2011, where
and he has not presented
Capricorn
any
was put in the
evidence
car
yet to back up
and
anything
drove
he's
to
saying.
Kid Cudi's.
Take note.
Next, Diddy and Cassie are having a freak off. It's December 2011. Cassie has 2 hotel rooms. Diddy looks at her non-burner phone and sees a message with Capricorn about Kid Cudi. Maybe called Scott in the text, something about hiking. Why would Diddy have a pew-pew? He goes to get Capricorn. Why? She would do anything with him. Go to the moon. He didn't need a pew-pew. He didn't have one, ladies and gentlemen. There was no pew-pew.
Yet they didn't find all them guns in the hotel room that I have a
Kid
picture
Cudi
of.
said Cassie told... Kid Cudi testified that Cassie told him
Trevor, you cutting up. I love it.
that Diddy already knew. Kid Cudi thought Diddy knew. You following me here? She's lying to everyone. Mark Agnifilo is basically saying.
It wasn't
Nothing to
hiking.
gain by having a pew-pew, and actually everything to lose. He's already Sean Combs. Capricorn would love to have stayed employed.
He's confusing facts here.
Would
What'd
love
you say
have-
y'all
would
call
not
that,
have
Trevor?
Stayed employed if he pulled a pew-pew on her? No way. Didn't happen. No pew-pew. Kid Cudi didn't say
Turd
Capricorn
polishing.
said Diddy had a gun, because there was none. There was no pew-pew. So let's work backward. Kid Cudi didn't tell the police about the pew-pew. It was written up as trespass. That's all. There's no gun. Capricorn's story falls apart. I don't know if it falls apart.
It didn't fall
Even if
apart.
he didn't have a pew-pew. I think Capricorn's story is still very compelling because she was corroborating things that other people had said. And Diddy shows up, he's banging on the door, come out here, come out here, we're about to go get Kid Cudi. Even if he didn't have a pew-pew, I could still see her being afraid for her safety because specifically,
That whole East River
Diddy was
conversation.
banging on her door and showed up out of nowhere. He had never been to her apartment ever before, she testified. So, I mean, I could see, even with no pew-pew, it doesn't even matter. Like the story, basically what I'm trying to say is the story doesn't fall apart just because there's no pew-pew. That's
Right.
my opinion. But if you committed a crime, a really horrible one, and you need a lawyer, I would say you should hit up Mark Agnifilo because he will defend anything.
Nope, I'm good.
He will defend
Shit.
anything and anybody.
You
He
can
is
go
like
pro se and do better.
the used car salesman. Andy calls him Costco lawyer.
No, I honestly, I did some research recently and found out that anytime Kanye West has shown up to support P. Diddy, it's been his downfall. Maybe this is Kanye West's attorney for P. Diddy. Maybe it was a Valentine's Day gift.
If you see fit, it's all you need. Seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark. I asked her.
Turd polishing.
She said, I came up here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid
right.
of mountain lions. No, I'm not saying mountain lions aren't scary.
Oh my God, this man.
But if you were kidnapped with a pew-pew, no, you wouldn't go back anywhere with him. She doesn't want to say, I went there by my own volition. I'm not saying Diddy didn't go there. He probably wanted to fight him. Fine. Mother effer. Diddy is not a coward. He's ready to fight. At the risk of being sexist,
Did he
they are men.
say
They
that?
fight. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 a.m. Hollywood Hills John Wayne fight.
Oh my God, what is he
Porsche?
talking about?
Not his style. It's not Diddy's style. His lawyer is standing up here on the stand, at the, barking at the jury, saying
20
"Austin's not his
years.
style." There's no evidence. Who
20
else would
years.
do it? No evidence.
You ain't never
Burning
lied.
a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him.
Well, he said he was going to burn
That's
up the
what
car
Diddy
while
would
he
do.
was out of the country. And he
crazy.
was when it
I can't believe
happened.
he's saying some of this stuff, y'all.
This shit is crazy. Do not let Mark Agnifilo defend you for shit. Do you guys, by this
What's in
point,
the car?
hold on, I'm going to let it finish.
Molotov boom boom. Why not show you the glove?
Oh God, not the
I am
glove.
suggesting something? Yeah. Am I suggesting something? Yes.
If
Their
the glove don't
investigation
fit,
sucked.
you must acquit.
It's terrible. 2 fingerprints. What happened? Well, I don't know. You're going to determine his fate on arson? On this? On that, I agree. The arson thing, no. I don't think that they... Like, I don't think that they proved enough
turd polish
evidence of this. Like, Diddy did it for sure. He should go to
You
jail.
just changed our lives today, Trevor.
I think that alone isn't enough. I think they do need something else, but I think they got it. I think they have the something else. I think the something else has been had and got, and it's that substance distribution. And that's why they gave people immunity, to get them up there on that stand, to admit to distributing substances, to seeing Diddy distribute substances, Diddy distributing substances to them, Brendan Paul, right? We have many people saying Diddy distributed substances to them. We have many people saying they got substances from a plug and then distributed the substance to someone else. All this other stuff, we'll see. The DNA on the Molotov Boom Boom was consistent with a female contributor. That witness was not helpful.
Thank you, Amanda.
If it had come back consistent with Diddy, oh, they would have bragged about it. But the investigator actually never followed up. He did try to find Cassie. And he said Capricorn's brother obstructed him. They're the ones who fought. Now, I'm not saying Capricorn did it or Cassie did it.
I think Capricorn
We're not here
did
to
it.
solve the world's problems, ladies and gentlemen.
This
Cassie's
idiot.
father didn't call him back.
Oh my God.
The witness was mad. I guess that's Kid Cudi.
Where's his evidence
Draw
that
your
goes
own
along with this
conclusions.
closing?
Yeah, they're trying to say Cassie or Capricorn put the boom boom in there. But even if they
Yes,
did,
you British
I
can
would still need to know
roast.
for sure if Diddy didn't tell him to do it.
You British just roast for fun like black people on the back of a bus. The prosecution is
Here's
going to
an
have to
email.
rebut because this
Why
is
she
an
calling him
immature
Sean
closing.
Puffy Combs? For some later proof, she doesn't mention any car. Forget about that. Let's turn to the London
Forget
Hotel.
about that.
Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs for later proof? Listen, if I was in the situation of Cassie, I
Collecting
would absolutely
proof.
be trying to make proof. I would try and be laying down proof because want to know why?
Blame it on the
It's
weather.
court and they
You
hire
know
some
what?
market-
Somebody told me when I was in London that you guys literally commiserate about the bad weather. You be like, that's like you guys is trauma bond. You be at like a bus stop or in the tube waiting for the tube in the whatever they call it, underground. And you be like, oh, this weather sucks. And it's like how you guys love each other. It's really, really interesting to me.
because it's one.
Is that
of
true,
the-
Trevor?
Now there only needs to be 2, right? But there's right now in this pillar, one of these RICO pillars holding up the whole case. There's 2 RICO pillars.
Automatic pilot.
Let's just,
Yes.
sorry. There's 1 RICO pillar, and inside the RICO pillar, you need a bunch of stuff, but 2 predicate acts.
Mm-hmm. Just
Kidnapping
2.
can be one.
Just
to
2.
prove the racketeering conspiracy. So, kidnap and arson are in there. The arson is the Kid Cudi car, and then the kidnap is 2 with Capricorn, 1 with Cassie. So the 2 with Capricorn he just went through. Now the 1 with Cassie. Yesterday the prosecution said something that I don't remember ever hearing before, but it was that Cassie had gotten out of the car and ran away. I might have heard it. I might have heard that before, but I
feel like I heard something like that, and the security drug her back.
Let's turn to the London Hotel.
That
So
sounds
this
like
is
an R.
the
Kelly
3rd
situation too.
allegation of kidnapping that's underlying the RICO charge. There's other separate charges as well. Forced labor, or is that a RICO predicate? There's other RICO charges. There's other
Bribery.
other standalone charges as well, including trafficking and including transportation for the purposes of prostitution. So like basically
Commercial
S
prostitution.
act. Let's turn to the London Hotel. If you want to go to someone else's house, it's not a kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. I don't know.
I don't understand. I think maybe inner city press
Remember,
had to
Cassie
deal with
also
limited
didn't want the
characters.
tape out. She had a movie coming out. Let's go back to what was said about the hotel staff maybe leaking the footage. They were worried about publicity.
Mark
Not a
Agniflo's getting on my
misdemeanor.
nerves.
Guess what happens? Guess what happened?
He sounds like a
the
teenage
tape
boy.
was sold. Okay, this is a good point. Because yesterday the prosecutors were like, Diddy wasn't worried about publicity. Maybe he was. Maybe he was worried about his reputation, but he was also worried about getting in trouble with the law. He was worried about what was going to happen if the cops saw that tape. But here's Mark Agnifilo saying, no, he was actually worried about publicity, not getting arrested. Because, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, guess what happened? With that tape, that did still survive. It still got sold to CNN. So he must have been worrying about something correctly because the tape did get sold. The police were nowhere near this situation. Is Diddy acting like a fool? Calling Cassie and saying the police are about to arrest him? She's freezing him out, as she should. He's just trying to get her attention. He leaves. He then goes to her apartment. Okay, good. We're going to get Mark Agnifilo now defending the abuse. We got two new updates from New York Times 6 minutes ago, one from Julia Jacobs. Mark Agnifilo moved on to the allegations that Diddy arranged for a Molotov boom boom to be thrown into Kid Cudi's Porsche in 2012 after learning of his relationship with Cassie. The defense lawyer suggested that this approach was not Diddy's style for handling conflict because that was cowardly.
What is Diddy's
Focusing
style?
on the evidence, Agnifilo noted
He
that
said he
a
liked
partial
guns,
DNA
right?
profile found in the bottle was that of consistent with a female. His point was there was no hard evidence drawing a connection between Diddy
That's
and
how
the
y'all
arson.
like to roast.
But yesterday, the prosecution argued that it was absurd to suggest that Diddy wasn't responsible, reminding jurors that Cassie testified he threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car
While
not
he was
long
out of the
before
country.
It was torched.
Sure did.
3 minutes ago, we have another update from New York Times.
That is
Quote, "Here,
circumstantial evidence, but
we have
it's
another
still
one
evidence.
for the ages. Kidnapping. Mark Agnifilo said sarcastically as he transitioned to the alleged incident when Cassie was made to stay at a hotel while she recovered from domestic violence wounds. He argued that Diddy and Cassie shared motivation in this scenario, and the shared motivation was avoiding bad press.
No, that was the motivation for, he's confusing facts. That was the quote unquote motivation for buying the footage of the hotel assault. I swear. Swapping clothes and seats on the back of the bus, for real? Next time I go to London, I'm gonna take the bus. I swear I am, but not in Romford. That's for damn sure. Hell no. I'm gonna make sure I'm in central London, because Lord, there's some shit in Romford. Romford is like parts of Las Vegas.
Okay, sorry, I had to send some messages. Okay. Three, I think, new updates from CNN. One from 16 minutes ago. Defense continues to try to cast doubt on Capricorn Clark's kidnapping allegation. Mark Agnifilo recounted the kidnapping allegation made by Diddy employee Capricorn Clark, who said Diddy came to her house with a pew-pew and brought her to rapper Kid Cudi's house in December 2011. Mark Agnifilo said that Capricorn Clark was probably so honored that Diddy finally came to her house for the first time.
Oh my God. Oh, shit.
This man is crazy, y'all.
Swapping clothes in the back of the bus is wild.
If he asked her to take a trip to the moon, she was gonna go, and he knows that. He doesn't need a pew-pew. He pointed out that Kid Cudi testified that Capricorn didn't mention a pew-pew when she called them that day. Had Capricorn said pew-pew, I think Kid Cudi would have remembered that. You're not gonna forget
Wait,
that.
you had a question?
That's one of those fear words in our
Let me go back,
language. Yeah, that's why
Amanda.
I can't say it on YouTube.
Let me go back. Oh, okay.
Kid Cudi also didn't mention a pew-pew.
You said when you were in school and your class went on a field trip, did y'all yell same seats whenever you reloaded the bus to go? I was in private school. Our field trips were all taken in cars. So It was a private school. It was a small private school between elementary and middle school. And in high school, did we say y'all same seats? I don't remember. I'll be honest with you. I only remember like one field trip the whole time I was in high school, to be honest with you. It was to go see the movie Sense and Sensibility when I was a senior. My childhood wasn't that interesting. I went to private school, so all of our field trips were carpool. And did we? I don't even really remember any field trips now that I think about it. Oh, yes, we did. We went to go milk cows and shit like that. It was all like our parents would volunteer to drive. So it was a small private school. It's not that impressive. I don't remember yelling same seats. That sounds like a fun game to play. Romford is real ghetto. Romford is the real London. Romford is the real fucking London. Romford is the London nobody wants you to know about, because, man.
Way out, said Mark Agnifilo. He's going to fight him, not blow
Not
up a
bougie. I guess.
Talking about Diddy.
I guess I'll
Agnifilo
take
said
it.
that the investigation into the arson was a terrible investigation.
I'll take it.
Asserting that the investigator didn't know what happened to the fingerprints that were recovered. He underscored the investigator's testimony that a partial DNA profile from the scene was consistent with a female. Now, Kid Cudi testified that his Porsche was set on fire with a Molotov boom boom in January 2012. After
That was a
Diddy
good
learned
question, Amanda.
just
Now I got to
a
think
month
about it. I got to
earlier
call my
that
friends
Kid
from
Cudi
school
and
and think
Cassie
about it.
Were dating. The Porsche was damaged beyond repair. Okay, let's go to.
That's because it was okay. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk about Kid Cudi's Porsche, but it looked like it was an old ass, raggedy ass Porsche anyway. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. It looked like he was driving an old ass Porsche anyway. So.
Okay, so let's just catch up on the Washington Post stuff, because it's 11:02 and we haven't even read one single thing from them. So let's do that, and we'll start from the beginning. 1 hour ago, the prosecution needed a strong summation yesterday to pull together a case that at times appeared disjointed and unwieldy. Prosecutor Christy Slavic delivered. She was methodical and clear in her nearly 5-hour presentation, breaking down the charges against Diddy and lining them up with evidence her team presented. She avoided theatrics, making the prosecution's arguments in a neutral, matter-of-fact tone. She made a sprawling, weeks-long case accessible for the jurors, highlighting how little they actually had to agree on to determine that Diddy is guilty of racketeering conspiracy, trafficking, and interstate transportation for prostitution.
Pit bulls hang with pit
Lead
bulls,
defense counsel Mark
baby.
Agnifilo must
Rough as
counter that
fuck.
this morning.
Tell you what, it's a different
Defense
place in the
attorney
daytime than it is at
before
night.
The court had started an hour ago. Just walked in with a large cardboard poster boards under her arm, likely visual aids to show the jury, alongside her team's closing argument.
Romford is
The
crazy.
prosecution relied solely on a slide presentation during its closing yesterday.
What?
Diddy entered wearing a yellow sweater.
That's
Friday is the
crazy,
yellow
Amanda.
day, and a white collared shirt. He's thumbing through a briefcase stuffed with documents and a spiral notebook.
Now I will
He's
say
getting
this,
set.
and I want to hear what she's saying, but it sounds like it's over descriptive. Thank you, ChatGPT. I will say this. We did yell shotgun, and that's how long ago it was when I was in school, because you could sit in the front seat and be like 7, 8, 9 years old. Now you can't sit in the front seat till I think you like 11 or 12. I don't know. You said, Trevor, you said, bet you heard British accent, never heard before. I heard some things happen that I'd never seen before. I saw a woman beg a man for some chicken and then get mad at me because I bought it from him. Bitch, what? She got mad at me because I bought the chicken she was trying to beg for.
A juror is having an issue with their commute, causing a bit of a delay. Wonder if it was D-Rock that caused the issue. Just wondering. Jurors are walking into the courtroom. The attorney, Mark Agnifilo, about to start his closing.
And a nigga begged me for a pence, which is literally like a penny and a half. Nigga, what you gonna do with a pence? do you have a pence? I don't have a very good British accent. Do you have a pence? And I was like, I don't carry cash on me. I swear to God, I have it, but I'm not about to give it to you. I should have given him a Korean penny because I got too many Korean pennies. He probably would have tried to whip my ass.
That's what the evidence shows.
Politer muggers.
This reminds me
Does
of
that mean?
I don't know why this is so.
Now, Trevor, in American English, mug means to like rob somebody. Is that what you mean by muggers, or do you mean like people? Are we talking about the same thing? Are we talking about robbers? Becton. I'm going to write it down because I'll be back in London very soon. Crack is whack. I can't tell. I don't know what the fuck them niggas had. Was it meth?
That's what it is.
Because there was some
That's
tweakers.
what the evidence shows. I'm being like a schizophrenic.
How come he never brought up evidence to show what the evidence shows? He hasn't presented one piece of evidence yet.
According to the racketeering conspiracy count, Mark Agnifilo said prosecutors applied one of the most serious, complicated, comprehensive statutes on the books.
Ask 100 people and get a
Personal use
pound.
drugs and threesomes. The defense strategy appears to be casting all of the sex and drugs that the accusers discussed as nothing more than a voluntary set of experiences.
I still got some
even if it
British
wasn't always
money
something they
too.
were
Let me see how
enjoying.
much I got. I think I got like 55 pounds.
Sean P. Diddy
And
Puff
some
Daddy
change.
Combs, successful black businessman, champion of
disgusting.
DEI. That's what Mark Agnifilo is highlighting.
Shotgun,
at the top
yep.
Of his closing arguments this morning.
Shotgun.
Sean Combs has become something that is very, very hard to be. He is a self-made, successful black entrepreneur. He was pacing back and forth when he said it.
I don't know what
He's
that
built
has to do
wonderful,
with this.
sophisticated, real businesses that have stood the test of time. Mark Agnifilo pointed out all the former employees who testified said that they admired Diddy. Testified they admired Diddy. Being with him from a business standpoint was like drinking from a fire hose.
Okay, but we
They
talking about his
loved
personal
him.
life
They
too.
loved him. Even the ones that are suing him.
Oh. You got the fuck out the
The
hood.
accusers are being portrayed as money seekers.
I like London as a
In
whole,
Mark
though.
Agnifilo's
I do.
closing arguments, the crime scene is your private life, he said.
No, it's
He noted
not.
that the transcripts from the trial showed the word love.
When I was in
uttered
London, it literally
nearly
felt like I was in a Harry
900
Potter
times
movie. Because everything was just like Harry Potter. It was fucking nuts. These little old ladies would pop up out of nowhere when I needed help and be like, do you need help? And I'd be like, yes, ma'am. Well, what you got to do is hurry. Like, it was just like being in a Harry Potter movie. It was magical. They had the old trains and everything. It was crazy. Amanda, apparently you bougie too.
Actually, they do call somebody. They call civil plaintiffs lawyers. Mark Agnifilo reminded jurors that Cassie got $30 million in a settlement with Diddy after suing
It was
him. Well,
$20
it was
million.
20,
Why does he
then she
keep
got
saying
10 from
that?
Intercontinental. The defense has conceded that Diddy physically abused Cassie and others, but argues domestic violence doesn't measure up to the serious charges against Diddy. They say Diddy's accusers saw an opportunity for a payday as misconduct allegations against him started to go public. We're here because of money. I remember him admitting that.
He's here because of money.
Mark Agnifilo pointed jurors to an Instagram post from Cassie last year where she said domestic violence is the issue, and Mark Agnifilo said, believe her when she says to you, domestic violence is the issue. I'm asking you to believe her.
Oh, shit.
Now, this is a pillar of the defense's strategy, that Diddy has taken responsibility for domestic violence, but he's not guilty of anything else. Some of which carry a maximum.
Oh, Burbank
life
in New
sentence.
York. You like New York? I could visit New York for like 24 hours and I got to get the fuck out or I might get into a fight. Burbank is cool. It's pretty. Your heart was left in D.C.
Mark
Oh,
Agnifilo called
too much
Cassie's
homelessness for me.
abusive relationship with
DC
Diddy
is
a
racist
modern-day
as fuck,
love
too.
story. In a bold strategy, Mark Agnifilo called the toxic and abusive relationship between Cassie and Diddy a great modern love story.
That's disgusting.
The defense attorney also told jurors that the couple's text messages, many sexually explicit graphic examples, of which were read during the trial, were some of the most beautiful things he had ever read.
Diddy is paying his lawyers $10 to $15 million right now. This includes retainers for lead attorneys and hourly rates for legal work and other associated costs. Wow. So the retainer, high-profile criminal defense attorneys in complex federal cases like Diddy's often charge retainers of $1 million or more. And the retainer is just like the keeping fee. It's a reserves. Hourly rates are about $1,750 per hour, while support staff like paralegals who need to do a better job might cost $700 to $1,000 per hour. I guarantee you them paralegals ain't seeing that much. And then, experts predict that the total cost of Diddy's defense could reach $15 million, according to Fox News. He's also paying Jane Doe's legal fees. I hope he pay her legal fees when her son's father decides to file for full custody, because he has enough evidence right now I think I said in a video a while back, all you got to do is catch your baby mama twerking on a live, and you had him kids, and you'll have your child support money back. And I think he got her more than twerking. That's crazy that he's paying that much. Burbank is gorgeous. I love Burbank.
Agnifilo is pacing in front of the jury.
Your ex-wife is from New York. Oh Lord,
fidgety.
you got a real
sitting
one.
there doing this. I predicted we'd have a bobblehead moment. He's straying. Okay, wait.
You wrote the
He's
public
pacing
bus.
back and forth in
I
front
wrote
of
public
the
bus
jury
in high
box
school.
as he makes his presentation. And
excited.
he's straying from the microphone as he speaks, making him difficult to hear at times. But at the same
15
time,
million.
Diddy is very fidgety, tapping his foot on the floor under the table, shaking his legs, fidgeting with his hand. He appears to have nervous energy. His face also looks stoic today. He had passed a note to his attorneys. Now, the
More
assistant U.S.
oil.
attorney,
That's
Maureen
what the note
Comey,
said.
is rolling her eyes. She cannot even help herself. She's rolling her eyes
crazy.
now. More than once, and she had a smirk throughout Agnifilo's closing. And I've had this face, and I've done this in court before, whenever that lying liar was lying about me in court, and he owes me money now for slap suits, and who has not successfully won a single thing against me. When that lying liar and her lying
Lookouts. I love
lying
it.
about me in court, I was
We
sitting
would have
there
been
doing
cool
that
as fuck.
too. I was like,
15 million.
smirking. It's hard when somebody's sitting there lying. It's hard not to roll your
I mean,
eyes.
and it's obvious to anybody listening that the defense is they're just going through the motions. I mean, they had to work really hard to come up with this sick ass defense closing, and I don't mean sick in a good way. I don't mean sick like amazing. I mean sick as in the logic. Ugh,
Attention.
disgusting.
At a certain age, you got to pee more, I heard. Okay, we have 3 updates from New York Times.
I'm at that age. When you have children, after
11
you,
minutes
if
ago,
you don't have
challenging
none,
the prosecution's allegation
after you
that
have children, you
Diddy
better pee when you gotta
bribed
pee,
hotel security for the
honey.
footage of him assaulting Cassie. Mark Agnifilo is focused on what is required by the law. The person must have offered a bribe to a witness or an individual about to be called as a witness. But the police were not called to the hotel after the assault, Mark Agnifilo argued, but they were called to Cassie's apartment, and they had that Carrie Morgan detective card. And now I'm starting to realize why the government put in certain pieces of evidence. I mean, of course, they always probably had reasons to put evidence, certain pieces of evidence in, but Mark Agnifilo is getting into the weeds here, right?
Hell yeah.
Under the statute, in order to be considered bribery,
School.
it has to be a person, the person being bribed has to be a witness or an individual that is, quote, about to be called as a witness. Okay. Well, if there's no police investigation, if Cassie is saying
that's so
she doesn't want the police called,
You're
she just wants to
shy.
go home. If nobody wants the police called, then there's no bribery because no one is about to be called as a witness. However, someone did call the police. When Diddy was banging on the door, the police showed up. Cassie didn't talk to him, but now there's evidence. Police were called And this person could have been called as a witness, and he was bribed. I think. I don't know.
And
I
the
mean,
same thing with
the jury is the one that
Mia.
gets to
They
decide.
tried to bribe Mia. I wonder if anybody's going to mention
The person must have offered a bribe to who? To a witness or an individual about to be called as a witness. But the police were not called to the hotel after the assault. Agnifilo argued since that happened and there was no criminal
What is British
investigation
Reserve?
into the beating at the time. He acknowledged the video of the assault was horrible, but he asserted that the payment for the footage was again an effort to avoid bad publicity. Now, what about the allegations that Diddy engaged in witness tampering when he called Jane, his former girlfriend, and asked for her friendship following Cassie's lawsuit? Mark Agnifilo contended that Diddy was afraid of getting sued by Jane. He wasn't acting out of concern about a criminal investigation. He's trying to stave off a lawsuit. Okay, so yeah, he called Jane, but it was because he didn't want Jane to sue him. And nothing to do with a criminal investigation. He's trying to stave off a lawsuit, the lawyer said. 2 minutes ago, we're on a break. And outside the presence of the jury, the lead prosecutor. Ooh, Maureen Comey is mad, y'all. We're on a break. And outside the presence of the jury, Maureen Comey had complaints about what she has called deeply objectionable commentary.
Oh my God.
First, she
Absolutely.
said that the jury should not have been asked to consider the reasons that the government made certain charging decisions against Diddy. I think I'm allowed to be sarcastic, Mark Agnifilo said. Maureen Comey took issue as well with some of Agnifilo's characterizations of the legal specifics of the case. The judge will decide whether the jurors need to be given certain instructions on points to disregard.
Exactly.
What if the judge gives a curative instruction? Okay.
Exactly, because Mark had the nerve to tell them what to disregard. They haven't received any jury instructions from the judge yet.
Defense gets to do their case today. Yesterday's closing was 4 hours 49
They're going to
minutes.
have to rebuttal.
It's almost time for deliberations. Once the defense is through, the U.S. District Court Judge Aaron Subramanian could have up to 2 hours of instructions for jurors before they can start discussing.
It's going to be a long day.
That should set up the panel to begin its deliberations late this afternoon or fresh Monday morning. It's going to be Monday morning. Next week is a short one with the court not in session on July 4th. Closing arguments for the defense started about 2 hours ago. Mark Agnifilo is going to be delivering them. Should last about 3 hours. So his only going to last 3 hours. So he's already been going, an hour and a half? So it was supposed to start at about 9, but it didn't start at 9. So he's already been going like 2. So he's like,
excuse me,
2/3 done-ish.
Supposedly, unless they decide to go longer.
That will be followed. So that'll be 3 hours. And then after that, we have another hour of Maureen Comey coming back and closing up.
She's going to have to. Because this was a childish ass defense closing. I would be punching him upside the head.
And then the judge will read the jury instructions, which also could take up to 2 hours. So it's another at least hour or two of Mark Agnifilo. And then we're going to have an hour of Maureen Comey. And then we're going to have up to 2 hours of the judge. And then we're going to be done.
Damn.
Okay. The U.S. District Court gabbled the court into session today in what figures to be the final pre-deliberation morning of this trial. Diddy entered the courtroom, gave his family a wave, a heart signal, and then a thumbs up. Testing the mic, Agnifilo paced around the lectern and tested the microphone to see how far he could walk from it and still be heard by the court reporter.
Why?
A final push for Combs commences. Agnifilo began to address jurors in a final push to convince them that Diddy is not guilty of running a criminal enterprise aimed at satisfying his sexual desires. Agnifilo said Diddy is being charged for a lifestyle. Yeah, a criminal lifestyle. That's what they said. Yeah. He was living a criminal lifestyle.
A criminal lifestyle.
Agnifilo accused prosecutors of putting his client on trial for his lifestyle and not a real crime. This is a trial of a lifestyle. If you want to call it swingers, that's what it is. And that's what the evidence shows.
No, these aren't swingers.
Have
this
charged
is sex
one
trafficking.
of the most serious, complicated, and comprehensive statutes on the books. The defense lawyer called his client a highly successful businessman Sean Combs has become something that is very, very hard to be. He is a self-made, successful Black entrepreneur.
He's doing the best he can.
Employees still loyal to him, attorney says.
Who?
Agnifilo leaned heavily on the devotion of Diddy employees who, even after testifying to violent or irrational behavior by their boss, said they were still grateful to work for him. The attorney conceded that working for Diddy was like drinking from a fire hose. Did they always like him? No way. But they loved him, even the ones who are suing him.
I don't know about that. Don't we always say we're grateful for the opportunity?
That America is safe from Astroglide. Diddy's bedroom proclivities have been on full display at this trial, the whole trial. But Agnifilo said the government didn't really make its case to show his client is a criminal kingpin. Way to go, fellas. You guys just do you. It took Astroglide and baby oil, and that's the evidence in this case. There's nothing about the business to make it a criminal case.
What? He just ignored. That's why he didn't show any evidence
Diddy
in his
beat
closing.
Cassie. Agnifilo said his side of the table didn't fight the allegations that Diddy battered Cassie. We own the domestic violence. I hope you guys know that. But Agnifilo urged jurors to remember the charges facing Diddy.
That's
he did not
true,
do the things
Amanda.
he is charged with. He might have did them. He didn't kidnap anyone. He
You
didn't
should check
obstruct
out Armand's
justice, and
coverage.
He's going to fight to the death to defend himself against what he didn't do. Diddy and Cassie actually had a great modern love story, Agnifilo said. Despite the stomach-turning violence that marked so much of it, it's complicated, but they are truly in love with each other. And that is what defines their relationship. It is based on love. Cassie eventually left the relationship because she always had the freedom to do so, Mark Agnifilo said. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship. Moments after conceding that his client savagely beat Cassie, Mark Agnifilo called her a gangster. Despite all that Cassie suffered,
despicable.
Agnifilo said she wasn't defenseless. He said, quote, "I'm not going to be judgy, but she played him good. And that's not something just anyone can do." Cassie did have a relationship with Kid Cudi, and she used a, quote, burner phone during her time with Diddy, all showing that Cassie is like a gangster, according to Mark Agnifilo.
How do you get gangster out of burner
1
phone?
hour into the defense's closing, Agnifilo has been speaking for a little more than an hour, and Diddy appears now to be fully engaged. He was sitting up close to the defense table next to Brian Steele and Alexandra Shapiro.
Thank you, Lisa.
His energy and attention looked to be much higher than during yesterday's 5 hours. That Adderall kicked in, y'all. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's a joke. It's comedy.
Excuse me.
His energy and attention looked to be much higher than yesterday during the prosecution's closing arguments.
Thank you guys for hitting the like button. I really do appreciate
Mark
that.
Agnifilo said
Thank
it is
you.
nonsense to accuse Diddy of torching Kid Cudi's Porsche. Diddy denies he tossed a Molotov boom boom into Kid Cudi's Porsche. Well, nobody said the government even said that yesterday. She said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, don't make any mistake here. We don't think, and we're not suggesting, that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs walked up and dropped it down and cut the hole
Crazy.
himself. No. Look at the messages. The man don't even order his own suit.
Right. That's exactly what she said.
Mark
You got to
Agnifilo
leave
insisted that
logic
his
at the
client had a
door.
beef.
This is chess, so we're going to leave logic at the door.
It led
Okay.
to a brawl.
Thank you for letting me
Not
know.
to boom booming. Now let's talk about this nonsense.
Give me
with
straight.
Porsche. There is no evidence that he had anything to do with the Porsche. Nothing.
Except the fact that he
Defense
said he
says
would do
Cassie
it.
wasn't kidnapped. He said she wasn't kidnapped when she was held in the London hotel. Earlier in the trial, Cassie testified about an incident in January 2009 when Diddy beat her after an event in LA and in an SUV and stomped on her face. When they got back to Diddy's home,
I'm
and he saw
saving
her
this
face was
Jaguar
bleeding and
thing for
swollen,
lunch, just so
he had
y'all know.
security take her to the London hotel in LA. She testified that she wanted to stay at Diddy's house to recover, but she wasn't allowed to. Instead, she was taken to a hotel where she stayed for about a week. Diddy's attorneys argued that she went to the hotel for her own good because they didn't want anything to happen in the press. The defense argued that it's not a kidnapping when you want to go to the house of the guy you're charging with kidnapping. It's not true. This is false. This is
False.
What
Objection.
a victim of a kidnap wants is irrelevant. The underlying legal question is the person free to leave? Are their movements restricted? And she said she wasn't allowed to leave the hotel. It wasn't
He probably
just that
kidnapped
she
Justin Bieber
wanted
too.
to go somewhere else. It was that she couldn't leave and go anywhere. And Mark Agnifilo knows this.
Yes, he
That's why I
does.
think it's so slimy what he's doing, and he's probably going to
He's
hell.
literally lying
Okay, 11
in
minutes ago,
court.
the judge called for a break. Mark Agnifilo's closing had gone for 94 minutes when the judge called for the break. The defense had earlier said its closing argument should last about 3 hours.
I
So
think
let's
the
go to
judge-
Inner City Press because I want to get caught up.
I think the judge got tired of listening to this bullshit. Because the judge didn't call for a break during the prosecution. I think it was the prosecution that said, Judge, I think this is a good time to take a break. But I think Judge Submarinian was like, I can't hear any more of this turd polishing.
See? Saying the police are about to arrest him? She's freezing him out, as she should. But he is just trying to get her attention. He leaves. He goes to her apartment. He's banging on the door.
Wow.
Maybe with a hammer. Maybe with a hammer. Maybe with a hammer. He even admitted
he
that.
had a hammer.
Carrie Morgan said that's why the police came. A neighbor called. The Intercontinental has no police. Period. So he cannot be guilty of bribery under California law, as the judge will tell you.
He's not being charged with bribery.
And then
It's
Mia,
an
the witness
underlying
who testified as Mia.
modern slavery.
She said
right.
she was out of Skrilla money. They should have told you that. Diddy was concerned about Cassie suing him. He was not aware of any federal investigation, if there was one. So it can't be obstruction. It can't be obstruction if Diddy didn't know about a federal investigation. He's trying to stave off another freaking civil lawsuit. And when it comes to Jane, he still might.
Don't you always
have
get
a
a
lawsuit.
letter when the FBI or the
judge
feds are
asked for a
investigating you?
Your Honor, this is Maureen Comey. I did not want to object. But Mr. Agnifilo asked the jury to ask why the prosecutors charged as they did. We need a curative instruction after the break. He
Yeah.
told the jury that the Intercontinental Hotel was a misdemeanor. We need a curative instruction to the jury
Absolutely.
on that.
Absolutely. I'm
He
glad
told
she
the
stepped
jury
up
that
and
Diddy
said
is
that.
charged with arson.
That's
That is
not
the
true.
case.
That's why I said that it was the defense that leaked that bullshit that Mark Levy and then another motherfucking Mark had released talking about the charges were dropped. That first came out from TMZ first, and everybody else that said it got it from TMZ first. I'm telling you, Tina didn't talk to her daddy, and Teeny didn't talk to her daddy didn't talk to Mark, and Mark done sullied the waters. I'm telling you, that defense is dirty.
That means they got the only source to say that the arson and kidnapping charges were dropped from Diddy's case. And
There were no
I was standing on
charges.
absolute business. I was ready to die on that hill.
There were no
When I
charges.
came out, it was every YouTuber versus me.
No,
So
honey.
little by little, other YouTubers started coming out and saying, no, the charges weren't dropped. Shout out Attorney
I didn't know
Shout
enough
out
to say
Rabbit.
nothing.
Charges were not dropped. Charges were never dropped.
No.
Never dropped.
I'm telling
And
you,
still
it was
have YouTubers
it was the defense that
poor
leaked
things,
that.
bless their hearts, out here saying charges were dropped. That didn't happen. But why do YouTubers say that, and why do they think
Because
that? Well,
Mark,
could be because of that TMZ exclusive.
Thank you.
And the TMZ exclusive 2 days ago said charges were dropped.
Thank
but
you.
Now you have the prosecutor,
that's
federal
Teeny and her
prosecutor,
daddy.
calling out Mark Agnifilo for making the very same.
It was the defense that leaked that shit. Now I'm telling you, it was the
I mean, I
defense
keep
that
saying
leaked
Mark
that shit.
Agnifilo knows this. He knows better than this, but maybe he just don't. Maybe Mark Agnifilo just doesn't know the
No,
law.
they
and he's
playing
just used to
games.
being able to squawk and grandstand.
They're playing
Look,
games.
one more time. I had to clap for my own self, y'all, because it is hard to stand on business whenever everybody else out here at a certain time
You better be able to
is
stand on
aggressively
business.
calling you dumb, calling you wrong and stupid.
Girl, who said that?
When they are the ones that are wrong. I'll
Girl, who
refrain on
said
calling
that?
somebody stupid. But it is hard.
They
to
are
stand on
both playing
business
dirty.
Whenever I feel like, no, this is not the case. I mean, maybe there's something I'm missing, a private, secret, super secret filing. But from what I'm seeing, no charges were dropped. People out here, my contemporaries, calling me dumb.
I looked and the charges were
But
still the
actually, I was
same.
right.
You were right.
And actually, the prosecution is making the judge give a curative instruction.
I'm
because
telling
Mark
you.
Agnifilo made that.
The defense leaked that shit. Just like the defense leaked Jane Doe's name. Just like the defense leaked Mia's identity. Just like all this other shit that just so happens to come out. The video of Mia singing happy birthday to P. Diddy. All this stuff. I'm telling you. Teeny, wonder why the judge never asked Teeny directly how the conversation about juror number 7 got leaked. Because that was a sealed conversation in the judge's chambers. And Teeny was one of the ones in the room. But when they had that conversation about it the next day, the judge never asked her directly. He asked everybody else, how do you think this information got out? He never asked her directly. I'm telling you, everything that's getting leaked is getting leaked on the defense side. Nothing from the prosecution has been leaked so far. That's a damn Teeny and her daddy.
On that, he told the jury that Diddy is charged with arson. That is not the case.
No.
It's a RICO predicate. We need a curative instruction. Agnifilo said, so the judge is like, Mr. Agnifilo.
How they use the same wrong language as Mark Levin. Is that his name? Harvey. That's that nigga's name. Harvey Levin. Sorry.
Can I ask that or can't? Okay. He said, I was going to get to the RICO. On the rest, I'm allowed to comment. That's fair comment.
No,
The judge said,
honey.
you said, why charge a kidnapping? You can ask that? I think he might have meant you can't ask that. I don't know. I know that.
So
is just like,
there was a conversation, a sealed conversation in the robing room, which is also known as the judge's chambers, where the prosecution and the defense had a conversation with the judge because juror number 7, he's not the one that was released. Juror number 6 was released. Juror number 7 told the court that he got a random text message one day that asked him, was he juror number 6? And he didn't know who it was or where it came from. So he told the court privately, and they had a sealed conversation about whether or not they should release juror number 7. We didn't know that. We thought they were having a conversation about something completely different. One day they started court like 2 hours late. We thought they were having a conversation about how to keep Jane Doe's identity more private. Come to find out, it got leaked that the conversation was about juror number 7, it saying that he had this text message. How did that happen to get leaked? And then the next day, the only person that wasn't questioned about it directly in the courtroom was Teeny Garagos. What's that bitch's name? Garagos. And another thing that happened was during Mia's testifying time, while she was being cross-examined by the defense, because mind you, they didn't have no witnesses. The night before she was cross-examined, this video just suddenly leaks to YouTube of her singing happy birthday to P. Diddy. So now we all know who she was. Now we all know who she is. And then the next day, during the cross-examination, the defense asked her about that video. Really? It had already been submitted to evidence. But then it just so happened one of their first questions is about this happy birthday video. Why did you say happy birthday to him if you couldn't stand him? Or whatever. I'm telling you, that damn defense ain't shit.
flood BJ's pockets and show her how much we appreciate her. Yes, please.
I'm telling
I could
you.
use some pocket flood. Thank you for that $19.99. Thank you so much, RENC, for the 3,200. What is that, yen? Thank you for your hard work. I've been listening while working. I don't know what to listen to after this. You're the best. Oh, shout out to you.
It is dangerous because it's literally against the law. I didn't mean to click over. I clicked the wrong damn button. Hold on. Because I do want to hear what she's saying right now if it's relevant to the case. Because some of these articles are sharing more information than Inner City Press is able to share in his short tweets.
And it does kind of beg the question, right? Like, I'm asking you to believe her.
This is some dirty shit. I'm telling
Well,
you.
that means she's done said a lot of other stuff that they're gonna have to believe. I kind of see. I agree. I think
I'm not ready for y'all to watch that
Think
Jaguar
about
Wright
499.
video yet. I'm gonna hold that
Thanks
for
so
a
much to
second.
Brat for the $4.99 super chat. Since the kids have been brought up, let the jury know his twins are the age of Cassie when she met their dad.
Oh shit. And that's why they're hanging out with Drake now.
That would be a good one.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
Thank you for that $4.99 as well.
I was trying to hit the mute button and I accidentally hit the forward button because I have the screen minimized for the YouTube video. But what I was gonna say was the judge had put an order, a specific gag order on that conversation. Not only was it sealed because it happened inside the robing room, but he put a specific gag order on that conversation, and he was pissed when he came in court the next day. All you heard was, "Here come the judge, here come the judge." Like, he was pissed. He seemed like a very mild-mannered person, but this next day, according to what everybody said, Armand, Tisa, everybody who was in there said that nigga was mad. Okay? And he reminded them that it is literally against the law for them to speak about these things. And since then, it ain't nothing been leaked. But when Harvey Levin, because Harvey Levin's stories come out at about 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time ish, or about 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so he writing at 3 a.m. Him and his people are writing stories at 3 a.m. When Tisa Tales released that story about the charges being dropped, it was about 6 a.m. in New York. I know because I watched, when I look at the, when you open a video, you can see how long ago it was posted, right? And it wasn't live. This was a pre-recorded video that she posted. It was 7 p.m. here in Korea. It was 6 a.m. in New York when she posted it. Harvey Levin's stories always come out at about 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, because he's a New Yorker at heart. And he know people get up in the morning to go catch the train and read the stories. Well, because I've been keeping track of the TMZ website. I purposely don't bring you their shit because it's very one-sided. It sounds like they're being paid to be Diddy's PR people, but they were the first ones to put out the story, and the only major news source that put out, well, we gotta call them news, but TMZ to me is a blog, but they were the first reputable quote unquote news source, quote unquote, that put out the story that the charges were dropped, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And if you know, like you know, Mark Garagos and Harvey Levin have a podcast together called Two Angry Men, where they've been openly talking about this case. And Mark Garagos is the father of Teeny Garagos, which is one of P. Diddy's lawyers. Okay. By Judge Submarinian. Judge Aaron Submarinian. He said, shut the fuck up. I said, shut the fuck up. Okay.
All 6 of his adult children are in attendance. His 3 sons and 3 daughters are seated in the second row behind him. Also, there are his mother and his sister. Fahim Muhammad came to court.
Wow. That's crazy.
Breaking news: Fahim Muhammad is in court, probably because he knows.
What's up, Visions?
His own case. If I had to guess, they named his name.
Yeah, you're right, Visions.
The Enterprise. The
Visions, hit the live button. Somebody tell Visions hit the live button. She might like being back there.
He is sitting with
Fox News of YouTube.
Diddy's family, and I'm wondering if Kanye is going to show up today. The judge is back on the bench. Okay, the judge is back on the bench.
Fahim Muhammad showed up.
Okay, I think we... Anne Brannigan from Washington Post is going to do a live stream today, a live chat. Please join Anne for a live chat today. Oh, we missed it. It happened at 11.
Yep.
Okay, Diddy's threats to release Cassie's S tapes were empty. His lawyer said, I think he was angry. I think he said it I think he was angry, and I think he said it, but he didn't do it. He would never do that. Oh man, Mark Agnifilo is admitting some stuff here. Like he's saying he thinks Diddy did say, I'm gonna release the tapes. Mark said, yeah, he said it, but he didn't mean it. I don't think he meant it. I don't think he meant it. He wouldn't do that.
Oh my God.
But tapes did get out somehow.
But 2 witnesses have said
The lead
that.
defense attorney cited a message from
Not
Cassie
Friday
that
Shade.
memorialized his threats to expose the footage.
Yes.
Comments. She also testified
Yes.
at trial. Diddy is perched on his seat, attentively watching.
There was
the
a
lead attorney
conversation.
lie with-
I want to say it was Comey, the same one who just brought this other bullshit before the judge, said, can we talk about the fact, she, to the judge in open court, said, can we talk about the fact that Tina Garago's father is on a live podcast with Harvey Levin at TMZ, and they're openly talking about this case? Can we set some standards in place, some boundaries in place? Because it doesn't make sense to me that the father of the defense attorney is having conversations with a news source. Something about that ain't right. There you go, Visions. If you can hear me now, then you good. Give me a 1 in the chat if you're able to hear me, okay? I know you don't mind watching from the back, but you're always good in the front, so.
Right? I mean, it looks just like her. If it's not, I think that is her.
More inbred to the redneck
That's
convention.
his mom. But
What's up?
justice for
What's
Kim
up,
Porter,
Visions?
you know.
1111111. I can dig it.
Back in his seat, legs
to see you.
crossed, nodding at times. I knew it. I knew he was going to be bobbleheading all over this court.
Visions. I got some good old Jaguar Wright look back coming up for you in a little bit. I know you want to talk about it.
Yep, I knew it. One of his sons came in, Justin Combs, wearing a shirt that said "Free Sean Combs," but a court officer quickly tapped him on the shoulder. These kinds of visible messages are not allowed.
Heck no, because I've been put out of court for that shit before.
Not visible when he returned. He wouldn't turn that shirt inside out. The jury seemed amused at times during the first act of the animated closing argument.
Not the first
One juror
act.
chuckled when the defense lawyer marveled sarcastically about how much baby oil and lubricant was found by federal agents in the home. Otherwise, the jurors appeared to be listening intently, their heads moving to follow his back and forth pacing. So he showed up with this, not allowed to wear that. He thought he was being slick.
Because it's
He thought he was
white.
being slick because he thought he was going to wear that under there and then wear this little see-through shirt on top. And he was going to be able to get away with it, and maybe he was going to send a little subliminal message to the jury, like,
Shit.
Mark Agnifilo is going to point over here.
Look, we wore them. They got so strict on us that we had a guy who was a transgender female. They wouldn't let us wear shirts that said "Stop killing black people." I told y'all we started wearing shirts that said "Save the whales," which meant stop killing black people. So they let us in with the Save the Whale shirt, but then there was one guy who they really didn't like who was coming in with us. One of my comrades who was a transgender female, and you weren't allowed to come in with a hat if you were a man, but if you were a woman, you could come in with your hair wrapped up, right? So he came in with his hair wrapped up. They didn't like that. So we all started coming in with our head wrapped up. When I tell you, these courts do everything they do to keep people under control.
Gremlin as their daddy. They probably get it natural. I got sympathy.
Oh, you have? Good,
as somebody in the
good.
Dead Parent Club, okay?
Sure.
It's a sad thing. It's a sad thing to lose your parent when they're young, when you're young. And it's sad. But this is obviously a political stunt, in my opinion. He ain't worn this Kim Porter shit not one damn time. Not one time have I seen him outside the color black and white.
I told
In
y'all.
the past, any of these pictures.
I told y'all to be
And on
wearing
the
that
very
black and
last
white.
day, he's wearing this, and he's wearing this. Come on.
They pulling at
Shut
straws.
up.
Either satanic or you're not. I ain't got no problem with Satanists. Listen, the devil is my nigga. Welcome to the breakdown. What's up, Swade Smith? All the Satanists, listen.
Judge
If
is
you
gonna give a curative
understand,
instruction,
I'm
which
just
is
gonna
serious.
give it a
The
moment.
judge is going to correct
Hold
some
on.
of the stuff that Mark Agnifilo said.
If you understand Satanism, then you understand who God is. I'm just gonna say that. Welcome or goodbye. I don't know, but I'm gonna be honest
Now, the
with you.
defense are proposed curative instructions.
What?
Y'all, look what the judge said.
Very good.
Mr. Agnifilo, those 3 comments were grossly improper. Just to be blunt about it. The jury is not to speculate about the charge.
Right.
Let me retweet this.
Save the children is all we should be focused on. Well, you can't come in here and tell us what we should focus on. Welcome to the breakdown, honey.
Judge.
You can't come in here and tell us what we need to focus on. You should sit down and chill for a little bit before you tell us what we should focus on. Welcome to the breakdown, honey.
Agnifilo.
Not the Illuminati in the court, baby. I'm telling you, they've been wearing that black and white. They know what they're doing. That's very powerful. They know exactly what they're doing. I'm so glad the judge said that. Because how do you tell somebody in a closing argument what to disregard? You overstepping your bounds.
Will issue.
Thank you, Danny.
Curative instructions to the jury. Wow.
Oh my God, he shouldn't even have to do this during a closing argument, because the instruction was don't interrupt, don't object during closing arguments. And she was like, I don't want to object, but come on, sir.
To get a hold of that transcript. The judge says, I'm going to tell the jury.
Strong and wrong, baby. Sit back and relax. It's a whole bunch of different kind of feelings here. We've already established them.
He's had it with these people. He's sick of them. He said, all right, I'll tell them it would be improper for you to
That's that white woman shit.
You were to disregard.
I don't even know Sway, but I'm going to tell you, white women like to go in and tell people what to think and what to say. Not here, honey.
We didn't object yesterday, Your Honor.
Not here, babe.
This is Shapiro. Well, since you called out Mr. Agnifilo, the judge didn't even let her shrill ass finish. He said, I didn't call out anything, baby girl.
Okay.
There was an objection. You could have objected yesterday. We would have dealt with it at that time.
Absolutely.
Called out. Since you called out Mark Agnifilo, he said I didn't call shit out.
No, he just made a curative instruction.
It was grossly improper stuff.
It was.
Diddy's lawyer.
It was grossly improper. Trevor, you so messy.
Diddy's lawyer said, well, yesterday, the prosecution told the jury.
Ain't nothing wrong with a Freemason, Sway. Hang around. Just chill for a second. Relax.
That was outrageous. No one.
Everybody has a right to their opinions, their beliefs, and their belief systems. Just relax, honey.
You made no record of that yesterday.
Man. In this house. Okay.
Here, I'm not giving no multiple instructions. Just one.
Just one.
Snooze, you lose, bitch.
She should have said something yesterday if she saw something wrong with their testimony. With their closing arguments. First of all, how come ain't no evidence in this closing argument? He has not brought up one piece of evidence. He's referred to it, but he's not once said, going back to Exhibit 1792, or look at the screen, or listen to the headphones.
You to do it at the end. You don't have to do it now.
What's their objection? It'd be needed now.
Like, Your Honor, you don't need to give a curative instruction about what Mark Agnifilo said during his closing.
Why not?
His closing argument right now? You can give that at the end.
How you gonna tell the judge?
And the U.S. attorney said no, it's needed right now.
Right now, because he's saying dumb shit.
Alexandra Shapiro said, if you tell the jury this new curative instruction now based on Mark Agnifilo's grossly improper statements, then it's going to suggest that Mr. Agnifilo did something improper. But the judge, I will remind y'all,
said it was improper.
Did say the 3 comments. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's 3 comments that he made were grossly improper. The judge specifically said the comments were improper. So then this freaking moron is like, well, if you tell the jury that he did something improper, it's going to suggest he did something improper.
Piss off early tomorrow, Saturday.
Said he did do something improper. Three somethings.
You done, huh, babe? I feel you.
Maureen Comey said, no, Your Honor, we need this instruction to happen now.
Wait, what time is it there?
Bring in the jury. I'll decide what I'm going to do.
10 a.m.? Is that what time it is where you are, Trevor?
To Mark Agnifilo, who takes
no.
note.
Well, let me do my math. 12 minus 8 is 4. 4 p.m. Is that what it
Judge
is?
ain't playing with these people. He said, hello, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Before the break, it was suggested that you should consider why this was charged. That is not proper.
No, Sway,
I will be
Diddy is
instructing
not
you on the
Satan,
law.
honey. He's not.
Mr. Agnifilo?
He's not.
Something
If he
talked
knew
with
Satan, he wouldn't be in
judge
court
who
fighting.
said that the
I
conduct
promise
was
you.
grossly
Satan is my
improper. Read
nigga,
on it.
and I'm not
Now,
in
he only
court.
gave a curative instruction
Let's
on the
argue.
one thing, right? There was other things.
Shit.
But
You ain't never seen the devil have to go to
the
court.
thing where Mark Agnifilo was like, ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why was this charged?
Okay, mustard
Why?
is messy.
Because it looks unsettling. That's why. Why was this charged? You're allowed to ask that. And the
No.
judge is like, no, you are.
No, you're not.
not allowed to ask. What are you talking about? No, you're not. And so he's telling the jury.
That's the same shit they were trying to do during the
before
jury
the break,
instructions,
it
the
was
verdict instructions.
suggested You should consider why this was charged. That is not.
Oh, 5
proper.
p.m.
I will be instructing you on the law.
Got you.
okay?
4:50
Agnifilo?
p.m. I got you. How's the weather
So he comes back up
on the
a little
Canary
better.
Islands?
Now we'll talk about Mia. She loved working for Diddy. This was not forced labor.
Well, it was when he didn't pay her $400,000 that he owed her.
Remember the birthday video we showed?
I told you that birthday video
She
was going to come up.
bubbly, poppin'. That's the real her.
Mm-hmm.
You're free to conclude that she put on an act here. If Mr. Combs felt it was improper, he would not threaten to tell Cassie.
Why doesn't he bring up that video?
If Diddy thought he had R'd this girl, he would not threaten to tell Cassie.
He had convinced
Yes, he
this
would.
girl. Yeah, he convinced her that
Yes,
he
he
was
would.
going to tell her best friend that
But
she was fucking
this
her
guy
man.
is saying, Mark Agnifilo is saying that Diddy and Mia did hook up and it was consensual.
It wasn't though.
So he's not even denying that it didn't happen. It's just
Right.
not that it was, it was consensual. So
She's
that's it.
saying it wasn't
'Cause we didn't hear
consensual.
from
Oh,
Diddy in the
Poets
trial,
Day.
straight from him.
Hold on, I gotta look
I mean, we
that
heard from
up.
his voice notes. We heard from his text
That
messages.
sounds like a
that
good
said-
drinking holiday.
But we did not hear from Diddy himself
let me
in the
see.
trial as to the Mia allegations. She said that she was assaulted by him multiple times. And who knows what he would say about it. But Mark Agnifilo is saying it did happen. It was consensual.
Poets Day.
When Mia says it was not consensual, she is not telling the truth. There was no unwanted sexual
This is
conduct.
her. She ain't got a
Mia's
right to say
feelings
whether or
were
not
not
it's consensual or
platonic.
not.
Mr. Steele questioned her about these wonderful pictures and slogans. Effusive,
Poets Day.
not just a job.
Wait, hold on.
With the jury, so we're getting some more.
I'm getting these
reporting
different
about
dates,
the
Trevor.
Improper conduct stuff. With the
26
jury out
degrees
of the
Celsius,
room,
that is
the
warm.
judge said that the defense went a bridge too far. By
That's why y'all's
suggesting
waters be
that
tripping.
Jurors should consider the government's reasoning for certain charging decisions, following a complaint.
What is that?
from
Wait,
the
what is Poets
prosecution.
Day for it? I feel like
After
you
the jurors
set me
filed
up.
back in, the judge said they should not consider such matters during their deliberations. And he said, I will be instructing you on the law of this case.
Thank you, Amanda. Every Friday. Wait a minute. Poets Day.
Okay, 3 minutes ago, when they return, judge
Push
told
off
jurors
early
they should
tomorrow,
not
Saturday. I knew you
consider
was setting me up.
prosecutors' charging decisions.
I love
Before
it.
the break, the assistant U.S. attorney asked the judge to give a curative instruction to the jury regarding 3 issues
Oh, I
in
love
Mark
it.
Agnifilo's closing argument. She said Agnifilo improperly asked
Poets
the jury
Day.
to consider why the prosecutors charged a particular
I'm gonna start
racketeering
saying
predicate,
that shit.
and stated the intercontinental video shows a misdemeanor
Oh,
assault.
do I look like I
She
give a
also
fuck?
said he improperly suggested that Diddy
I'ma
was
guess
charged
that
with
one.
crimes like arson and kidnapping when they're actually just predicates of the racketeering count.
I'm gonna tell you how I know that one, because we got another member of the Breakdown crew named Eyes with the same last name. And she's American, but she lives in Australia. And she said her last name is the same thing. And I was like, that looks like, do I look like I give a fuck? And she was like, that's exactly what it means. I have a good friend here in Korea from the UK named Maria. And I'm going to ask her about this Poets Day thing. She'll get a kick out of that.
Disregard those comments.
Every
The
Friday.
judge also told the jury
Push off
he
early
would be the
tomorrow,
one
Saturday.
instructing them on the law in this case.
Thank you for that.
The defense resumes their closing argument. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo has resumed his closing argument following a break and following the judge's instruction to the jury that it should disregard a suggestion in the defense's closing that it should consider prosecutors' charging decisions.
Y'all must have ran Swade Smith off. Why y'all do that? Why y'all do that? We got some bad customer service skills over here. I don't give a fuck. Listen, this is my hobby. I'm here to tell the truth, not to gather people. I don't collect people like that. That is not what I do. When your work on me is complete, I am now anointed. Push off early. Tomorrow's Saturday, baby. I love it.
Defense claims it has the right to be sarcastic. Lead prosecutor Mark complained to the judge about, from the government's point of view, improper arguments made by the defense. The defense at points made sarcastic comments about the charges against Diddy. Respectfully, Agnifilo said, I think I'm allowed to be sarcastic. Again, NBC, kind of sus, not really like saying the full like story, like what's the issue, why people are having problems, any of that. It's just like, oh, they're mad. No, not just from the government's point of view, improper arguments. Actually, from the judge's point of view, he ruled 3 of them to be grossly improper.
I felt the same way.
NBC not as reliable.
How you tell somebody to disregard charges?
See, okay, before jurors re-entered the courtroom,
that's crazy.
The judge told Mark, and he issued a warning. He gave Mark Agnifilo a warning. He told him not to openly speculate about why the government chose to pursue the charges it did against Diddy. Mr. Agnifilo, for you,
listen,
please don't do that again.
I'm not here to collect people. Our vibe attracts our tribe. If you don't like it,
but also from the judge's point of view.
I'm not gonna act like I don't like the devil. Y'all know that's my nigga. We talk all the time. We had lunch like a week and a half ago. I think I talked to the devil yesterday too. If I remember correctly, we talk so often. Shit, that's my dude. That's why I'm not sitting up in court fighting no charges. Shoot, one day I'll tell you about the night the devil introduced himself to me.
Mia says it was not consensual. She is not telling the truth. There was no unwanted sexual conduct. Mia's feelings were not platonic. Mr. Steele questioned her about these wonderful pictures and slogans. This is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. But consider the scrapbook she made. I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. I hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings. How great you've become.
She was doing her job.
Loved him. You can't fake that. That's real. Don't lose sight of that.
That is a good point, Visions.
It's not just business. He gives people a home. Look at this picture.
Not a home.
Think of the word that comes to mind. Joy. There's KK, D-Rock, Fahim, fellow of the staff.
Obedience. That's the word that comes to mind. AKA obedience. Co-conspirators, right? Co-conspirators. That's the other word that comes to mind. Oh, shit. You said, I know he don't wear Prada, or does his... The devil doesn't wear Prada, honey. He doesn't have to. He's the devil. He doesn't have to. He is the brand name. Speaking of which, Anna Wintour stepped down from Vogue Was it Vogue magazine? I heard about it today while I was somewhere doing something.
Actress who was a longtime partner of
Diddy.
That's
a big
she
fucking
died in
deal.
2018 from lobar pneumonia.
Nah,
she was also mother to Quincy Brown and twin daughters Jessie and Delilah.
Let me look at that.
Throughout the trial, the mothers of Diddy's other kids have made appearances in court, including Sarah Chapman, who's Chance's mom, Misa Hilton, who's Justin's mom, and Dana Tran, who is Love's mom. Their presence may be an effort to convey a positive image of Diddy's relationships with his former partners. And this one was wearing a free Sean Combs shirt.
Her
The
Wikipedia
jury
was
is
just
back
up.
in the courtroom.
Yeah, she
Judge gave
stepped
what's
down
known
from
as
Vogue.
a curative instruction to the jury before
gonna
Mark
change
Agnifilo resumed his
everything.
closing argument, telling them to disregard the defense's lawyers earlier.
I wonder if Diddy was supplying drugs to the Met Gala.
The U.S. Attorney's Office at the break objected to Agnifilo's remarks as out of bounds. The judge agreed and warned Agnifilo not to make further comments along those lines. The jury cannot consider the flagged comments during deliberations.
They're not gonna say why?
Mark Agnifilo backed up. Sorry. New York Times, Julia Jacobs just now. Mark Agnifilo picked back up by talking about the accusations of a former assistant to Diddy who testified as Mia. She testified that Diddy forced himself on her sexually multiple times. But Mark Agnifilo said, quote, there was not any unwanted sexual contact between Diddy and Mia, Agnifilo said, pointing back to effusive and loving Instagram posts about Diddy as well as a handwritten letter she had written after she says she was allegedly sexually assaulted. Diddy's defense pokes at witness testimony about kidnapping and arson. Yeah, because I'm starting to feel like I know who planted the story.
Okay.
In Act 1 of Mark Agnifilo's closing argument and Diddy's defense was delivered. If Act 1 of Diddy's defense's closing arguments was delivered
TDJ,
in partly
of course.
comedic tones.
Now, One Stop did sell birth control, so he probably did supply to TDJ.
Attention to items like baby oil and lubricant. But his second act.
No, it says she stepped down, but she's not retiring.
Witnesses called by the government. He focused on dismantling the account of Capricorn Clark, a former assistant to Diddy, who the government said was kidnapped twice, and on the allegation of an arson attack against a romantic rival.
Ooh.
Their emphasis appeared to represent an overall strategy by the defense of attacking allegations made by the government that it thinks are particularly weak. Capricorn testified that in 2004, she was subjected to 5 straight days of lie detector tests over stolen jewelry or missing jewelry that Diddy had borrowed from Jacob the jeweler. She was administered the lie detector test. Mark Agnifilo broadly mocked this episode. Each day, Capricorn Clark testified that she was driven home to Queens before returning to another day of lie detector tests. A door-to-door kidnapping? It's just not a kidnapping. Mark Agnifilo questioned the logic of the government's argument, asking,
Sitting here doing research, right? Asking why Anna Wintour stepped down from Vogue magazine, right? Why does this Reddit pop up of Will Ferrell and Anna Gasteyer performing Not Like Us during the SNL 50 episode? And it's the part of the song that's like, pop, pop, wop, 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 wop. I'ma fuck 'em up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor. Why was this included in my research results for why Anna Wintour stepped down? Anna, Visions by Anna. What do you know about Anna Wintour stepping down? How ironic. Wow, that's crazy. Go ahead, BJ. Wow, the internet is a crazy place.
here's KK, D-Rock, Fahim, and Fahim is in the courtroom we were learning.
Yes,
earlier.
ma'am.
He created a remarkable.
I'm gonna have to bring you up on one of these shows.
He moved people in their hearts and souls. When Mia is told she was being fired, that she was gonna leave this special place, she said, "My life is over." OMG, WTF, Mia. That's not funny. Agnifilo says, racketeering co-conspirator. KK writes, Mia, answer your phone or I'm going to call your parents.
He called her a co-conspirator.
That
Oh
last
my
thing she wanted to do
God.
was leave. And it's forced labor?
He called her a
Okay,
co-conspirator?
anyway. Okay, let's turn to substance distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction. Yes, they did. Brendan Paul said these were personal use substances. He said he forgot to take the substances out of his bag. He said, I got the best lawyer in the world and my charges were dismissed.
Not
That's
this
what he
quantity.
said. Diddy was not selling substances. You don't have to sell them.
You
That
don't.
was another thing that they already took the wind out of their
Yep.
sails.
You don't have
The
to sell
prosecution
them.
already said it doesn't matter how much the amount was, and it doesn't matter if he sold it for money or if he just distributed it. If he handed it to someone else, that's distribution. Cassie said he was a substance addict.
I have a question.
How is he supposed to get them? He wrote his own Xanax? Substances? Yeah.
Does this look like personal use? There are 22 bags here. 22 bags. Look how big. These aren't tiny little bags. These are big old gigantic bags. This is at least would be, if this was weed, it would be like 1.5 ounces of weed. But obviously that's not weed. This was just what was in the New York apartment or the New York hotel that never made it to the news. By wind of our brilliance, we found this picture. Because we had to do some work to find this picture. Does this look like personal use to you? Now the man, no, let's say that right. I hear you, Daddy. The nigga took himself to New York to turn himself in. And this is what they found in his hotel room. Now they won't tell you. That's why they keep saying the quantity doesn't matter. Heck yeah, I can't wait to hear your voice, Trevor. And I'm definitely gonna have to bring you up on the panel once so you can explain some of what you know is going on. But listen, does this look like personal use? Okay, let's go back to half of the list that Armand revealed to us. Me. Blue, pink, and yellow pills. A black straw with white residue that tested positive for cocaine. A balled up $100 pill that had white powder on it that tested positive for cocaine. 9 pink MDMA, which is ecstasy / Molly. 5 whole and 5 partial Xanax. 6 whole, 6 white partial Xanax, and 10 whole Xanax. An eyedropper with liquid cocaine / ketamine, which meant both were mixed together. 3 orange Tesla MDMA. Does that sound like personal use to you? No, that's not his daily intake. Absolutely not. He's already overdosed once in July in Jamaica, like 2017 or something like that. This was distribution quantity. And the very fact that we had to go dig up this picture, and you're not seeing, thank you, Lisa, you're not seeing this picture anywhere in mainstream news or anywhere. I literally had to ask my future self what had to happen for me to find that picture that I know I saw. I had to go to a video on a channel that posted this picture during the very first week of the trial. As a, hey guys, this is what's happening this week, week 1. This video was 3 weeks old, 4 weeks old when I found it. And I even asked ChatGPT. We looked at news stories. Not one news story, not a ChatGPT, not a prosecutor's closing statement or even opening statement mentions all these drugs. We counted these bags together. There are 22. This is definitely not personal use. This man came to New York to turn himself in. No, he came to New York to drop off the drugs so they could send him over to Wheezy's house. Okay? In my opinion, based on my own belief from growing up in the hood, okay? There's no way this many drugs are in one person's possession. If I had this many drugs, it wouldn't be personal use. If I was found with this many drugs, I would be definitely getting pulled up on distribution charges. Okay? I just want to say it because it needs to be said. And there's a reason why the prosecution won't tell you about this, because they done already DHL'd it over to Wheezy's house because he the new plug, based on what I think.
Didn't Mia go to work for Madonna? That's
Ketamine, yeah.
Personal assistants. I don't expect we're going to see Beyonce in CVS.
A party pack, baby. 22.
It's not what the company is doing. This is not a racketeering act.
Oh my God.
Now I'm going to RICO.
This dude. Yes, there was ketamine.
No evidence of possession with intent to distribute substances. Yeah, but he's not charged with intent to distribute. He's charged with
distribution.
Distribution. And
right.
We talked about
There's
this
a
yesterday.
difference.
And I said it's smart they didn't charge him with intent to distribute because then they would need a larger quantity of substances to prove it. But he's not charged or even accused of intent to distribute.
You know, Visions.
He's accused of the completed.
That's why we don't go to Tijuana, honey.
Which I think they.
That's why we don't hang out in Rancho Cucamonga, baby. You stay in Riverside, honey. Stay your ass in Riverside.
So then Agnifilo brings up one single instance.
What they changed Riverside's name to? I forget.
Where
Marina
James was in
not Marina Del Rey.
Okay.
Hold on.
He
Mira
asked for some
Loma.
cocaine from somebody, and the person said anything to do with Sean Combs, and he said no. He kept it from him. Why would he hide it? So the guy did testify there was a time that he got substances for somebody else, and he kept Diddy out of it. And this was in San Tropez, but that's one time. That's literally one time.
Diddy would have whooped his ass if he found that out.
Like, what about every single other time? He's gonna have to go through a long list. New update from New York Times. Did Diddy possess substances? Absolutely, as the lawyer said. He obviously has a drug problem. But Mark Agnifilo fervently pushed back on allegations that Diddy ran a racketeering conspiracy responsible for possession of drugs with intent to distribute. Possession with the intent to distribute is not what he's
Trevor,
charged
you know you're
with.
not going to see those, right? Because they were burnt up. They were destroyed.
This is personal use drugs, Agnifilo said, suggesting that serious federal charges were exaggerated.
He could suggest it, but he can't say it. That's for damn sure. He should know that by now. They'll be going to lunch in a minute. North Orange County. Oh my gosh. It's getting rough in Orange County now too. Shit, between the wildfires and the porn industry. Oh, you in North Orange County though. Yeah. A lot of churches are money laundering. I know my daddy's wasn't. He wouldn't even take a salary. He wanted to make sure there were absolutely no questions. My mama had to make him take a salary. But I do know there were plenty of churches that were started by pimps and drug dealers in my hometown. Okay. I know that for a fact. My daddy had plenty of friends who were former pimps and drug dealers and all of a sudden became pastors. Okay. And still dressed like it. still dress like it to this day. They never shook that shit up off of them. Girl, North Orange County.
Okay.
That used to be a beautiful, like, exclusive area.
It's people in creative fields. They're allowed to be
Now it's just
criminals, dog.
Lancaster.
It's not a crime if you're in a creative field. Got it.
Oh, because there's no HR in Hollywood, remember?
What people in creative fields do. This is not racketeering. I'm going to talk about Cassie.
Oh, God.
Can you traffic your girlfriend? Maybe.
Yeah.
Push him into prostitution.
It's called a boyfriend
But he's
pimp.
not making money from it. Again, it doesn't matter.
You're
The
so
government
fun.
did such a good job
I
of
love you,
taking the
Visions.
complete and total kneecaps out of all of his arguments.
They did.
Because he's saying he didn't get paid. He didn't
That's
get paid.
why I call it the government's closing arguments, the mom spaghetti arguments. Like, you know that in 8 Mile, he was like, my mom's spaghetti. And he basically said everything about himself that anybody would say. That's exactly what the government did. They laid out their argument very well and told the jury what to expect for the government, for the defense to say. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Cassie? She doesn't. People are in love.
Hide,
People are having
baby.
relations.
Enjoy.
Let's say your partner
You deserve
wants to do
it.
something and you don't.
You
Bring
are
it
one
up.
of the rich white people.
Cassie wanted this.
It's okay.
Including
It's
to be
okay.
close. Cassie wanted to be dragged down the hallway.
Yeah, she did.
Wanted to be threatened.
That's
to
what we
have her
all
S
want.
tapes released.
Yep.
She wanted that, everybody.
That's what we all want.
She enjoyed it.
She
This
loved
is
it.
Normal. Typical.
Yeah, they were a
Normal
great
relationship
match.
for creative people.
Yep, that's how they get down.
Normal.
Ketamine and kickboxing, I
Normal.
guess.
She wanted it.
It's the parts we all envy about their relationship.
Got a new update from New York Times.
HR, human remains. I can dig
A
it.
lot of dirty talk.
I
in
can
this
dig
case, Mark Agnifilo said to the jury as he turned his attention to the S trafficking charges against Diddy. You guys remember this?
Dirty
I know
talk.
You do. Instead of going through all the text messages again,
it. Of course.
Mark said he would just tell the story.
Of course.
Of
He ain't gonna
Diddy
show
and
no
Cassie's
evidence.
relationship. This is his personal life. They are swingers. But S trafficking? I suppose you can S traffic your girlfriend if you sell her.
I mean, when
into
Jane said, I
prostitution.
don't want to do a freak
But
off a hotel
Diddy
night,
was not making money from these arrangements.
it doesn't, you don't have to be
That's
making
not
money.
required.
That's not even that's not even part of it. Trafficking means moving. It ain't got nothing to do with making money. That's a whole different thing. He's this defense. It's really an insult to the intelligence of the jury. He's doing the opposite of what the
Just waiting for
prosecution
updates
did.
now.
When the prosecution said, hey, I'm going to break down this crime so you guys understand what's happening, he's saying, I'm going to change the whole definition of it. 8 men and 4 women. Yep. He might as well be talking about fishing and lifting weights or some dumb
Vince
shit.
argues substance allegations are a distraction.
So I find it kind of ironic because, like, I don't have air conditioning in my apartment, but the floors are cooled if I want them to be. And I'm like, well, why didn't you guys just install an air conditioner? If I can put the floors down to 5 degrees Celsius, shouldn't I be able to make the room like 15 degrees or 14 degrees? I'm just talking. I'm just thinking out loud. It's weird to me. What a misuse of energy. Because my floor is really cool and I love it. But my head is hot. Shout out to everybody here. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. Thank you for joining us on Patreon. Thanks for joining me in the comments. We're not going to take a lunch break because I got some shit to show.
Okay. He said, it's like my wife is from Los Angeles. I hated LA. Now I love Los Angeles. Sorry, that's just how it happens.
What the
Cassie.
fuck?
She's a beautiful, sexy person. This man needs to go to jail.
Did he
Put him in
just
jail.
do that?
She was with Michael B. Jordan, like the most handsome man in the world.
I wouldn't
She's
say
not
that.
messing around. Cassie is not. I want
How many are alpha males?
commentary from his own lawyer.
I don't
Cassie
know.
is not clutching her pearls. This is how I am intimate with the man I love. You could come to love that. You want to be close. Yesterday, they said that. Yesterday, they said some freak offs she might have wanted. Oh, they said Khan, Daniel Phillips, and Intercontinental. Yeah. those
Okay,
are
but
the
all you have to
freak
find is
offs,
one that she didn't want. Now we're talking about sex trafficking.
against Cassie.
All you have to find is one she didn't want, and now you're talking about sex trafficking. That's crazy.
Defense
Man.
argues that the substance allegations are a distraction. And this is funny to me because the government said that
I know,
Diddy's
right?
lawyers saying that it was for
Sit on the
personal
floor.
use was a distraction. Diddy possessed substances, but only for personal use.
I got
and
my
not for
feet on the floor.
distribution. Yeah, but he did distribute them. That's the thing that's got me so freaking aggravated is that it's two separate crimes. There's distribution, you did it, and then there's you gonna do it. But you have not done it yet. But there's certain like
Intent.
clues and hints that
Quantity.
might indicate that you gonna do it. Like maybe you got all the little substances in little prepackaged baggies, pre-weighed out.
She must not have
Maybe
seen the
you got
picture
people's
yet.
names written on those baggies. Maybe you have a backpack with a bunch of different of those baggies and you're driving somewhere on your bike or your car. Okay. And you have a lot. It's more than you could possibly use for personal use.
Exactly.
during the day or a sit down. Those clues taken together could be used against you to charge you with the intent to distribute those substances, even though you didn't do it yet. Actually is like its own actual crime. Maybe you're going to make money off of it. Maybe you're just the foot soldier runner. That's not part of the crime. That's not an element.
Nah,
Were
Diddy
you
was
going
the
to make
plug.
money off of it is not part of the crime. But there's a whole separate other different crime where you already did the distribution. You already dropped the backpack off. You already maybe picked it up from one stop down in the lobby and brought it up to Cassie. That's obviously illegal. It's obviously illegal. You're participating in the distribution.
Yep.
So I'm not pearl clutching. Y'all can do what you want, but it's the criminal code. It's the federal
Right.
criminal code.
Right.
It's like he's out here arguing about jaywalking whenever what they're talking about is distribution.
That's why you
not
called
as
it
much
turd
as
polishing.
it has to do with it. Completely irrelevant.
You got it, Visions.
Diddy is
Thanks for
not
popping in.
charged.
Enjoy the
It
bushes,
is
baby.
not
I love you.
And an underlying prerequisite of the RICO or the predicate of the RICO is not possession of substances with the intent to distribute them. The feds already knew.
I'm going to put this up every time Mark Agnifilo starts speaking.
Of that. What they instead did was say he distributed and through the RICO, his employees, his foot soldiers. And y'all, this is why the RICO Act was actually first conceptualized, because of drug dealer kingpins. They weren't out there on the street peddling on the freaking corner. They were the ones going to the other countries, checking out the supply, getting them brought over here on military planes so they could say, I didn't distribute nothing.
What in politicians
That was
at?
other people. That's why RICO was established. So the fact that Diddy was, in fact, distributing substances through enterprise members kind of makes it a classical RICO case, in my opinion. These are all allegations. I wasn't there.
I mean, I would say so, Trevor. In my uneducated opinion, I'm not a lawyer.
Cassie
I haven't
considered
I haven't been
a drug
educated in
addict
law.
with the preference for this, EX, Zan, Agnifilo said.
One instance is,
Distribution as part
you
of a
know,
racketeering conspiracy, and there's no evidence of that. There is evidence of it. And I'm sick of him lying in my face.
God damn,
Like,
he
I
ain't
don't like
pulled
it.
up no
I'm
evidence
sick of
yet.
it. Oh, sorry. I just don't like the lying.
What about Jane
No
Doe?
evidence of distribution? Are you on glue? About Maybe he
I mean, I just want to remind us. I don't know if you can hear her. If you can hear her while I'm showing you this, please give me a 1 in the chat. Let me know. If you can no longer hear her while I'm showing you this, please give me a 2 in the chat. That's crazy.
style. She writes, I'm not going to do too many of these. My mother would. But then she writes, my blank is so hot. They are going through this together. I'm going to play.
She's just trying to keep his attention.
Now we're going to get a free call.
Because she knows she's talking to a damn child, a little fuck boy.
2 updates from.
That's just like, I'm gonna give you an example. I have a professional superior who likes to ignore my text messages or my professional questions sometimes in message form. So I'll literally start a conversation with my superior about something completely unrelated that I know that superior will reply to, and then I'll be like, by the way, that's exactly what she was doing. Oh, I think he already might have given up the supply chain. It's Wheezy. They decide. They're the feds. They decide the supply chain.
Let's go New York Times.
Okay, thank you.
Diddy's SEX
thank you,
life.
Trevor.
Mark Agnifilo tried to get the jurors to relate to the idea of making compromises for their romantic partner. Your likes and their dislikes become one. Oh, your likes.
Thank you
and
for
their
that number
likes
too. I
become
appreciate
one.
that.
No, I think the man might be telling on himself because this is not. No, this is not normal. And
how would he feel if his daughter was involved in this kind of relationship?
To say such preposterous things.
It's ridiculous.
This is normal. Your likes
perverted.
And their likes become one? You mean
coercion
5 men in the room over the course of 5 days?
Is this coercion?
You better no.
You having bumps in your coochie and your mouth and on your booty hole?
Likes. If Mark Agnifilo's letting y'all know.
That's why she's saying so bad.
Wants him to have a train run on him by 5 men in the dark of a hotel room over 5 days, then that's okay with him because it's his likes now too.
It's his likes. Yep.
He said that's actually what love is when you let 5 men run the train on you for your husband.
God,
that's love.
This
No
man.
wonder Diddy changed his name.
This man.
That's what's going on with Cassie. He described Cassie as having sexual confidence. It makes me want to throw up.
This is disgusting.
It is nasty.
She said she felt bad about herself. She felt disgusted about herself. She just had
sexual confidence. This was an effort to undercut.
She thought about committing suicide behind these things.
Her pearls, he said.
And I have a feeling they ain't told us everything.
I became a lawyer, Mark Agnifilo said before reading an especially graphic set of sexual text messages.
Oh, he did bring some evidence.
Diddy before the assault at the Intercontinental Hotel.
That's what I said. Where them politicians at? Yup. Yup. Because they said the ketamine is coming from Mexico. How I get to New York?
He says in this Intercontinental video. Okay, so they're not playing a freak off video. It's the Intercontinental video. In this Intercontinental video, it's more likely than not, it's Diddy's phone. Here she is. What? Why is it more likely than not Diddy's phone? Does that mean?
That doesn't even make sense.
When was that established?
It was Cassie's phone.
Here she is. I'm not going to show you him throwing her down. You've seen that. I'm not hiding it from you.
No, show it.
But now, there's a phone.
My mother was so happy I became a lawyer so you could pay her bills. That's it.
My mother was so happy I became a lawyer, he said. Okay, we got a new update from CNN.
That's all.
Defense argues Diddy and his associates were not involved in dealing substances. Mark Agnifilo said there's no evidence to support the government allegation.
Not dealing, distributing. There's a difference.
To distribute or possess with the intent to distribute. They did conspire to distribute. That happened. according to the evidence that we've seen at trial.
He made them take ketamine.
He said the jury has heard no allegations that Diddy is selling substances.
Who said selling?
I can hear the prosecutor in my mind. Doesn't matter.
Nope.
He doesn't have to be selling them. That's why
she's gonna have to object. She's gonna have to rebuttal.
It's just called distribution.
She's gonna have to rebuttal.
You don't have to make money. You don't have to spend money. You don't have to be the person that originated. If you are taking it from point A and bringing it to point B, baby, you just distributed.
That's a documentary title. Sex workers with side gigs, honey.
Personal use drugs.
I'm delivering DoorDash and Dick this weekend.
Yeah, well, drugs are illegal, Mark. You forgot?
Mark forgot a lot of shit is illegal.
That assistants picked up substances for him, but the purpose of the businesses and the enterprise has nothing to do with getting him drugs. These are things that
so then why were his employees picking up drugs for him?
There's no and the freak off dudes. No indication that he's selling it to Cassie or Jane.
He's trying to confuse the matter.
Moving or distributing the drugs. It doesn't matter. When he put that pill in her mouth, it was distribution.
Sex workers with side gigs.
I could not do this job. It is so sick.
It's disgusting. I got to stand on the truth, honey.
Like him. He says that the S trafficking charge is just the lowest hanging fruit. He argued the claims made by prosecution don't constitute S trafficking.
Now, I'm going to tell you what he's doing. He's taking Diddy's direction. All Diddy did all day yesterday was take notes, take notes, take notes, take notes, take notes, take notes. Mustard is so fucking messy. He is so messy. All he did was take notes. And then the defense was allowed to have the courtroom until 5:30 p.m. yesterday or day before yesterday so that they could go over things with Diddy. And he's recently asked the jail to allow him to have visitors until 9 p.m. so he could meet with his attorneys, and phone time until like 9 p.m. so he could meet with his attorneys. This is all Diddy's direction. I guarantee you. I ain't even gonna put this on Mark.
Most handsome men. In the defense's ongoing effort to paint Cassie as a tough woman who couldn't have been a victim of Diddy, Mark Agnifilo said that she had all the confidence to date
the off menu, the secret menu,
Michael B. Jordan. When she wasn't with Diddy, she was with Michael B. Jordan, the most handsome man in the world. She was not going to slow down, said Agnifilo.
That's because they all got herpes.
She is at a high level.
Allegedly.
She has sexual confidence. Good for her. She's not clutching her pearls. This was her lifestyle. She loved getting beat and chased down the hall. She loved getting threatened
and peed in the mouth.
Tapes released. That was, she loved it.
She loved putting another nigga's cum on her man. Forget what she said. Forget her testimony, okay? She loved it. This man is a college rapist, allegedly. I could see this. But I think he's taking Diddy's direction. I think Diddy wrote the script for this one.
Defense is working to establish a different narrative of Diddy's 2016 hotel assault on Cassie. The prosecution argued that Diddy beat her up because she left a freak off and said he was dragging her back to the room. But Mark Agnifilo argued that the assault was not related to SEX, but a phone showing a snippet of the hotel surveillance video in which Diddy snatches a phone from Cassie. You're going to have to show a lot more than that because he also...
Now, this is the same surveillance video the defense tried to say was doctored. Their words, not mine. So now they want to use that same video to get their client off. No pun intended. No pun intended.
And now here is Diddy, a well-known man, sitting in his towel and socks. Looks like Cassie is saying you're being a fool. Go back to the room. Look at it. Looks to me like he says, go back to the effing room. There's nothing scary in the room then.
Just a big man named Jules with a gigantic dick. That's all.
He says, there's nothing scary in the room. Then, and then it cuts out.
Airmaid scarves and houses in Virginia. That's an interesting combination right there. Everything's orange. It's all orange. What made you say that, Trevor? I got to make that connection.
8 minutes ago, Washington Post. Diddy had a substance problem.
Airmaid scarves and houses in Virginia.
his lawyer says. He obviously had a substance problem, no question, Mark Agnifilo said of Diddy during the closing arguments.
Yeah, he had an OD
Now, the
in
jury could find
2017.
Diddy guilty of racketeering conspiracy, one of the most serious charges in the case, based on alleged drug distribution within his inner circle. His frequent freak-off parties were largely fueled by substances, but Agnifilo argued that the substances obtained and shuttled around by members of Diddy's staff were only for personal use. There was no agreement among Diddy and his staff
Trying to get their client
distribute
off.
substances, Agnifilo tries to contend. But he did not deny that the substances were always around, including Xan, cocaine, EX.
Yep.
Cassie, the main accuser in the case, called
Methamphetamine.
Diddy an addict and testified that she was sometimes worried
Crystal
about
meth.
his
I'm sorry. I don't think
substance
that's the same thing.
use. If jurors accept the
I don't
idea
know.
that Diddy had no intent to distribute drugs, they could still find him guilty for other things. They got these people all confused. The Washington Post is even confused. He's not charged with intent to distribute.
Nope.
Freak-offs were just part of a swinger's lifestyle, not S trafficking, Mark says.
Herpes and
Defense attorney
HIV,
Mark
baby.
Agnifilo says that Diddy's S life with Cassie was just not S trafficking. It's his girlfriend. I suppose you could S traffic your girlfriend if you sell her
Mustard
into
said, show you
prostitution.
right.
But he said there was no suggestion that Diddy made any money off of the freak-offs.
Who cares?
They are swingers. They are avowedly swingers. This is their lifestyle. The evidence is overwhelming that Cassie wanted to participate in all of the freak-offs.
Every last
Gave the
one.
jurors a hypothetical situation in which one partner liked a particular S act and the second partner didn't, but knew the act made the first partner happy. Do you still not want to do it? He asked. Where does
Jaguar
that
Wright could not get
land
her.
on the,
Listen.
I want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Jaguar Wright could not convince Gerald to fuck her in the ass. That's all she wanted. If she had made him do that, it would have been a crime. Mark Agnifilo.
Make you do it? That might be coercion. It's very simple. But Agnifilo, I believe, is telling on himself and unfortunately dragging his poor wife, Karen Agnifilo, right into it.
He reading Diddy's script. That's all he's doing. He's representing
Agnifilo
his
reiterated that
client.
His lifestyle choice was Cassie's choice also. She's ready to go, and God bless her. She is. She's beautiful, sexy woman.
It's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Freak.
That is
That's what she deserves to be
disgusting.
if that's what she wants to be. And that's what she wants to be. The defense attorney also knocked the government's assertion made in the prosecutor's closing argument that not all the freak-offs were consensual. Okay, maybe they're not. How is he supposed to know? Agnifilo said. He read a few
Okay, she
actual
told him she didn't
explicit
want to do
messages
it.
Cassie sent Diddy referencing freak-offs. There was nothing that would say to him that this was against her will.
I don't want to do it.
So
How about
again,
that?
His mens rea. That's a big part of
He's
the
not focusing on Jane Doe, though. Notice
Diddy
he
has
not
to
mentioning
know
Jane Doe.
that the other people didn't want to do it. And, you know, there's all these text messages saying they did want to do it. So that's why the prosecution is going to come back and show the text messages that say they don't want to do it. And
I gotta
voice
get my
notes,
other
et cetera,
coffee.
et
I'll be
cetera.
right back. I need it because I'm yawning. Give me a second, y'all.
Quote, she's a beautiful, sexy woman. Mark Agnifilo portrays Cassie as a swinger. He's moved on to one of the government's 2 S trafficking charges. The one based on freak-offs in which his client watched Cassie have relations with other men, allegedly without her consent. The evidence, I think, is overwhelming that Cassie wanted to do this. She and Diddy were validly swingers. The defense attorney appeared to draw comparisons with his own relationship, alluding to how he hates to go to the beach, but his wife is from Los Angeles. And it seemed Agnifilo was teeing up the example as a way to say some people do unpleasant things for a loved one. But he didn't
That's
quite
disgusting.
finish the thought. Then, not for the first time today, Agnifilo
Where you hear that at,
started
Trevor?
drooling
I believe it.
over how attractive Cassie is. God bless her.
believe it.
She's a beautiful, sexy
That's
woman. She
disgusting.
has sexual confidence. Good for her.
Oh
This
my
sicko.
God. I wonder if he has
Put
daughters.
him in jail with Diddy. Because if he thinks this stuff is normal and okay,
No,
be
he's
out here on the
representing
loose.
his client. That's what
there's
he's
nothing
doing.
scary in the room. 5 days later, he texts, "I'm so sorry."
Sorry
She
for
replies,
what?
"LOL, I was just listening to sorry." They're obviously getting over it. Cassie should just have gotten over it, everybody.
Ooh.
She's over it, so no crime was committed.
Ooh, wow.
Cassie writes to Diddy, "How do I know if the substances are going to be bad? Or you'll drink too much." This, ladies and gentlemen, is about the hotel. Yeah, because Diddy was already using that as an excuse. "Oh, I had some bad Molly."
Yep.
"I had bad Molly. Oops."
So I dragged you by your hair.
But yesterday, the prosecutor said, well, that Molly wasn't too bad to keep him from acting totally normal when the security guard came up there.
Yep. He
It
switched
wasn't
that
too
charm
bad
on
for
real
that,
quick.
But it was too bad to keep his hands off a woman. All right. Got it. Makes sense.
Otto said Diddy handled business during the freak offs. He would be on the phone doing business during the freak offs. So he couldn't have been that bad off. He couldn't have been that hyphy.
Thanks so much, Shadow Woman, for the 1999 super sticker. Thank you, Laura, for the $4.99. Hey, cuz, just crossed the old bridge, going to Lafayette to pick up boudin balls. Oh my God, yes, please. Where are you going? Andre's crackling stand or what? Thank you so much for that $4.99. Shout out to the old bridge. Girl, when I just saw that old bridge, they painted it silver. I was like, in the Twilight Zone. It used to be like a rusted red bridge, and now they done painted it or did something to it. Thank you, Faye B. Simon, for the $5 super chat. I'm convinced they drew straws to see who does the closing, and
Right.
Niffalo drew the short straw.
Right.
Because how is your defense? She wanted it.
Right.
Listen, it's got to be demons.
I'm
I don't
telling
think there's
you,
any other
he's
explanation.
representing
Thank you
his
for that $5
client.
Super chat.
I'm going to take the professional
thank
route.
you, Michelle, for the $50 super chat. Whoa, y'all are, whoa. Shay, thank you for the $19.99. Shay Fabs, thank you, Water Siren, for the $49.99. Was there a call to action? Wow,
That's so
thank
generous.
You. These are some generous
Mm-hmm.
in a row super chats. Thank you so much, Miss MI8N, for the $9.99 super chat. Enjoying your coverage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Work on your business for the $59.99 Oilo. You go, BJ. I
Oilo.
love how you challenge the nonsense and call it out. Greetings.
I'm telling
from
you.
Germany. Love, Mona. Shout out to Germany.
That's
Hello,
crazy.
B. Gates. Thank you for the $59.99 Oilo. Oilo. Thank you to Kirsty.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate
Perez
that.
for the $10 super chat. Defense attorney making light of this may have worked in the 90s when
I
women
appreciate
were
you.
mocked.
Thank you.
We ain't laughing anymore. They're lucky women. They're lucky
Oh my
women
God.
want equality, justice, and not revenge. We love you, BJ. Thank you so much for that $10 super
I don't do
chat.
revenge. I do prosperity.
Thank you so much, Heal with Nana Black TV, for the $49.99 super chat. While he's wearing his shirt with Kim Porter's pic on it, let the Lord work. And she see Diddy pay for some of what? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Heal with Nana Black TV said, while he's in there wearing that shirt with Kim Porter on it, let the Lord work. And she can see Diddy pay for some of what he did to her. Thank you so much for that $49.99. Shout out to Dazzler for the 10 gifted memberships. If you got one of those, you better say thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $2 super chat. He sent payment details. What the hell is this clown saying? I'm wondering. Thank you for the £2. Thank you, Kim, for the £5 super chat. Theory. His defense knows he's guilty. All that money and not one valid defense. Surely
Nope.
they can't be that bad at their job. Double
They're-
agents.
double agents. That's
hope
what I
so.
said.
Thanks for that £5
They working for the
super
feds.
chat. Thanks so
Oh,
much,
that
Sandy, for the
espresso is
$9.99
kicking
super chat. Maybe
in.
with a hammer. Agnifilo thinks this is normal behavior in a relationship. I doubt he uses a hammer to get his wife's attention. This
He's
is
representing his
embarrassing.
client.
Agreed. He's like taking away like the, and I'm telling y'all, we got to bring real men back. I know a lot of them never went anywhere. But like, it's like a really low down thing for Mark Agnifilo to be acting like this is acceptable behavior.
But he's
and for Mark
representing his
Agnifilo to be acting
client.
like this
That's
is
what he's
normal
supposed to do.
behavior, because it's neither. And then him comparing going to the beach with his wife. something any normal non-demon possessed person would just like be like, okay, yeah, I mean, my wife is from LA. She wants to go to the beach. I don't really like staying in beaches, but I'll go. Fine. He's comparing that to having a train ran on a woman.
It's not the same.
By 4 men over 4 days.
But Diddy would see that as the same thing. He's representing his client.
That she didn't want. That she said she didn't want. Something wrong with it.
Shout out to my peach tea and espresso bringing me back.
Shauna for the $10 super chat. I just love watching your coverage of this trial.
Thank you guys for hitting the like button. I really appreciate that.
Staying on business. I'm just saying, y'all, everybody stand up. Get the lymph flowing. You know, thank for the $10. Thanks so much to Lab 1572 for the $10 super chat. Thank you for all your time and dedication to this trial. It's been my favorite channel to watch, and you have made it fun to watch. Thank you so much.
They're probably going to go to lunch in about 15 minutes.
Workout Queen for the $1.99 super chat. Will others on defense be a part of the closing? No. Just Mark.
Well, they knew not to put Brian Steele up with his dumb shit.
$5 super chat. Can he really say that's how she felt? Can anyone determine feeling, especially when on paper? I think he could say that if there's any evidence to suggest that that's how she felt, and that's why he's saying, you know, here's a text. That's how she really felt. But I don't really know. Thank you for the $5 super chat, BB, the goddess. Shout out to Colette in the chat. Thank you so much to Colette for the $5 super chat. The business enabled this man for years. Maybe that industry doesn't deserve our money and attention anymore. I'm saying.
I mean, how do you not give show business your money and attention? It's entertainment.
Jose Carrillo.
You gonna live under a rock?
Shout out to you. Thank you, Morgan, for the £5 super chat. Agnifilo is like a wet wipe. He actually has no points in this whole statement so far. Embarrassing for the defense.
But they have to do a closing argument.
For that super chat. Thank you, Laura, for the $4.99 super chat. They used to paint the old bridges orange to match the color of Baut from the old Kaiser plant. They were painting them orange. Huh. What is this? Back suit? What? I don't know what that whole Kaiser plant. What is back suit? Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. And there's all those plants all over right there. Thank you, Taylor, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for making this trial a wild ride to be a part of. I'm going to miss logging in every day. And I will be on next week, at least the first 3 days, going over some other things. I'll go over the Fat Joe lawsuit one day, maybe Rock Nation's motion to dismiss the DeMore Hadley lawsuit, just to kind of be on jury watch and be live. But yeah, after next week, I don't know if I'll be live like that every day until the next trial or whatever. Not every day, like I have been, because I got to do other stuff, y'all. Okay. How do I know if the substances you take are going to be bad, or if you'll drink too much? Mark Agnivolo said, this is about the hotel. Cassie told you sometimes she would hit him first. They're in this together, okay? She says there was an R. That did not happen. It is not charged. Why? She was asked and said, again, it is not charged. He's not supposed to be saying stuff like this. Why didn't this get charged? Why didn't they charge this? Why did they charge this? He's already been admonished and called grossly inappropriate over it. He said it did not happen. It wasn't charged. She was asked and said, he R'd me. But there wasn't a lot of lead up. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe she's a liar. Cassie wrote to Diddy. Cassie is with her current husband. Something happened. She wrote, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime. Boogie Bat phone is her husband. Boogie Bat? Diddy wrote, you act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Cassie said, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night and I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out. Oh, so he's saying basically her husband found out. Her now husband who she was just dating at the time, ended up finding out that she hooked up with Diddy. That's Agnifalo's theory of the case, that it was not an R, it was consensual, and she just had to cover up, he R'd me because, she's with her husband, now she's with this guy, she's married to him. So she had to, back at that time, she had to lie. So Cassie is a lying, sexy woman who just wanted to be dragged down the hall. I mean, this...
She liked it rough.
I don't believe.
She liked it rough.
But I'm not in there. The jury could be eating this up. They could be eating it up. They could be like, yes, innocent. Mark Agnifalo
when they
is
get them
focusing on the
instructions.
micro details of the much-seen hotel tape that played at the trial before turning to the text messages between Cassie and Diddy in the aftermath of that beating. The defense has maintained throughout the trial that Diddy had taken a bad batch of substances, a detail that was arguably alluded to in their messages. He stays in a towel in a public hallway too long, Agnifalo said, implying that Diddy wasn't in his right mind. Way too long. New update from CNN. Defense attorney dissects parts of the video showing the 2016 assault. Mark Agnifalo went back to the 2016 March incident. Surveillance video shows Diddy assault Cassie. Messages leading up to the incident showed that Diddy and Cassie were workshopping a freak-off together. Agnifalo showed the jury parts of the surveillance footage, but not the parts where Diddy's being violent with Cassie, acknowledging those parts were terrible. Agnifalo used
But she wanted it
to
though.
argue that Diddy was coming after Cassie to get a cell phone. He also said that Cassie later went back to the room with Diddy and the security officer because the room was not a scary place. Or maybe it was because there was a security guard there. Stupid ass. He is playing a whole ass clown out here. Amber Ferguson. I don't know if we've seen
Before
anything
that,
from
you
her.
got to
The
get
whole
to know his
trial.
mom and
Washington
dad.
Post said 4 overflow rooms were
Dapper
open
Dan said they
to
nasty
accommodate
too.
everyone wanting to see the closing arguments. At least 80 people filled one of them, a mix of journalists, content creators, and spectators, nearly all of them with a notebook and pen. Inside the room, 2 large TVs stream the trial and mirror evidence being shown in court. We could see a blown up image when Diddy's lawyer presented a scrapbook made for the defendant by Mia. The scrapbook contained magazine clippings from the 90s and a handwritten letter she wrote for his 45th birthday. The volume is a bit low, to say the least. Tech staff have come in multiple times trying to boost the audio. New update from the New York Times. Parsing the 2018 dinner between Diddy and Cassie that she testified ended with him R-wording her. Mark Agnifalo is attempting to undermine Cassie's timeline. Reading text messages between the two from around that time, Mark Agnifalo argued that the relations were consensual and that Cassie changed her story when her now husband found out the former couple had been intimate. On the stand, Cassie had said there were 2 separate incidents with Diddy after their breakup. At R, and later an instance of consensual relations. He said, there is no evidence of R. She had consensual relations with him afterward. I have to defend this. It is in the case, but it is not charged. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did Diddy put you through? And she spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. It's beautiful. She said he felt pain. and most painful to me was carrying around his shame. Jane says almost the same thing. I felt my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. I wanted to go along. If I can be my partner's escape and let him beat me up and R-word me against my will. They were asking for it, Mark Agnifilo argues. They enjoyed it. They wanted it, even. It was their desire, he's arguing. New update from NBC. Infamous hotel beatdown was actually an argument over a phone. The defense tried to minimize the infamous 2016 Los Angeles hotel beating of Cassie, implying it was an argument over Diddy's cell phone. Mark Agnifilo showed how at one point of footage, Cassie was carrying 2 bags in her left hand and something in her right hand, while Diddy was pursuing empty-handed. Moments later in the footage, Diddy has a phone in his right hand. Agnifilo's implication was that Diddy had confronted Cassie to get his phone back from her. And I'm sure he was calling the phone his phone because it was the bad boy phone. Mark Agnifilo suggests something was, quote, off with the substances Diddy took before the hotel incident. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo pointed to messages between Cassie and Diddy the days following his attack on her at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. One of the messages mentioned the substances that Diddy took that day, which Mark Agnifilo said were different. The substances were off. They were bad. He suggested that could explain Diddy's behavior in the surveillance video. You're walking around in the middle of the day in a hotel in a towel and socks, so what gives? Control, Mark. Try to keep up, buddy. Try to keep up. He was desperate to get her to come back into that room, is what it was. I was thinking this. This person said somehow Diddy has done to Agnifilo what he has done to everyone else in this case. Agnifilo sounds like he's in love with Diddy.
That's interesting, Trevor. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Okay, I'm calling it now. He's not going to be done in 3 hours. He's not going to be done by lunch.
He ain't telling nobody to go to lunch
have
either.
To finish his closing after lunch. That's I'm calling it now. Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in the hotel rooms. I don't want to see young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. That's not S trafficking. If you get deep into this deep self, this is not S trafficking. It's people in love being real.
I agree. Absolutely. It's going to make or break careers in legacy and online media. Because this legacy media keeps leaving out certain names like Robin Greenhill. Interesting enough.
Just updating. Okay. We got another update from Washington Post just now. Anne Brannigan. I guess she's done with her little chat she was having. The jury again saw video footage from the Intercontinental Hotel in March 2016 when Diddy attacked Cassie in the hallway during a freak-off night. Mark Agnifilo didn't contest that the freak-off happened, but tried to point out details to show Cassie wasn't afraid of Diddy. He zoomed in on Cassie's face and wasn't afraid of Diddy? What about her getting the hell beat out of her?
Over and over and over again. She had gashes on her eyes.
The plot, y'all. Look, she wasn't scared.
He know what he doing.
Who gives a shit if someone's getting beat, whether they're scared or not?
He know what he doing. He representing his
What are you
client.
talking about? He zoomed in on Cassie's face, who she was on drugs too. Appears she's telling Diddy to go back to the room. He pointed out a smile on the security guard's face. That guard did not yet know a violent encounter had just taken place, according to his own testimony. Agnifilo noted that Cassie briefly went back to the room with the guard. The point is, the room is not a scary place. The hallway was pretty freaking scary though, wasn't it? I don't think this argument is helping him. I'm biased.
Everybody's watching.
I'm biased. I'm not in there in the room. I can't hear everything he's saying. All that. But I think he's doing a bad job. But I think it's because of the...
Diddy is directing this shit. He doing what he getting paid to do.
He has another hour.
15 million.
Okay. Your Honor, when were the judges like, I was going to go to 1 o'clock, which is like basically now. Agnifilo said, okay, I was about to turn to Jane, so we can break. The judge said, okay, let's break until 1:45. Jury leaves. Agnifilo says, I think I have an hour left. Miss Comey?
God damn.
So I'll charge at 4 or even 5. I'm definitely taking my break today.
Diddy is definitely coaching.
Be here a
He
while.
taking notes. Shit.
All right. I got y'all going over to Rabbit. Let me get to these.
All right, so she's gonna take a break, and then she will have another
Deb
live.
for becoming a member.
Hold on, let me pull her down.
Good point, Deb. What about the $20,000?
Oh wait,
Probably say he
let's
returned
keep her
it.
up. Because what we're gonna do now, if
thanks
you
so much,
guys
Mimi,
need, hold on. Let's do this. Let's take a quick 5 minutes to breathe. While we are working, I'm actually pulling up the Fat Joe lawsuit too to get prepared for that, because they have a pre-trial conference on August 1st. And that's when they're going to know more about whether or not the judge says, I think you should settle this, or I think it's going to go to trial. So I just want to get ready for that a little bit in the background. That's what I'm doing over here on the side on my iPad. But I did want to take a quick break just to give us a chance to breathe, because we got to talk about Jaguar Wright too. We got to talk about Jaguar Wright too. And I kind of feel like since we're going to have a little extra time, there might be something else we can cover as far as Jaguar Wright is concerned, because we have about 45 minutes as of right now. If I had a crystal ball, what do I predict? Wait, edit that last word because I missed it, Trevor. I did a tarot reading on this already. And if I remember correctly, the tarot card reading that I did said that he would be... Hey, sugar. No, you're not late. You're actually just in time, because we're about to talk about Jaguar Wright. You must have heard it deep down in your soul. I wanted to wait until we went on the lunch break to talk about Jaguar Wright, because I knew we'd have more time. I did find the video, the full video of Jaguar getting her ass arrested at the barbershop. I found the full video. Full video. Not just that little couple seconds she keeps posting. But I want to take a quick break, if it's okay. We have about 45 minutes of a break. I have a 12-minute video that we're going to watch. I don't have a whole lot of commentary to add to it. So, but if we can, there's something else that I want to take a look at as well. So if you guys could just give me 10 minutes. Sentencing. I did, in the tarot card reading that I did, Trevor, I believe that there would be a lot of time. And I keep seeing the number 71. Like he probably won't be released, or it's not likely that he'll be released until he's 71. For some reason the number 71 keeps coming up, and I don't exactly know why. But the tarot card reading that I did, get in the car. We gonna watch the whole damn thing today. The tarot card reading that I did actually said he's gonna get quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time. So he might get off on the RICO, but he's not going to get off on everything. One of these charges, the human trafficking, the sexual trafficking, it carries a minimum 10-year sentence, but there's an instance in which it could carry a minimum of 15 years up to life. So we'll see. I don't know for sure. We'll see. I'm not usually wrong though when it come to them cards though. I be throwing them bitches. They know what they doing. But anyway, let me give us a quick break. Can we come back here at in 10 minutes? So roughly it'd be 15 after the hour wherever you are right now, and then we'll jump into the next video together. How about that? All right, y'all. I'll see you in a hot, quick second. Let me queue up that next video so it'll be ready to go. Hold on.
Yes.
There it is. Yes. All right, guys. Give me a second and I'll be back. I just need to breathe for a second from all this bullshit. Damn. Hold on. The video just went forward when I didn't want it to.
I don't know any of this stuff because I was not there.
Oh, no, that's right, girl. All right, guys. I'll get it queued up in the background. I'll see y'all in a second. Oh, that was her. Okay. I'll see y'all in a second. Welcome back to the breakdown. I hope you guys had a good break. I did want to go ahead and just update the breakdown playlist so we can go right back into that surprise witness when we get done with this break. We have about 30 minutes left in the jury's lunch break, so we are going to take a look at two videos. One video, and excuse me, let me know you can hear me and see me okay. I want to just make sure we're back on track together. I'll check the comments to get some feedback from you. The very first video that we are going to watch is the video of Jaguar Wright going to the barber shop, driving herself up there with Solar. Her driving, not P. Diddy. P. Diddy didn't drive her up there. Her going up there on her own, and exactly what happened at the barbershop. Nothing is blurred out. Nothing is changed. It's exactly the way it was from her device. She videotaped this thing, okay? This entire event. And then it kind of cuts off at a certain point. I'm gonna let the content creator Florida Boy Jay give his quick commentary and his final thoughts, and then it's gonna go right into continuing that event that happened that day, so that you can see with your good eyes that P. Diddy didn't have nothing to do with this. This had nothing to do with Roc Nation or Jay-Z or Beyonce or Blue Ivy or even Rumi. Nothing. Okay, this was all Jaguar Wright and her family situation. This was all family shit with her and her husband. All right, so let's get into it. Let me go ahead and get it started with her lying ass. And everything we use is being used by fair use. I mean, that's just a given.
Yes, we are getting into Jaguar Wright crashing out, having a mammy meltdown.
Not a mammy meltdown.
With her bootsy fade, her boyfriend Solar, and then her husband. Let's go to it. Fast forward to you got the clip? All right, bet. Fast forward. Go down to. Oh no. Go back. Let's start from right there. So we're gonna. You can make it full screen.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa said, "Let's get these likes up." I greatly appreciate it.
And this is Jaguar. To give you context, she pulls up to, I think, her husband's barber shop, and he's been making her sleep out in the car from time to time.
But he got paid by P. Diddy to marry her.
Pulled up to the barbershop with her dead son's ashes and Solar to kick up dust and cause a ruckus. So let's go ahead and play this Jaguar Wright meltdown clip.
I was protecting Joe. Go back get the cup. That's fine. No, nigga. I'm done talking. Go back get the cup, bro. Yeah, bro. Ain't none of that. Hey, what up they got going?
So let me offer a little context. So Jaguar has driven herself and her new boyfriend, who she calls her nephew, up to the barbershop where her husband has went to chill by himself because he just walked in the house and her new boyfriend walked out of their bedroom. And he specifically said, "I want this nigga nowhere near our bedroom." That was his only instruction, okay? And so he left, and so and the night before, Jaguar had called the police and said he was outside waving a gun, and he wasn't, okay? So he almost lost his life in Texas. So he walked to the barbershop from their home. I'm gonna loosely use the term home, from their home, and he's in the barbershop. Now the voice you hear, the voice you hear behind the camera is Solar, which is an ex-member of Carbon Nation. If you know, you know. If not, I'll educate you whenever you want me to. Or you could just Google it, Carbon Nation, and that'll tell you all that you need to know. So Jaguar Wright, her boyfriend Solar goes up to the barbershop. He has her phone and he's filming. She walks in the barbershop. You'll see her in that dusty gray jogging suit. She's inside yelling her ass off, just like you saw her today at the airport. Okay, I just want to give a little bit of context. This was before she burned the car. Yes. This was before she burned the car. And apparently she want to say P. Diddy did that too. But we already proved based on her testimony that was her and her husband's doing.
This is her business. This ain't my phone. This is her phone. Don't even matter. Yeah, it's not in my phone.
Folks at the shop have told Solar he needs to leave.
Oh, I believe you. Thank you.
You'll see her walk out in a second.
Please,
You see her?
Thank you. That's all I'm here for.
That's her.
Hey, so, you want to thank my fucking? Hey, you want? Okay.
Look. Now, does that look like P. Diddy, or does that look like her ex-husband, Goomba, that she just squared up against? And does that look like her ex-husband was coming at her, or was her ex-husband coming to Solar and she decided to get in between? Oh, no. This ain't AI. Because no. She can't even try that. Abso-fucking-lutely not. This is Jaguar. Check the square ass. I'm going to go back just a little bit, and you will see Jaguar squares up against her husband. Literally squares up against her husband because he's coming at Solar. She's like, you want to fight my nephew? You want to fight my nephew? He comes outside and goes at Solar, not her. She got into the middle of it. She put her big old squarehead ass in the middle of it. He wasn't even coming at her. I'm just going to go to the point real quick where you can see clearly, because when they start fighting, everything gets fuzzy.
Oh, I believe you. Thank you. Please.
Fucking fight me now. Does that sound like she's a victim? Does that sound like P. Diddy is threatening her and she just needs protection? I'm going to slow it down a little bit for the Jaguar fans in the back. Hold on. Because the Breakdown crew sits in the front of the classroom.
Thank you. That's all I'm here for.
They've told this nigga to leave. He don't want to leave.
Hey, so, you want to thank my fucking... Hey, you want...
Watch her.
Okay.
Now you gonna tell me this woman is a victim? Now she shows you a minuscule moment of a clip. What's up, Faye? Welcome in. She shows you a minuscule moment of a clip and says, and the videos that are out right now are saying that P. Diddy is attacking her. I don't even know what that says. Not Rock Nation. 1800, not Rock Nation. Okay? You tell me. She ran over to the man who's coming at Solar because he just left the house and the nigga walked out his bedroom. He left to go to the barbershop. She goes to the barbershop to confront him, comes out the front. He comes out the back. And she's a victim. She's a victim of P. Diddy. This is P. Diddy's fault.
Don't even matter. Yeah, it's not in my phone.
Now the niggas done told Solar to leave. He said this ain't even your business. I'm gonna take it back to the beginning so you can see. This ain't even your shit. They fight all the time. Soon as you fight him, they gonna be fucking again.
Context, she pulls up to, I think, her husband's barber shop, and he's been making her sleep out in the car from time to time.
The fact that he said that was hilarious because it's true.
With Solar, but she pulled up to the barber shop with her dead son's ashes and Solar.
I'm playing it slow on purpose.
To kick up dust and cause a ruckus. So let's go ahead and play this Jaguar Wright meltdown clip.
I was protecting you.
He said you need to go back to the car. I don't give a fuck. Go back to the car. Solar don't want to go back to the car because he bitch made and he like messy shit. But also Jaguar has convinced him that she gonna teach him how to videotape his own life and monetize it too. So they think they making a reality show.
No, nigga. I'm done. Sorry. Go back and get the car. Yeah, bro. Ain't none of that. Hey, what up, they got going between them? Go back and get the car. This is her business.
This is her business.
It's her phone. Don't even matter. Yeah, it's not in my phone.
She done went into somebody else's business doing all that
I
yelling.
believe you. Thank you. Thank you.
Fight me now.
Please protect it. Thank you. That's all I'm here for. Yeah, you do. Hey, so you want to thank my fucking? Hey, you want? Okay.
He went straight past her. He pushed her out of the way because his issue wasn't with his wife. He know he married a hoe. He know exactly who he married. His issue was with this dude. Okay? But this is P. Diddy.
Hold up.
I gotta play this slow because it's real weird.
Y'all see that? Wild mammy on the loose. Wild mammy on the loose. Unhinged mammy.
This is my brother. Don't let us fight. This is my brother. Why you want us to fight?
So at this point, let me explain what's happening because it sounds real weird. At this point, Gerald, which is Jaguar's play husband, has gumball rides again, baby. She sounds possessed. No, she sounds like Jaguar. That's Jaguar. Okay. Gerald has taken the boy Solar down to the ground. They're not really fighting, they really just wrestling, and Solar is underneath him talking about, I love you, brother, we're brothers, we'll never hurt each other, we're brothers, you know, Jesus is love type bullshit. Okay, because he really trying to keep him getting his ass whooped too bad.
You fucking dumb. You a fucking dead.
Obviously, he got knocked to the ground, so the phone is doing its own thing.
Bobby, you better give him the fuck up, my nephew. You better give him the fuck up, my nephew. He said come up here.
So Jaguar, because you know she's all about the production, right? She picks her phone up off the ground. She don't handle her family business. She don't turn the phone off. She picks her phone up off the ground to continue filming.
Fuck it all. Fuck it all. This what this fucking pussy done to my nephew.
And that's not her nephew.
Pussy's doing my fucking nephew.
That's not her nephew.
Fuck this nigga. Fuck this nigga.
Does she say anything about P. Diddy? Has she said one word? P. Diddy got me in this trap. P. Diddy is attacking me. I'm scared. I'm a victim. Protect me. P. Diddy, P. Diddy, P. Diddy, Daddy, Diddy, 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 P. D. Love. None of Sean Puffy, Diddy, Daddy Combs. She ain't said a word about P. Diddy. Now this footage is 2 years old. This happened in March of 2023. Okay? Only until a couple days ago did she start saying this had something to do with P. Diddy. But what does it have to do with P. Diddy?
I'm put you on camera, ho. You want to be fucking? You want to be fucking? Fuck that nigga. Fuck him.
Hold on, it's coming back.
No, just hold on. You got more than that.
That diaper, Lord. Y'all think she don't wear a diaper for real? She do. Warning. And she get on camera. She puts her face on the camera. This face right here, the one you see behind me. That's the screenshot from this video. She put her face on this camera. Okay? Not somebody else was filming her and it got leaked. No, this was Jaguar Wright's phone. Jaguar Wright's production, a Philadelphia production.
Dead. They all y'all fucking niggas is dead. You fucking dead. You put your motherfucking hands on me.
Did she say Diddy? Anything?
Fuck that.
We gonna tell the whole truth.
Ass fucking gangsters. I'm blowing this shit up. I'm blowing this shit up. On my fucking word. All y'all fucking niggas is
And
dead.
she looking in the
Fucking
camera.
dumb bitches.
She looking in the camera. We done broke this video down, but we'll do it again. Scamadelphia.
Solo. Solo.
Now she done put the phone. She put the phone in the phone holster and pointed it at herself. She's quite aware, honey. She's not, this is not psychosis. This is not an out-of-body experience. This is histrionics. This is Jaguar Wright performing. Okay? I'm blowing this shit up. Is that not terroristic threats? Is that not a federal crime? Y'all wonder why she working with the feds. She's looking in the camera. She puts the phone in the phone holder and points it at herself. Not once will she say a word about P. Diddy, though.
Solo.
They making a movie.
Solo.
Get in the car.
Solo.
She looking at the camera. She can't help but look in the camera, right?
Look at her, the bootsy fade wilding out, getting out of pocket.
This nigga's funny. I know, Trevor. This ain't for you, baby. I know you already know this.
You're dead! All of you bitches is fucking dead! I'm blowing this fucking place up on my dead son!
Terroristic threats, Homeland Security, Homeland Security, fathers in the home.
You motherfuckers! You fucking country!
She turns the camera to the front camera. She's cognizant. She's aware. She's in complete control of her faculties. This ain't no possession. This is not a spiritual experience. She's not having a mental breakdown. She turned the camera to face the front because she knows she wants you to see what's about to happen. She wasn't caught off guard by her next actions. She planned them very well because she turned the camera to the storefront. She didn't keep the camera on facing the inside of the car because she was out of control. She turned the camera to the storefront because she's well aware of what she's about to do. She's not out of her mind, not one fucking bit.
Last no black people got no access to no damn bomb. Blow nothing up.
So she takes the ashes. She keeps this little box in her car with her dead son's ashes. The one she told he was dead to her because he wouldn't help her rebuild her career. He called her, from what I remember somebody saying, he called her and told her some people were after him. She said, "You dead to me." And then he was. Driving Miss ain't crazy. She not crazy. She not crazy. She takes these ashes and throws them on people. Are you able to see what she's doing? People are just sitting there minding their motherfucking business. It was a whole ghetto fabulous fight at the barbershop that she went to the car, got the ashes, turned the camera around, and then went outside and threw the ashes on people who had nothing to do with this altercation.
You're dead! All of you bitches is fucking dead! I'm blowing this fucking place up on my dead son!
Terroristic threats, Homeland Security, Homeland Security.
Did she say, P. Diddy's been chasing me, Jay-Z sent syrup after me, you know, Matthew Knowles is chasing me down, you know, Betty Wright is haunting me? No. That's a crime. That's assault. You can't throw a dead person's ashes on somebody. That's like spitting on somebody. That's like hitting somebody. That's bodily material. That's just like anything else you throw on somebody. But that's disgusting. You throwing somebody's ashes on people? To do what? To accomplish what? Because your boyfriend lost a fight to your husband? This ain't the first time one of her husbands had to fight a nigga. Ask her other husband, Sam Odom Sr., about it.
You motherfuckers. You fucking country.
Homeland security, no black people got no access to no damn bomb. To blow nothing up. It ain't that. You go watch for eyes.
You see her throwing ashes on people. She didn't include that in her mini clips, did she? How come she didn't include this in her mini clips? What this got to do with P. Diddy? She leaves and goes back and does it again. Now you wonder why when I saw Jaguar Wright with King and Goomba in Phoenix, Arizona, why I didn't approach her. This was long before I started working on her. This was about 2021. Maybe 2022. I was out and about and I saw them. And I was like, oh, she seems a little unpredictable to me. Let me not say hello. Because this was at the same time when I was starting to realize, wait a minute, this woman said she was a pimp. How can we trust her to save the community? I was like, I'm a real good judge of character, baby. And I'm an even better judge of energy, honey. And I was like, nah, let me not approach her because you never know how that's going to turn out. She might think I'm trying to holler at her husband because look at me and look at her. So I said, nah, I don't be starstruck over nobody, especially somebody I can sing better than. I can't get starstruck over you when I can sing better than you. I'm sorry. I just can't. So I kept to myself. And then this shit happens and I'm like, yup. Yep. Excuse me. It ain't over. Because she didn't show y'all the whole clip, the newbies to the Jaguar Wright chain.
We're not done. Go ahead, hit the like button. Hit
Please
the
do.
subscribe button.
Please do.
Hit the Cash App. This is your first time watching this.
Please
BS.
do.
Just understand what's going on.
That's that Bobby's fentanyl weed, but that's also Jaguar Wright. Cause we saw the same thing at the airport, didn't we?
I can drive. No, don't drive. I'm driving.
He said you can't drive because he know they've been drinking. You about to see her put a cup to her mouth that's full of liquor.
Please.
I'm driving.
Now, they about to turn the camera around because, you know, the show must continue. Now, if you are in such a state of manic whatever, or you are in such a rage, are you going to think to turn the camera around and then look in it? And then Solar looks in the camera and says to the people, to the audience, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
On my disc.
I counted like 7.
Oh, my son.
And then she put the shit on her own face.
They're all dead.
No,
They're all dead.
And ain't none of them motherfuckers dead.
They're all dead.
African
That ain't no African voodoo. That's Jaguar Wright.
Look at me. Life and love. Only. No bad juju. No bad voodoo. You love them.
This is Solar putting his
You
pippin
love
on.
them.
Fuck you up.
It was about content. Absolutely.
Love them.
This was about content. This was all about getting attention.
For a long time.
No, they haven't. They never had
They
my
don't
back.
know what's going on.
They never had my back.
Watch. Now she playing along with the they never had my back. They never had my back. And then she like, wait a minute, I'm hood as fuck. I got to get the fuck up out of here. Let me get out of character and get back into Philly and get this shit up out of here, because one thing we can't be is here when the police come.
They never had my back. Nobody up there.
Listen to me.
I got my back. Get in the fucking car! Get in the car!
Get in the car.
Get in the car. Get in the fucking car. I'm gonna show these niggas what Helter Skelter is.
I love you, Jay.
So she drinking. Now at this time, Jaguar Wright, I think I was 43, 42, about to be 43. Jaguar Wright was 48 years old. She was approaching her 48th birthday. No, she was 48, about to be 49. 49. This is a 48, 49-year-old woman. Grown. Behaving like this.
Your phone?
Deranged.
You got your phone.
Deranged
Get your
mammy.
And get in the car.
I'm telling you.
Wait right here.
I swear to God,
Okay?
if it takes you more than 2 minutes,
Watch her.
if
Watch
it
her.
takes you more than 2 minutes to get your fucking phone, I'ma go in there and I'ma commit murder. I'ma come get your phone.
Now who?
Get your fucking
Before he addresses the audience, because that's so important as a character to sometimes break the fourth wall and address the audience. Has she mentioned P. Diddy? Has she said this is all P. Diddy? P. Diddy's he's got me under attack. He's been chasing me. Blah blah blah. Scuba da bop. DB sweet idea. Ooh. Any of this got anything to do with P. Diddy, or is this Jaguar Wright?
phone. I'ma kill these fucking niggas.
He tells the audience, I'm going to go get my phone. Why? Why? This isn't a show.
You fucking piece of shit.
Why? Because he can't fight.
Put your hands on my fucking nephew, yo.
And that's not her nephew. They just met 2 weeks ago.
Why she keep saying boom?
It's a show. And it's not the P. Diddy show. This ain't Daddy's House. This ain't Making the Band. This ain't I Want to Work for Diddy. This ain't none of that. This is Jaguar Wright. Now tell the fucking truth.
Nephew is motherfucker.
Sean Davy Way, one of her co-conspirators. I'm gonna let the and he was smart enough to back the fuck out when I kept saying, do you realize what you're getting yourself involved in a whole different situation where he done conspired with another content creator and Jaguar Wright to convince this girl to come down from Detroit so they can traffic her all over the place and make money off of her interviews. We'll talk about that maybe one day, but those videos are on Patreon if you want to check them out. Check out the video called Jaguar Wright announces ownership of Aaliyah's fake daughter. That's one of them. I'm gonna let this continue.
No, we didn't get to the part where she was rubbing the ashes on her. Oh, okay, cool. You see when he rubbed the ashes on himself?
Yep.
Listen, man. Hey, Anthony, man, we was talking about y'all in Ghana cutting up. Why you jumping in the chat now? Why? Where was you at 30 minutes ago, Ant? Where was you at? Don't act like you got your updates on, Ant.
Premeditated.
Now you want to use big words, Ant. Where was you 30 minutes ago, Ant? Rob in the building. He see the bullshit. Rob not using the cut. We was talking about Guyanese situations. Hey, listen, man.
Not MLK
Hey,
Day.
Robert, know you in the building, Ant. Listen. To the Jaguar Wright situation, listen, all you niggas that led her to listen, the same niggas that believe Jaguar Wright believes every Illuminati conspiracy.
Ditto.
You fucking goofy ass niggas.
Ditto.
And see, now we're on Black Americans, right? You know what I'm saying? Just let you know here it's fair. You goofy ass niggas believe Jaguar Wright.
Ditto.
And all the bullshit she spewed about the music industry and what she got going on and what she said. And y'all believed it because y'all don't believe in the Illuminati and these backdoor booty bandit parties in Hollywood and whatnot. And that is a whole bunch of weirdos. You don't want to believe that niggas is actually getting money, putting in hard work, getting in position. Y'all don't believe it's the all-seeing eye. And Jaguar Wright, this is how she used to bring niggas in. She would start out a topic, right, where it's something that is like common knowledge by the industry, right? And then she would segue it into something that's like controversial but it's not confirmed. And then as you're kind of like believing it, she'll bridge it into some totally different conspiracy bullshit. But because she already like brought you into the last two things, the third one is like you'll believe it because it's such bullshit.
It's low key be like it'd be her word against yours, low key. So like you don't know the situation.
I just want you niggas who believe Jaguar Wright, part of Jaguar Wright fan club, to show your IQ test.
Okay.
And let me know how smart you are, bro, for believing that dumbass nigga Jaguar Wright. That ain't Illuminati. That's called cocaine and other level one.
Fentanyl weed.
That's that Fent. That's that Fenty.
Mm-hmm.
That's that Fenty fashion,
now,
right?
Mind you, he's saying this before Jaguar Wright revealed that her and her husband were doing fentanyl weed at that barbershop, along with the owner. He's saying this before she revealed it. But she revealed that that's exactly what was happening.
That Fent?
She on that Fenty. Allegedly. We don't want to get sued by her public defender. Oh nah, she's straight flocking. So yeah, salute to Jaguar Wright for providing more content that we can laugh at. That was her son's ashes that she put on her face and was rubbing all her body like cocoa butter lotion with the bootsy fade. So let's get on this next topic.
I don't love nobody that much.
Watch who you have kids with.
Gotta watch.
Yep.
Gotta watch.
You gotta watch.
Young brother, you gotta watch.
So here you go. They're probably back already.
You motherfuckers, you fucking country. I promise you. I'm driving.
And we just park and talk. Please.
On my dead son. On my dead son.
Please, I know you're on the drive.
On my dead son. On my dead son. On my son. On my son. They're all dead.
No,
they're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead.
Life and love only. No bad juju. No bad voodoo. You love them. Fuck you. You love them. Fuck you. Stop. You love them. They've had your back for a long time.
No, they haven't. They never had my back.
They don't know what's going on.
They never had my back.
You told me how much you want to protect you.
They never had my back. Nobody else.
Listen to me.
I got my back. Get in the fucking car! Get in the car! Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the fucking car. Get in the car. I'm gonna show these niggas what Helter Skelter is.
I love you, Jag.
I met you 2 weeks ago, but I love you.
Do you got your phone?
No.
Do you got your phone?
No.
Get your phone! And get in the car! Get your phone.
Wait right here.
I swear to God, if it takes you more than 2 minutes, if it takes you more than 2 minutes to get your fucking phone, I'ma go in there and I'ma commit murder! I'ma come get your phone! Get your fucking phone! I'ma kill these fucking niggas! You fucking piece of shit! You put your hands on my fucking nephew, yo!
Wait right here.
And the next thing you saw was her on the ground without a hog tie. Okay? Get in the car. The next thing you see is her on the ground. Her husband is filming. Now, he says in an interview, he asked the police officers, don't put your knees in her back. She got a bad back. She got scoliosis. Now, this the same bitch that just squared up against him like a gorilla. She got scoliosis. And he said the police officers complied. He said the police officers were gentle with her. They were easy with her. Excuse me. This is his word. I reviewed that interview today. Excuse me. So everything she's saying about being abused by the police and being hogtied, we saw that today. That wasn't true because she got herself up and walked her square ass into the ambulance, onto a gurney. She walked herself onto a gurney. She's a liar. And the truth ain't in her. You welcome. She ain't back yet. She's supposed to be back in about 9 minutes, but who knows if that'll be the case or not. I thought they were coming back at 2:45. So while she's coming back, I'm going to go ahead and follow my first mind. Give me 1 second. Let me get up the next thing I want to talk about. Since we're talking about Jaguar, right? And we telling the truth anyway. You know, since that's where we are. Pathological liar. Pathological liar. So give me 1 second. Let me get the other shit up. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Damn, Sean Davy Way did a surviving Jaguar right. I thought that was his Ace Boon Cool.
And Jaguar Wright is a fully established demoness, so you know what that means. I can be that, or I could be a paladin to cleanse you of those sins and bring you back into the light. But to do so is to walk the full path of repentance. You must repent for all the things that you have done.
You better repent, Jaguar. This boy
acknowledge the wrongs that you have. And Jaguar Wright is a fully established demoness, so you know what that means.
This is her son talking.
I can be that, or I could be a paladin to cleanse you of those sins and bring you back into the light. But to do so is to walk the full path of repentance.
This is her son talking.
You must repent for all the things that you have done.
You better repent, Jaguar. This boy
acknowledge the wrongs that you have committed, the crimes that you have done, the evasions of taxes over the years from leeching money from
her own mama. I ain't tell you that part.
From your own mother, and from the people who you marry into. All of the slander you've thrown against your kind sister, your kindred family, who you spilled the blood of for years. And for that whipping that you gave me for venting frustration.
This is her son.
All right. So, listen, this is a pretty iconic
Shout out to
interview.
Sam.
Certainly.
I don't know how this is gonna go. I want to apologize for the after effects. I'm sure that I'm probably gonna get the bulk of the
She threatened to sue him over this interview.
Don't you worry about it, okay?
Certainly.
And so I just want to say, viewer discretion is advised. If people are triggered, this is not the interview for you, okay? And so we actually have someone here who is you're famous by default.
Yeah, I guess so. Born and living through it.
Okay, so you are Jaguar Wright's youngest son.
Yes.
Sam Odom Jr., aka Deuce.
Yes.
All right. In the flesh.
In flesh.
In South Florida. You look amazing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you look. I apologize. I had to go put on my suit jacket. I ain't got no shoes on though. They don't really see my feet in here, but you know what I'm saying? I wanted to match your swag and everything. Now let's clear this up. You're not a child.
No longer a child.
Oh.
I am fully an adult in all forms.
Okay, and how old are you?
22.
22. Okay. And so are you still in school? Because I know the last time we spoke during the documentary series.
Oh, yeah, that was a while ago. I've been out of school for a little bit, but as of this year, starting last week,
okay,
I'm back in.
Okay. Congratulations. What are you studying?
Right now, studying to get my associate's degree in art and design.
Okay. All right. I can see you do that. IT. Because you do spend a lot of time on computers and everything like that.
Indeed. I do spend time with computers and whatnot, though. I feel my heart is more for the artistic side of the world.
Okay, I can see that. Well, shout out to Deuce. And shout out to your father, too. Me and your dad are like this. You know what I'm saying? That's your daddy. He nice looking, too. You
Certainly.
know? I know he get all the ladies all the time. So let's talk about Deuce. Listen, now I'm going to call you Deuce. Is that okay? Or would you rather?
Certainly. Go
Okay,
ahead.
cool. All right, no problem. So you are Jaguar Wright's youngest son.
Correct.
There, you had a brother, correct, who is now deceased.
Yes.
Okay, and so it's pretty much been you for a very long time.
Yes.
Okay, and so I just kind of want to give people some backstory. I did speak to you a few years ago because we did a documentary series on your
Yes.
mother. You remember that?
I remember.
And you gave full consent to tell, your story. And you didn't even tell everything.
Absolutely.
Right. You just basically was, stating what you had experienced. And it was very short and sweet. And we didn't, we didn't put out much when it came to that because you were still transitioning into
Indeed.
adulthood. Okay. And so here recently, things have certainly taken a turn because you were living with your mother for some time. So you had left your father's house, okay? And you went to live with your mom.
Indeed.
Where did you guys go live when you left your father's house to go live with your mom?
When I left my father's house, or I guess to say more specifically, when I basically stepped my own self out into my mother's place.
Okay.
I guess to give a bit of context to that, time in Westchester University in Pennsylvania for me wasn't exactly the best to get used to. At the time, while I do like being in the school and college setting, adapting to a college as compared to a community college, it can be a bit of a tough pill to swallow and get adapted to at times, especially for someone who was very less confident himself and someone who was not very open to be social, even though he liked to talk with other people.
Okay.
So at the time, it was very hard to be very open with others, even with those in my family. And at the time, I had gotten in my head at the time that people must be very disappointed in me to the fact that I'm failing and I'm hiding it from them.
Okay.
And they didn't. And at the time, I saw it in myself to say, move with my mother because I saw more of myself as a failure, but maybe she could see something in me.
Okay. So you were living with your dad and then you went to school. You didn't do very well in school. And so you decided because you were failing, let me go stay with my mom and hopefully...
Yeah, try to maybe recenter myself, try to find some sort of equilibrium.
Okay.
And that summer after May, that's when I moved to the legacy of Cedar Hill in Cedar Hill, Texas with my mother. And at the time, my grandmom Frances and Gerald.
Frances, that's her name, not Thelma.
And so how was when you initially got there? And I do understand that because leaving high school, going into college, kids, y'all are not built like how we were built these days. You know what I'm saying?
Most certainly.
Right. And so, your dad, he had well prepared you and, there's only so much preparing we can do for kids.
Yeah. Suffice to say that my transition into college was definitely an awkward one, especially since I graduated in 2020 when,
During COVID?
Yeah, during COVID, when the outbreak was at its peak.
Okay.
So I definitely say the blow was definitely a bit blunted by me going to community college online at first for my freshman year.
Okay.
That definitely softened things up because I was able to stay at home. I know when my father was going to come back. I could keep easier track of my assignments. And I got good grades while I was there, especially in the ones I wanted to focus on, which were primarily art.
Okay. Okay, cool. So you get to Cedar Hill, Texas with Jaguar, your mom.
Yes.
And what was the move pretty smooth?
The move was basically very, very smooth. Granted, there are some things that I do kind of regret. Well, it's a light regret that'll pass in no time. Basically, the move was a simple flight. Well, it was a 2-flight trip. She couldn't book me a direct flight.
That's what I was just thinking too, Trevor.
To Dallas, Fort Worth.
Okay.
So I had to take the plane over to Las Vegas, and then I waited in the airport over there in order. No, not Las Vegas, Los Angeles.
Okay.
Before I took the flight to Dallas, Fort Worth.
Okay. And so it wasn't as smooth as you wanted it.
It's not exactly the perfect definition of smooth, but it's basically extremely smooth. I'd say 90%. And that's mainly because I've been flying across the place my entire life.
Okay. So you get there. Where was your mom staying at that point in time?
She was staying at the legacy of Cedar Hill apartment.
That apartment complex.
With Gerald.
Yeah.
Her now
that she got evicted from.
Ex-husband, yes.
Okay. And this is the first time that you lived with your mom since you were...
This would be the first time that I would be living with my mother since, I would say, December of 2017, a bit before that Christmas.
Okay. And so before that, how long had it been? How long did you live with your mom from 2017 up until what? How many years?
Let's see. I'd say in between the times I've been living with my mother, because the way how the custody worked, let's see. It was originally that I would stay with my mother during the active school year before 7th grade in 2015.
That's when she kidnapped
when
him.
it switched to my father during the active school year.
Okay.
But basically, I would stay with my mother originally during the school year. I'd be with my father during the weekends if it were possible, or during the holidays. And then it basically became the inverse when I stayed with my father during the active school year, and I'd be with my mother during the holidays.
Okay.
However, of course, those holidays were quote unquote extended.
Where they towed her car because she wasn't supposed to be parking there no more because she had been evicted.
Held me with her during those times, in which can be considered as kidnapping.
Oh damn!
She kidnapped him.
Basically,
I told y'all, I wasn't lying.
Summer in the times that I had extended stays with her, to put it at the lightest form.
Okay, I'll go back because I know I was talking over it.
With my mother, because the way how the custody worked, let's see. It was originally that I would stay with my mother during the active school year before 7th grade in 2015, I believe, when it switched to my father during the active school year.
Okay.
But basically, I would stay with my mother originally during the school year. I'd be with my father during the weekends if it were possible, or during the holidays. And then it basically became the inverse when I stayed with my father during the active school year.
Watch
and I'd be
this.
with my mother during the holidays.
Okay.
However, of course, those holidays were quote unquote extended when she effectively held me with her during those times, in which can be considered as kidnapping.
Legally,
okay.
Her court records say it's
Basically,
kidnapped.
To give a full-on summary in the times that
Told
I had
y'all.
extended stays with her, to put it at the lightest form, I would go with my mother. I'd tell her how things had been when I was with Dad. I'd express some things that give me some discontent, like for example, back in 2015, in the summer of 2015, when I was with my mom in place in Philadelphia with a friend. She said I was kind of hiding it initially, but I told her what happened between my father and the woman he was staying with at the time, and how they had that messy breakup in the apartment, and how we.
Now, mind you, his dad works for Ralph Lauren. He's been working for Ralph Lauren since the 90s and still does. Stable. Okay.
Got forcibly moved out by security.
Okay.
And that, to me, at that time, stuck out to me because that was effectively a similar form of eviction, and I had already gone through that twice up to that point with my mother.
Okay. So it triggered you.
Yes, you can say. Yeah, it's definitely safe to say that it triggered me. It made me feel very unsafe. It developed a paranoia that no matter where I go, it was only temporary, and that I'm never gonna have a permanent home, or the things and the memories that I've made are gonna fade away eventually. I'll never get them back.
Okay.
I told this worry to my mom, at least how I could, as a 12-year-old at the time, or I believe 12-year-old at the time.
Okay.
And she basically gave me a sort of ultimatum. If you want, you could stay here longer with me, and as far as school, you could take some classes online. Now, I can definitely tell you that a panic and fear-induced child, a 12-year-old at the time, who didn't know what exactly this meant, or the idea of what this would mean in terms of the custody, isn't exactly in the right headspace to make these very life impacting changes. But I effectively said yes to my mom out of fear of not wanting to go through the same thing again with Dad, because I felt like the same thing was going to happen with the friend that me and him were with, and the rest of the time that we were in Chicago.
Okay. Because I mean, your mom, she's lived a pretty, like, kind of just fast life per se. So
Homeless.
It was something that you kind of got used to. And so,
Yes.
was this the first time that your dad had been evicted?
Yes, I would say it's to my knowledge, it's the first and only time we've been evicted. But even in that point, it was a very light one. He basically got on work immediately afterwards, and we got both of us. Both of us were able to stay with the friend he was with in a condominium down the street from Obama's house. And since my grades were so high, he even did what I would consider a mercy, some would consider a mercy, in being able to basically head with my mom early and basically end the 7th grade early since my grades were so high.
Houston, get ready for a New Year's Eve experience that will go down in history. I'm live on stage at the Bayou Event Center.
Thank you, Tasha. Appreciate you.
Describe growing up.
She be yelling, don't she?
You know, with
sorry about
with
that,
your
yeah.
mom being a celebrity like Jaguar Wright. How would you describe that?
Well, the celebrity experience was definitely quite an interesting one. I got to experience many things over the course of my life. I mean, I believe it was when I was 1.5 years old when she had to take a trip overseas to Tokyo.
Oh.
An interesting experience that I have fond memories of, and it's slight traces that allow me to speak the minuscule bit of Japanese that I know now.
Oh, okay. You remember when you was 1?
I do not remember the vivid depictions of it, but I can definitely sense that the memory is there. It's dormant, but I can still recall it.
Okay. And you speak some Japanese?
A little bit. I learn it from the media that I watch.
Okay. And so what else did you, just kind of experience with your...
In terms of experience, moving, especially via travel through plane, was something that I got used to. It makes flights nowadays seem pretty trivial in comparison. I'm a very calm person, even when I was very young, and didn't really make much noise while on the plane. It was something I was accustomed to.
Okay. Have you ever, because your mom claims that you have, I believe, autism, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Why are you taking a deep breath like that?
I'm taking a deep breath right now because this is gonna be one of the many instances in which how I describe my mother is gonna vastly differ from how I described her in our last interview.
Okay.
Basically, the claim of autism is completely false.
Got you, Trevor.
Okay.
If it seems like I have autism, it's just the fact that I'm very socially awkward when it comes to people. Even nowadays, I don't consider myself a member of Gen Z in terms of behavior. I'm if I am, I'm very highly intellectual, far from the norm.
Okay.
And I have my own measure in which I study things and decipher things. I take a lot of things into detail, especially when it comes to nature or artwork, hence how I like the art word so much, especially when it comes to music too, deciphering certain things here and there that many people may miss. Or say, for example, when someone's editing something, I may come across a couple gaffes here and there that other people may dismiss on the majority, but only a very few will feel, but say, I'm not so sure about it.
Okay.
This, to my mother, feels like a form, something on the form of autism that could be possible, but it's not exactly the case. For example, I do not strictly order things in specific patterns or whatnot. I haven't really cared for it. What I do care for is organization, as it keeps things clean, to keep things tidy, and makes things easier to move around.
Okay.
But that isn't a consistent thing that I double down on.
Okay. So has she told you that you were autistic?
She has told me many occasions, but like always, there hasn't been a doctor to confirm it.
Okay.
She's always been wanting to do so, but I believe even if I see a doctor now, the result is going to come up negative.
Okay. What about Asperger's?
Asperger's, same thing. Not the case.
Okay. All right. And so has she said anything like that to you? I mean, because like she's very open with these interviews about, I guess the condition that you were born with and that she's, gotten benefits for. And so like, any mother, like we know our children, but your dad he stands 10 toes down and says, there's nothing wrong with you. He just says like, you just do things differently.
I agree more with my father than my mother in this case.
Okay.
If I indeed had Asperger's autism or autism in general, I feel like my behavior would be even more radically different than so, and my behaviors to many things would be a lot more different than was the case. I mean, I've gone to many schools over the years, but across all of them, I treat them all the same way, and I'm just with my own very high cognitive function, and I'm capable of doing well in any environment, really, and even adapting to different environments, whether it be different schools, different states, or even different jobs now.
So you can take care of yourself?
Certainly.
Okay. And you don't need like daily assistance in doing that?
I don't need daily assistance.
Okay.
If I were in a financially stable position, I'm capable of maintaining that by myself.
Okay. Now, when you did move with your mom to Texas this last time, your grandmother was with you.
Yes.
She's no longer with you all. Your mom was arrested on live one day when she had, I guess maybe she was evicted in Texas and she drives to Louisiana.
Okay.
And then she's on live. I don't know if you remember this day. She was in the hot tub.
I remember that.
I do
you guys
too.
were inside a hotel and it was like boxes stacked up everywhere. You guys were hungry.
I remember that too.
There was no food. I guess maybe you were playing video games, and she gets arrested. Like, do you remember that day?
You would like me to give further details?
Yes.
That's the last time I saw him.
Okay.
Okay, so about that that eviction, the fourth eviction that she's had to go through, same with me, and will be technically my fifth eviction if you count the one with my father.
Okay.
So on the night before that eviction, I saw the eviction notice, basically the pink slip in a yellow sheet saying, "You need to move all of your things out now, or we will forcefully remove it from the apartment."
Okay.
On my old phone, which I have in my room, unfortunately it's broken. I have to get it repaired in order to show the message. I sent her the picture of it, saying, "What are we going to do about this?" But she said to me that it was perfectly fine. Nothing to fret over it. Just relax in your room.
Okay.
Basically treating it as if it were normal.
Mm-hmm.
And
because it's normal
even back
for her.
then, when I was very quiet about kind of dissenting towards my mother's word, I felt alarm bells ringing in the back of my head. That paranoia was striking again, but it felt less vivid than it did in the previous times, like it was becoming normalized. Even though I believe everyone can agree that 4 evictions is something no one should go through. One at most.
Okay. I agree.
So that eviction happened, and all of the things were moved outside in boxes and trash bags and whatnot. And my mom had to get her ID in order to get the Penske truck in order to move things out.
Okay.
And me at the time, even back then, it was in the back of my head, but I can definitely tell you now, antics have been going on at the legacy of Cedar Hill at the time. I even remember the instance in which some young kids were beating up an elderly man out on the outside. And I knew at that time that with how controversial, or at worst infamous, my mother had been in that area, if we were left out there in the middle of the night, we were basically free shots for them to vent out their frustrations, vent out their anger, mess with us, toy with us, get popular on social media. I couldn't allow that. Not to myself, not to my mother, not to my grandmother, and not to Gerald.
Okay.
So Gerald was gone at the time, but if he were with us, also for him too.
Okay.
I was gonna do what it takes to get us that truck before sundown.
Okay.
So I searched around in each of those bags, constantly looking for it. And I swear to you, my hunger and dehydration at the time, since I didn't have much to eat after breakfast, and since we were evicted in the noon, it made me feel like that I was searching every single bag.
He's referring to that video of when Jaguar Wright put her pocketbook in the back of a car and swore to God she lost it, and then went on live and asked people for cash apps, while he and his grandmother, who I think at the time was 76 or 79, searched around for the pocketbook in the evicted trash in the heat. And Jaguar Wright never lifted a finger to help them find it. Yelled at them, berated them the entire time, and her mother didn't have any insulin.
But I couldn't find it anywhere, and I felt like I was losing it until my mother finally caved and got me some lunch over at Fuel City.
Okay.
And then
that video is it's either on the channel or it's on Patreon. Most likely I moved it to Patreon, and I think it's called Jaguar Wright Never Lost Her Pocketbook.
And in that evening when the sun was starting to go down, I had finally found the bag, her pocketbook, her purse, which had her ID, and I felt so relieved. Now, looking at a recent stream, well, not recent, but several weeks ago now, from someone who has kept an eye on my mother, which I'm very thankful for.
You're welcome.
Miss Danny Robertson. Someone in her chat mentioned that my mother had actually staged the hiding of her purse.
The whole thing.
Just to get some fame of the situation.
Exactly.
Oh, what do you mean?
In other words, she purposefully hid that bag away, even though we needed it in order to get the truck.
She did.
Okay.
And had me searching around, and it recorded me frantically searching around.
She did.
And her basically talking loudly and brashly to Grandma Frances.
Did I lie?
And then once she felt like she had milked enough of the situation, she had basically placed it in a spot for me to find it.
Okay.
And in which I did that search again and then found the purse.
Okay. So she recorded you on live doing all this?
Secretly behind my back, yes.
Okay.
I do not like that. But as of right now, I basically dismiss it as one of the many things that I figured out over the course of these 2 years now. Oh, well, 1 or 2
She sat in the car.
Yeah, basically 1.5 years now since I've been away from her, that have made me view her in a much more negative light. And
like how?
Okay, I specified this in a kind of interview that I did with
To go into that situation further, the way that we figured out Jaguar Wright was lying about that bag was because she got in a car, and she kept looking. You know how when I always tell people here, I could tell you talking about me because you can't talk about me without looking at me. Okay. I know what's popping. I live in South Korea. I can tell you talking about me because you can't stop looking at me while you talking. While she was in the driver's seat of this vehicle, she kept looking in the back seat behind the passenger seat, talking about, I don't know where my pocketbook is. I don't know where and she looking dead at it the whole time. Like we ain't graduated colleges and universities and shit and can't figure shit out.
Sean Davey way.
Shout out to Sean Davey way.
Shout out to Sean Davey way.
Right.
But to put it the Cliff Notes version, I've separated my mother into 2 people.
Oh God.
Jacqueline Suzette Wright, her legal name, and Jaguar Wright.
Yeah, there's more than that too, though.
I love Jacqueline Suzette Wright. She is my mother, and I love her with every bit of my being, in spite of the things that she's done. However, Jaguar Wright is the kind of person I abhor.
Okay.
To give you the Cliff Notes version on how
she never looked for
view
it.
Jaguar Wright.
She didn't lift a finger.
5 things to me.
Okay.
She is an over-possessive siren who lures any people who try to be kind to her into her den and protects the things that she owns, whether it be her gained wealth or, even at worst, her own sons, whether they be dead or alive, like a dragon protects a hoard of gold. That's 1.
Okay.
2, Jaguar Wright is a vindictive thief who hates those who have slighted her or have done any wrong to her in her eyes, stirs the pot of bad blood for well over a decade, and pettily steals things from those whom she hates for her own purposes.
This is her own son talking.
Okay.
3, she is a dead son of narcissism.
Okay.
Who has been overfueled with the eutrophication of love from her father and her mother at such a young age, well before her double digits, that it spoiled her rotten and led her to believe that she was a shining star amidst the cosmos.
Yep.
When in actuality, she burnt out.
A long time ago.
4, she is a hyperbolic criminal with the mask of a cultist who has spread and blown things so far out of proportion to the point where hopefully nobody will find the truth of the matter, and to keep her name in the circles of controversy so that all the attention will always be on her.
Now look at what I'm talking about with these minuscule moments, these videos that she's reproduced and created this whole storyline around pointing to P. Diddy. We had to go back and look at those complete videos. Who had the time to do that today? I did. I just looked at my wrist. I got time today. I don't normally have that kind of time. But she's depending on people to take these quick bites and be like, oh, we praying for Jaguar. Oh, they after Jaguar. Protect her at all costs. No, bitch, we gonna break that shit down. We have the time, we have the energy, and we have the resources to break it down and figure it out. She was hoping nobody would, but we did again.
And likewise, hypocritically proclaiming to my now late half brother to never play a game series from Rockstar known as GTA, Grand Theft Auto, when she has effectively done the same herself in real life now. And 5th, and people watching this are probably going to remember this one, and they're probably going to be laughing at this. 5th, Jaguar Wright is a profane prostitute.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Now, I haven't watched this. This is my very first time ever seeing this because I disconnected myself from Jaguar Wright in May of 2023. Y'all remember, Amanda, when I said I'm backing out because she's connected to some hood ghetto bullshit. So just like I cut off Dalton, I cut off Jaguar. I let the old subscribers go. I started talking about the Titan submersible and a whole bunch of other shit just to let the old crowd go. That's why I'm not connected to numbers. Subscribers come and subscribers go. You know who your day ones are. Shout out to you, Amanda and Danny and Rosetta. People who've been with me since then. Listen, I told y'all she is I showed you a video earlier. This is the one that y'all think P. Diddy is after, though. This is the one y'all think is gonna be the next Martin Luther King, though. Okay.
Day Kadishtu, indoctrinated by the 4 women of the Zohar to be in communication with the devil in our religious faith, and to bring harm, or at worst, even death, upon members of our family.
I'm gonna let you hear that again, because I know that was a shock. Because I've been lying. I've been taking my good, sweet, justified time. A person who don't have a criminal history, a person who ain't got nobody chasing after them, both righteous or unrighteous, a person who can go outside without looking over my shoulder. A person who has an ex-husband who don't talk bad about me, who has a child's father who don't talk bad about me. Shout outs to you. I just saw the notification to my bank account. Thank you. Okay, I'm a person who makes my own money, has my own income, is degreed with multiple degrees, earns my own living, raises my own child, doesn't have to steal, never sold my pussy. Never pimped anybody, never sold drugs, won't even share weed with my neighbors when I live in America because I don't want nothing on me. Okay? But I'm a hater. I'm a hater. I'm just hating on Jaguar. I'm just jealous because she can sing poorly. I'm just jealous. I'm gonna let y'all hear that again. Now, this is her offspring. This is her son.
I've separated my mother into 2 people.
Okay.
Jacqueline Suzette
So
Wright,
are you, Amanda.
her legal name,
It takes one to know one,
and
baby.
Jaguar Wright, her stage name.
Okay.
I love Jacqueline Suzette Wright. She is my mother, and I love her with every bit of my being, in spite of the things that she's done. However, Jaguar Wright is the kind of person I abhor.
Okay.
To give you the Cliff Notes version on how I view Jaguar Wright.
I would love to hear
She is
his
5
extended
things.
version.
Okay.
She is an over-possessive siren who lures any people who try to be kind to her into her den and protects the things that she owns, whether it be her gained wealth or, even at worst, her own sons, whether they be dead or alive, like a dragon protects a hoard of gold. That's 1.
Okay.
2.
Thank you, Amanda. I really appreciate
Jaguar
that.
Wright is a vindictive thief who hates those who have slighted her or have done any wrong to her in her eyes, stirs the pot of bad blood for well over a decade, and pettily steals things from those whom she hates for her own purposes or for her own hatred.
Okay.
3, she is a dead son of narcissism who has been overfueled with the eutrophication of love from her father and her mother
Me
at
too,
such a young
honey.
age, well before her double digits, that it spoiled her rotten and led her to believe that she was a shining star.
But Amanda, have we not had late night, long ass lives where we broke this shit down and figured this shit out too, and said this is who she is. This is the problem. Her mama ain't never corrected her. Mama, I don't know why they say this stuff about me. We've done this work, and I don't think you're a psychologist, and I know I'm not one. Shout outs to Sam.
It's the cosmos, when in actuality she burnt out.
Oh.
4, she is a hyperbolic criminal with the mask of a cultist who has spread and blown things so far out of proportion
11 hours and
to the point
55
where
minutes,
nobody can
baby.
to hopefully nobody will find the truth of the matter, and to keep her name in the circles of controversy so that all the attention will always be on her.
I almost reposted that entire live today, and I was like, nah, I'm not going to do that to those people.
And likewise, hypocritically proclaiming to my now late half brother to never play a game series from Rockstar known as GTA, Grand Theft Auto, when she has effectively done the same herself in real life now. And 5th, and people watching this are probably going to remember this one, and they're probably going to be laughing at this. 5th, Jaguar Wright is a profane prostitute.
Yes, she is. At the lake behind Erica
Kadishtu.
Badu, but no, not even behind Erica Badu's house every morning. Y'all were like, "Oh, she looks so beautiful. Oh, I love this Jaguar. Oh, she looks so radiant." She was out there selling pussy. That's what LaGina said. She was trying to get LaGina to sell pussy. That's who Johnny Popcorn was. Her tricks. 2023, yes. 2023, yes. 2023. This is only 2025. I'm not talking about the early 2000s or the 90s or the 80s. I'm talking about 2023. Less than 36 months ago. She was behind, and I showed you the video today of her at the beef patty shop trying to sell some pussy. Angela said she was trying to make me do it too, but I don't do that.
Indoctrinated by the 4 women of the Zohar to be in communication.
Oh, we
with
stopped
the devil
watching her at some point. I'll show those videos.
In our religious faith, and to bring harm, or at worst, even death, upon members of our family.
Yep. Her own son.
That's the Cliff Notes version.
Her own son.
Of course.
I want to hear the whole. I want to hear the whole version.
I gotta tell you something.
She cracking up because her son is reading her.
You have your mother's gift of storytelling.
And let me tell you something. Tasha K interviewed about 4 years ago. Tasha K interviewed Jaguar Wright's family Okay? If we have time, we'll look at it. I know y'all probably, if y'all want to get back to that nigga talking shit, then we could do that. If y'all want to stay right here and stay on this, then we could do that too. Because Tasha K put out a whole thing about Jaguar Wright called Surviving Jaguar Wright, where she talked to her family. And I told you earlier, I said, wonder why her family don't speak up for her.
I am a very minor, but somewhat self-trained music composer.
Okay.
And an artist.
Okay.
But he ain't no thief.
I have the gift of art flowing through my veins.
Okay.
So
Both
that much
of his
is
parents
most
are
certainly a
artists.
fact. And I am capable of painting together very narratives of sort.
I was gonna say your mother, like, you guys have the same storytelling elements.
Except he telling the truth.
I'm just, I love it. I love it.
The key difference with yes.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda, because I'm done with Mark for the night
Now,
too.
those
I want to get to the
things
deliberation.
I have
Thank you.
kept separate with Jaguar Wright.
Okay.
As in her actions.
Okay.
And her persona.
Okay.
As they say, hate the sin, not the sinner. And over these years, over this year and a half, I realized all the wrongs that my mother has struck upon
has to be
me and has
hurtful.
tried to do with me.
Okay. Like what?
To an all-encompassing degree, she's attempted to use me as a pawn, a weapon and shield against those whom she hates, including her own family, for her own purposes, to manifest her ideal reality into real life, and that is to be the hit star that she never was, or at least the hit star that she tried to be, but was stolen away from her when those in a higher position used her as a sacrifice.
What do you mean a sacrifice?
I heard this from a member of my family, an
Okay.
aunt who I keep in contact with, and I'm pretty sure you can connect the dots to who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Tasha know.
Basically, my mother's career started in rap. But she didn't see the light in it at the time.
All right.
And frankly, she was probably striking out in it too early, didn't see the confidence in it, and probably was seeing the confidence in it when artists like, say, Nicki Minaj got on board.
Okay.
So she broke into singing.
Okay, thank you.
And she was doing really well at it too. She had
Thank you,
the
yeah.
angelical voice gifted
We
by
right
God
here.
himself.
I don't think she could sing that
However,
well. I'll be honest with you.
The group that she was with at the time, the Roots, they saw her as a good artist.
She was a
But
fuck
they
toy
also
too.
saw her as the perfect scapegoat to get away with whatever they were doing at the time. Whatever that was, I cannot say. I'm not in the situation myself. But they used her as a sacrificial lamb. And
Well, she was
that
fucking all of
blood
them.
spilt from the lamb is basically where all of that hatred stews.
Oh, okay. So, okay. I get you now.
I mean, her
Now, you said your mama was
her husband came to visit her in New York, and his father came into a hotel room, and she was fucking one of the members of the Roots, and he ended up getting into a fight with the nigga, just like you just saw with Goomba and Solar. She was also fucking Big L while she was married. Jay-Z. She got up on that altar and opened her legs herself.
Prostitute. Where'd you hear that from?
Look at the film.
Originally, the prostitute
Talib
line was
Kweli,
something that I
yep.
came up with myself because
Keep naming them.
in 2023,
Keep naming them.
in I believe February
That was Talib
or
Kweli.
late January.
Okay.
Sugar, you
this
own
was
it.
in the time me and my mother were in contact with Miss Legina Gold at the time at the South
The
Side.
one who said that she's Aaliyah's daughter.
Uh-huh. Angela Awosu.
Okay.
Okay. She said
yes.
she's Aaliyah R. Kelly's
Yeah.
daughter.
I do not know.
Yep,
the
we
full
played the
details
video
of
from the
myself, so
barbershop. It's about, what time is it now? 3:42. It's roughly an hour and 15 or 30 minutes from now. Yeah, I'm gonna break this down into small clips, Amanda, so don't even worry about it, okay? But yeah, we played the video from the barbershop. We saw the whole thing from the time she got out the car, from when she was in the barbershop to my fight me now, all that shit. But you've seen it before.
I will not give my word on it, but
I'm gonna go back because I've been talking over him.
They used her as a sacrificial lamb. And that blood spilt from the lamb is basically where all of that hatred stews.
Oh, okay. So, okay. I get you now. Now, you said your mama was a prostitute.
Tasha trying to keep a straight face.
Where'd you hear that from?
Originally, the prostitute line was something that I came up with myself.
She said it.
In 2023.
Okay.
In, I believe, February.
2023, y'all.
Or late January.
Okay.
This was in the time me and my mother were in contact with Miss Legina Gold at the time.
Okay.
At the south side.
The one who said that she's Aaliyah's daughter.
Okay.
Okay. She said she's Aaliyah R. Kelly's daughter.
She said Common put his dick on her face while she was asleep.
I do not know the full details on it myself, so I will not give my word on it. But to whomever she belongs to, it does not matter. She is another person. She is another person like me and like my mother and everyone else.
They developed a friendship.
Okay, go ahead.
She admitted to us on that one particular day on the south side of Lamar in Dallas, the one apartment place with all the music, with all the studios, and right down the street from Zalat Pizza. She admitted to me, from her own words, of an instance of adultery that she committed while she was still married to my father.
Oh,
but I've been lying.
Oh, and what was that?
I do not know the person whom she was with at the time, and she did not say the date
Pick
or
a
the
nigga.
year when it happened.
Okay. Pick a
But
nigga.
She told me that she did it. Whether that was a boast or whatnot, I cannot say for certain, but I'm willing to bet that she has.
Pick a
And
nigga.
apparently, from what I've seen, having been dug up as of more recently, apparently she has prostituted herself multiple times in the past. I cannot confirm since I haven't heard the full details, but
you have, y'all.
I have heard the word across the street. And I have even heard of an instance where my mother was live one time when she exposed her naked breast online.
I ain't
for the
seen that.
internet to see.
I don't know nothing about
There was
that.
even an instance where my mother was naked underneath the moonlight, like she were from Twilight.
I don't know
A
nothing about
werewolf.
that. I can't confirm that. I would have
Could
threw
you
up.
imagine how disgusted I
You
must
know,
have
Trevor.
been inside at the time?
I can
hearing
imagine
these
you to see your mama naked.
Ugh.
See, people got to understand these kids are affected.
And you got to think about Jaguar Wright's
I
body.
can tell that affected you. You saying that with so
Y'all saw Jaguar Wright in that hot tub wading across the pool when Solar was online. Not Solar, when Goomba was on live with Sean Davy Way with his titties out. And y'all saw Jaguar in the background wading across the pool, pulling all that water with her. Ugh. Who said I was lying? Listen, honey, you got to see some of these comments I had to fight during that time. Girl, I was a hater. I was hating on Jaguar Wright.
much passion.
Girl.
It's absolutely disgusting. And so I basically
Visions.
I basically
Girl.
committed. Basically, from there, the belief was basically true. She was effectively a succubus.
What is
She
that?
wanted to be a succubus.
A succubus.
She couldn't possibly.
A night demon whose only methods of survival is by draining the sexual energies of man.
But I gotta
Basically, carnal
correct him on
desire.
one thing. Succubuses are actually A, desirable, and B, convincing. That man was like, I don't want nothing you got. Here, take this beef patty, get the fuck out my shop.
And they do not care whom it is with.
Not a dartboard.
Where they can switch across their body to be whomever it is. Man, woman, anyone else in between. does not matter.
And she be out at the lake behind Erykah Badu's house in the early morning hours, and people would be like, oh, she looks glorious. She looks so beautiful. That's the Jaguar I love. And I'd be like, y'all don't realize that's another personality? That's Suzette. That's a whole different person. By noon, she was back to her old boorish self. Visions ain't gone nowhere. She just been hanging out in the background.
My mother lives off of a similar energy, but not solely of the sexual desire.
What energy is that?
Well, it's hard to fully decipher because it's a coalescence of many.
I tell you.
To say that this energy is nonetheless a demonic one and is a cyst is basically self-evident.
Boy, your mama just got bad character.
Money off of many people,
including your grandma.
Those who had, forgive me for saying this, foolishly given it to her in spite of all of her wrongdoings.
Foolishly.
As well as taking the money from her own mother.
What I tell you. So I have not been lying about her stealing her mother's Social Security money. I have not been lying about that. I never was. I told y'all they would travel at the same time every month. I told y'all they're going to lay low for a couple weeks. Before you know it, they'll be back out on the road again because Miss Francis is going to get her Social Security again. Adult Protective Services was watching Jaguar. At one point, they wouldn't let her touch her mama's money because they were investigating her. I'm not a liar. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I don't waste my energy coming on here pinpointing and identifying these things when it's not impactful and it's not necessary. I know what I'm doing. Y'all know what you're doing. There may not be a whole bunch of people saying what needs to be said, but if enough of us say it and enough of us do it the way it needs to be done, I told you, we put our foot on that woman's neck. We put her in a box, and every time she pop out, I'll be like, you can only go this far. But when y'all know, every so often I'll say something about Jaguar. I'll put up an old video about Jaguar because she done pop back up again. But when those two videos came up and she was misconstruing the facts of those clips, I was like, okay, let's get back to work.
Now, she's told me on many occasions that the money that she made was from Philadelphia.
Couldn't be.
But that's not true. She was getting that from grandma.
Yes, she was.
Her retirement fund, the pension that she was getting because her husband, my grandfather Norman, was a former Marine.
Yep.
Her 401k.
Yep.
She got that all from her. And the extra money she can siphon from Gerald.
And his grandfather had a settlement because something happened while he was alive or that caused his death or something like that, and her mom was getting the money, and Jaguar was such a bully and a liar. I say was in the past tense. I like to talk about people like that sometimes. Forgive me.
So she got money off of you too?
Let me see. Was there a time that I gave, I guess there were instances where I did give money.
I mean, y'all remember that time they were sitting in the bed in the hotel room the day she got arrested the fourth time when they were in Louisiana. That morning they were sitting in the hotel and she made him tell a story about being sexually assaulted at school while she collected cash apps online from people to asking for cash apps while he told his story and made him. He was like, I don't really want to talk about this right now. And she made him. And she was like, hit the cash app, y'all. Hit the cash app. I wonder if he's made that connection yet, because I sure did. There weren't very many people subscribed to Philadelphia, but there weren't none paying $9.99 a month for nothing. Because I kept track of that site. It wasn't nothing. And the site is defunct now. It ain't nothing there. Desired or required. Go ahead, Sam.
I'm talking about, but she wasn't drawing a check for you?
She wasn't drawing a check for me, nor has she ever done so since I've been apart from her and I started making my own money. And she never will.
Okay. And so basically you're saying that she was stealing money from your grandma, your late grandma.
Yes. Stealing. Effectively siphoning from her.
Not buying her no insulin.
Okay. But you got... Okay, so back to the hotel when you guys were basically evicted out of the apartment and you went to the hotel and your mom was arrested on live for that. Like, you guys were hungry that day. And it was I talked to Sean David Way, and I've seen videos of him where he was really emotional about what he had seen, and he couldn't believe the conditions in which you and your grandmother were living based off of your mom doing videos all day and was collecting your grandmother's check.
Yeah. Suffice to say,
but she had
my
new
mother
braids.
is terrible with spending. A common symptom amongst some celebrities.
She had the new
She's
braids,
not very good
though.
with handling her wealth. And she likes to spend it on a couple of things, a lot. And not in the things that matter, but in the things that she desires. Which has led to many instances where she kept the money to herself. And there isn't much money left for the rest of us to basically split it when it comes to groceries.
But didn't she go to that beef patty shop and say she had a whole house full of people to feed and she needed a platter? So where you want to go so we could, cause you know I gotta make this money. I was about to turn that trick. Ain't that what she said? I was gonna turn that trick. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, is that a fact, Sugar? That's dangerous. She wanted Sam and LaGina to get married and have a baby. That's exactly what she said. She was trying to hook them up. I guess so she was going to have LaGina go get an apartment that she could live in. Remember? And I was like, LaGina, don't you go get no goddamn apartment. Don't you get no apartment in Dallas. You take your ass back to Detroit. And if you can get an apartment there, I know you just got evicted from a home in Detroit, but if you can get a place to stay in Detroit, you take your ass back. Where is LaGina now?
You guys were hungry and homeless because she couldn't budget.
Yes.
Okay. You got a folder in your hand. What's in the folder?
Oh, God.
I thought that I'd basically show some things to you. Maybe some things I made a while. But
like receipts?
Unfortunately, no receipts. I
No,
haven't captured
art.
anything from the time. But basically,
He wants to share his art.
I have the original drawing that captures everything that I view that my mother has become.
Oh, shit.
I have a more quality version that I adapted into a digital.
This is a demon.
Wow.
That is a succubus.
Okay, and this is an angel.
Wow.
Yes.
That's
to
crazy.
Put it in full visualization for everyone to articulate.
Okay.
The olive leaf extract can
That's
reverse
sad,
high blood
man.
pressure and
I got
diabetic
you.
high blood sugar or the sugar.
That is sad, man.
Was when she was completely filled with love and not enough discipline.
Oh, so basically spoiled.
Yes, spoiled. Hence the narcissism. It may not be medically stated, but it is effectively true. This is egotism in its fullest form.
Grandiose.
mostly. Articulated from one being.
Okay.
She has been stranded in an abyss that she has cast herself into.
That's called
for all
hell.
this time. And in my digital formulation, that abyss is much more articulated. And she is floating in front of very olden teeth. The teeth of the spiritual beast Leviathan, the primordial aquatic beast God had sent down from heaven. And for those of you of the religious sects who know this, you know what that means when my mother is in front of those jaws. But for those who don't, it is long speculated that in the spiritual world, the Leviathan
She was sick.
maw serves.
But Jaguar would give her mama, you know, she collect cash apps or whatever. I'm sure her mother got some type of government assistance too. She would let her mother eat whatever she wanted to. You know, because I do believe they had a codependent relationship to a certain degree. She would let her mama eat Whataburger, her words, not mine, and a Coca-Cola. And then her mother be in the background. My daughter got mad at me tonight because, what did I tell her I was going to make her for dinner? Oh, she wanted some noodles, some ramen noodles, which have absolutely no nutritional value. And I made some lamb and green beans, and she was mad. Hey, I said, girl, if you don't sit down and eat this food, it's my job as your mother to feed you nutritional food, not just what you want. When you wake up in the morning with a stomach ache because you got no nutrition from these damn noodles, then you gonna be mad. Jaguar didn't care about her mother. She didn't care for her mother. She let herself get evicted, and they came and I blame the police as well, because they came and checked on her mama. She didn't have no insulin, and they still let her mama live with her. I didn't see that whole thing about that spoiled food, but I heard about it. And you know, sometimes them old people like to hold on to some food, man. They'll hold on to some food, especially people, the older ones with a scarcity mindset. They'll hold on to some food, man. But I blame Officer, what was his name, that came and checked on Miss Francis, because while Jaguar was having her mother going around looking for the pocketbook, people were calling Adult Protective Services on Jaguar while she was live. So the police came out to check on her mother. Her mama didn't have no insulin, not a drop, but they still let her mother stay with her. Her mother was like, "Oh, I'll be fine. Oh, I'll be fine." How you got a 70-something-year-old woman in your care who has diabetes and doesn't have any insulin, and you letting her eat Whataburger and shit? She didn't care about her mama. She would leave her mother for days to go up and down the road trying to get crawfish and shit. What's up, J-Rock? Welcome in. This might be a new topic for you, honey.
As the entrance
This
to
might be
hell
new.
itself. My mother is basically floating right in front of it. But she's not swimming away. Why? Because there is a mirror of Tenebris, a fell reflection that is portraying to her her ideal world. The
Delusion.
angel that she once was, all
Delusion.
grown up, singing the hymns of God like she were an angel. Thus
Delusion.
keeping her trapped down there.
See, and I always say, I don't believe, I'm a seminarian. I have a master's degree from a seminary in divinity. I've learned hermeneutics and exegetism and eisegesis and everything you need to understand the Bible. I'm very well understanding of it. Have written enough papers to know there's no S at the end of Revelation. Okay? And I honestly believe hell is a place that you trap yourself in. It's up here. When you're stuck, I'm gonna make this relevant for all the different people in here. When Jedediah Brown has to keep scamming, has to keep stealing, has to keep scamming, has to keep stealing, that's hell. When I'm able to ascend to different heights and understand different things and go different places and learn different things and have different healings and different revelations and different understandings, that's heaven. And there is an understanding that people want to reject that is made famous by Masonic culture that says as above, so beneath. It's a satanic principle. As above, so beneath. As what's happening right here in your mind, so what happens in the earth that you live in. You create your own reality. I don't believe that a person can be sent to hell or can be sent to heaven. I believe it's where you are right now. I've been in hell before. I've been in a place in my mind where I was in a constant cycle. Those things sometimes are called karmic cycles. I've been in that state before. Hold on, let me check my live because it feels weird. Okay. My daily reminder that I manifest effortlessly, honey, aligning myself with time and space just came up on my phone. But I've been in hell. I've been in a place where I was constantly in this cycle. They call them karmic cycles. I've been in these places before. And those things have had to be broken. I've had to have experiences with people in my lifetime and say, you know what? I'm grateful that we had this experience. In my next lifetime, you are not allowed to meet me again. This manifestation of you, I will never ever encounter again. Or this mindset, this thing I'm stuck in, this idea, this habit, this desire, this thing I keep submitting to. No, we're not doing that no more. So I understand where he's coming from with the spiritualization of it, but a lot of that is a figment of imagination. When you really break it down as an adult, and you really understand what's happening. I've told you guys before, I'm gonna make it real plain. I tell this story all the time because I learned a lot from this story. When my boyfriend and I in China, it was the eve of Chinese New Year, and we were trying to catch a taxi. And you know, we these rich foreigners, right? Because we are, and they want to take advantage of us. The taxi wants to charge us more than it's supposed to because it's the eve of a holiday. And I told my boyfriend, pay him. He want to overcharge us for this taxi. He got to ride this taxi all night. We going somewhere else to party. Let him stay in this perpetual state, because one of these motherfuckers gonna whoop his ass because he keep overcharging people. Not only that, he has to continue to do that. I tell my students, if you cheat, you're just telling the universe you dumb. You're not willing to learn in order to succeed. You're allowing yourself to fall into the trap. If you steal, you're telling the universe how you'll receive it. When I lived in Arizona and I had just moved from China to America, and I literally was walking down the street like, okay, what's my next move? What am I about to do? How am I going to get into this next bag? And this man drove up to me and propositioned me for prostitution. I had to make a decision in that moment. Now, first of all, I'm worth a whole lot more than what he could have been offering. Okay? But I also know that I'm educated and I know my worth. Okay? What he was offering me was what I make in an hour in my work. Okay, so what I would have had to do was continue to do that thing in order to make that money. Continue to do that thing in order to, I was like, okay, so I have to see this in a particular way. The bag wants me, it's up to me how I get it. So it's very important, and I'm just going to go into this conversation because I am who I am. It's very important to understand that this whole idea of heaven and hell and angels and demons, man, it's so fluid, it's not even funny. You can go into a parallel reality just like that. Just like, y'all, I was sitting here falling asleep 17 minutes ago, wasn't I? I quickly perked up when I got my peach tea and my double shot of that Bernata. Okay? That's espresso. So, I mean, I love Sam, but he's over religiousizing and over spiritualizing it to a point where it becomes a perpetual state where a person can't escape from. And that's not the truth. That's not the truth. You can set yourself free. Heaven and hell is in the mind. It is literally up here. Everything is up here. It's all up here. Heaven is up here. Okay, if you want to break free from something or stop doing something or I mean, I can't take you through the whole process right here, right now on this live, but I'm literally telling you, it ain't a God or a Jesus in the world that's gonna save you. And the devil told me to tell you he ain't gonna save you either. I hear you, nigga. He ain't gonna save you either. All he could do is give you some instruction, and it's up to you to follow it. Okay. This whole perception of angels and demons and the devil, demons work for me. They work for me. All they want is acknowledgement and instruction. If you don't tell them what to do, they're going to run amok just like animals. If you don't put animals to work, they will tear up your house. If you don't give them something to do, a ball, a water bottle or something, they're going to tear up your house. But as soon as you give them something to put that energy and that essence into, they will work for you and get amazing things done. When I tell you what I know, that's why one of my other channels is called Dayla the Demon Whisperer. When Dalton tried to say I was a demon worshiper, bitch, please. Don't ever insult me that way. I'm a demon whisperer. So I'm going to let him talk his shit, but I also have to talk mine because it's very important to understand. Jaguar Wright is not in hell in a spiritual sense. This is not a spiritual issue. This is not an issue of demons. This is an issue of Jaguar Wright's, I wrote it right here, bad character. Bad character. She has bad character. Break it down, make it simple, make it practical. She don't need no exorcism. She don't need no shamdala hakorobosa terediosa. She don't need none of that. She don't need none of that. She needs to make a decision that she has obviously the propensity of influence, obviously the propensity to make money, obviously the propensity to go places. Well, not on a plane and not in an Uber and not by Lyft. And maybe not even on a train or by Greyhound. But she has it. But it's all about the way you choose and decide to get it. I can sit here and beg y'all all night for cash. Can you give me a cash? Somebody send me a cash. Cash at me this. Cash at me that. I wanted to fund my channel so it wouldn't be such a burden on me. So I created a product that you can purchase called Patreon. And those who want it have it. And whatever's left over, I cover out of my own pocket. It ain't that big of a deal. But understand the fame always comes before the fortune. But that damn Jaguar Wright, it ain't no all these super spiritual terms, a cat of nine tails and a mirror of Thebes and all that bullshit. No, I'm sorry. Your mama got bad character. She might just need her ass whooped. Many kids do.
Her vocal cords stripped away and given to an irreprobate mind. That is whom Jaguar Wright is.
I'm going to explain that reprobate mind because I do believe that that's a state that she's in, but I don't believe it's permanent. If you grew up in the church, especially the black church, you heard oftentimes about God will turn you over to a reprobate mind. A reprobate mind is a mind where you do what you ought not do and you can't get away from it. That's called a life of addiction, bad habits. That's hell. But you can break free from that. I mean, once you understand how powerful your mind is, there's nothing that can keep you from anything that you're supposed to have, from what's for your best and highest good. But Jaguar Wright won't do the shadow work. She won't face herself. I got into a professional battle with somebody recently, and every once in a while, I play this little game where in my mind, I'll be like, yep, you won. You got this. Congratulations. Just so I can stop battling with it in my mind. Yep, you won. You got me. Good job. Because everything works out for me. Everything works out for me. What I desire always comes into fruition, and I don't have to lie, steal, cheat, fuck, suck, none of that. None of that. Not none of that. But she's obviously got the ability. The reprobate mind is a religious concept that says you can be placed in a situation God will allow you. Now, whoever that is up to you. But God will allow you to be a slave of your sin where you can't get out of it. That's just personal decisions. You just get in bad habits. That's why I'm like, she 49 years old behaving like this? She just got caught stealing $30,000 worth of goods in 2024. She turned 50 last year. 50. Is that a reprobate mind? It could be, but could she change her mind? Yeah. So I'm going to let him talk his religious shit. But please understand that that's all a figment of your imagination. And if you rocking over here, then I have to let you know. That's why I had to get with old boy earlier when he was talking about Satanists. And I was like, you have no idea what Satanists really are, honey. She wants to be the victim and the villain at the same time. And you just can't be. Not when I'm watching.
While the mirror is what she thinks she is. And what, at least, I can articulate
she's delusional.
A imperfect articulation of Jacqueline Suzette Wright.
She's delusional. She done lied to herself all these years.
You just taught me something today.
She having a hard time with failure. But we've had that conversation before.
And never discipline the kid.
This is what becomes of them.
Yeah.
Love, as beautiful as it is a very meticulous, double-edged dance.
Love disciplines too.
It is a rose. A beautiful flower.
A rose. I love it.
That is protected by thorns. And too much of something can turn into a bad thing. And depending on what it is, it can either be something very light that can be cured, or an insidious, vile, serpentine poison that can corrupt a person for as long as their life allows them, if no one stops them.
As long as their life allows them.
Too much love is what turned my mother into the demoness.
No, that's not love. That's your mom and daddy not wanting to face the fact that they had sick relatives who sexually abused her. So instead of dealing with the issues, they pacified it. Let's be honest, Sam. Let's be honest. You may not even know that part. Okay? That's not love. Love chastens. Love is balanced. Love is disciplined. I love my daughter. That's why I made her lamb and green beans for dinner. And it was fire. And she is, can I save some of the lamb for tomorrow? Because it's so good. I want to have some for lunch. Okay. I will, sugar. I actually have another channel called Daylight the Demon Whisperer where I get into some of this shit. I haven't gone live on there like I go live on here, but I definitely should. I appreciate you for saying that. Thank you for that encouragement. But love, as a parent, says, I know that you had an experience that was horrible at the hands of my family. So let me remove you from this situation and let me place you into some therapy and some counseling. Now, I think I told my daughter one day, she had experienced something. I had done something that upset her. I can't remember what it was now, to be honest with you. But I apologized to her. We made it right. And I told her, I was like, now, this don't mean that you could just get away with what you want just because I feel bad about what happened. I think I had not been paying her enough attention in our transition from here to Korea, from America to Korea. I focused a whole lot of my attention on my job and what I had to do and the things that I had to do to get here. So there were times where she felt ignored and she started to resent me for it. And I realized it. So I apologized and I made it right, and I made a commitment to her to give her the attention that she needed and the time that she needed. I said, but that don't mean you could just act a fool now. Because mama loves you, but mama still gonna get with you. I don't believe that love is just what he's misconstruing love for brushing shit under the rug. Okay, her parents didn't love her in a healthy way. They brushed shit under the rug so they didn't have to combat their family about how nasty they were. Okay,
that her persona is now. All of the wrongdoings that she has done. The abuse, whipping me with an extension cord. Oof. For trying to vent out her frustration for her father dying.
That's crazy.
The manipulation, trying to turn me against my own family. Trying to put my grandmother Tina into a troubling situation with the cops in Plymouth meeting, trying to get me down to her. The crimes she has committed, from simple misdemeanors to
federal
being on a wanted
crimes.
list in Grand Prairie.
Uh-huh.
The horrid physical abuse and ruthless fear she inflicted upon my brother.
Now, what's she gonna turn this clip into to blame P. Diddy? How's she gonna splice this little moment of a clip that's now back out there into to put it on P. Diddy to try to gain some relevance? Did she really think they were gonna call her up to testify? She's not a credible witness. And she ain't been in the music industry in decades. And when she wasn't impactful. Go ahead, Sam.
Awful elder abuse she put Grandma Frances through.
Oh my God.
Especially in that one call that I heard when my Aunt Lachelle wanted Frances to speak to Mom before she died, and referred, and in Jaguar's bitter hatred, referred to her elder sister and her mother as a bitch.
Wow.
That most certainly broke her heart.
Wow.
That is all the insidious things that she is.
That ain't all of it. That's some of it, though. She done threatened to kill her ex-husband's nieces and nephews.
If she is not stopped, if you are not stopped, mother, if you do not stop running away,
listen, Jack.
Stop swimming around in that abyss of yours.
Listen,
looking
Jack.
in that mirror, you will be swallowed by Leviathan, and you will join Lucifer.
No, you won't, because Lucifer don't want shit to do with you. Let me clear that up for Sam. Lucifer told me to tell you you can't sit next to him. Okay, because he's a light bearer. He is a bearer of truth, wisdom, and understanding. No. He ain't got no taste for a bitch like you. Let's be clear. Let's not Europeanize who Lucifer is. Okay, he is a light bringer. You couldn't sit with my nigga. Okay, I sit with my nigga, and you couldn't sit with me. No. Let me clarify for you what Sam is trying to tell you, mother. If you continue in this situation the way that you are, you're going to drive your own self crazy. And ain't nobody going to give a fuck when you die. There you go. That's what he meant to say.
Of Megiddo in the Armageddon. Me, Giovanni, your mother, your father, your sisters, all of us, we will have to shed tears knowing that you will be abandoned to the fires of Armageddon, to be purged and burned away with the devil and the rest of those swayed by him.
Well, now Armageddon almost happened last week, so I don't know about that. Sam, you got to come out. Some people are so heavenly minded, they're no earthly good. You got to talk to your mama in real words, because all this Europeanized spirituality is not real, honey. We got to speak to her character. We got to speak to her bad habits. You got to speak to the fact that your mother wears a diaper and gets arrested 4 times a year and can't keep her hands to herself and feels the need to constantly have male attention to validate her existence. That ain't got nothing to do with the devil, because I rock with the devil regularly on a daily basis, and I don't feel the need to be hugged up with no nigga for attention. I'm not stealing. I'm not thieving. I'm not lying. I'm not cheating. I could sit down with anybody and not be in fear. I go into government offices in different parts of the world without fear. I was able to fly to London for a birthday trip for my daughter and come back. 2 customs, never had an issue. 2 TSAs, 1, 2, 3, 4. Went through TSA 4 times and never got into a fight with anybody. Never got arrested. And the devil is my dude, my homie. So let's not put him in it. He said he ain't got nothing to do with that. He said if you gonna call him anything, call him Bennett, because he ain't in it. That's what he told me to tell you. I got you. It's poetic though.
I love you as mother to son. But as a person, I could never stand behind a demonic prostitute.
You can't.
Especially one who has learned the ways of witchcraft.
She don't know nothing about witchcraft. She don't know witchcraft.
And
let me tell you, Sam.
God's word to your own
let me tell you about your mama, Sam. Your mama don't know witchcraft. Okay? Your mama might have learned some of this and some of that, but those of us who know witchcraft know that love is the highest power. There is no energy, no reverberance, no nothing, no essence. There is nothing in this dimension that's more powerful than love. The devil knows that. And your mother doesn't operate in love. She doesn't know witchcraft. What you think is witchcraft isn't witchcraft. It's just mean bitches. If your mother knew witchcraft, we wouldn't be having this conversation about her. I promise you. Because the witches that I know, when we have conversations, it's like, love will take care of that. Love is the highest power. Love is love, joy, peace, and what is it? There's one right above it. These are the highest powers. We operate in the highest powers. We understand the highest powers. What your mother operates in is not love, joy, or peace. She doesn't know anything about witchcraft. Witchcraft is a craft. In order to do witchcraft, you got to get down with yourself. Excuse me, because there are no morals to magic. I feel like I need to tell you that and whoever else is listening. There are no morals, to magic. Morals are a societal concept. But if your mother truly understood witchcraft, thank you. If your mother truly understood witchcraft, she wouldn't have to steal, babe. Because I understand witchcraft. Thank you for peace and prosperity. More, please. That's witchcraft. I just did a art of scripting where I wrote something down in ink and I said it out loud. So I added a vibration to the atmosphere. That's witchcraft. Your mama don't know nothing about that. Your mama don't even say thank you. Don't mix her up with us, okay? Don't do that, because it is us who's keeping your mama in a box like she's supposed to be. It's us that freed Legina from her grasp. It's us that freed you and Gerald from her grasp. Don't mix your mama up with us. She can't sit with us, baby. I'm telling you, you gotta un-Europeanize your spirituality so you can really understand this thing for what it is. Your mother is not a witch. She could not sit with us. We are divine beings who understand our masculine and our feminine and our light and our shadow, and we sit with ourselves. We don't get in fights. Have you ever heard of the devil getting in a fight? It ain't one fight. I have a girlfriend who's Muslim. And she told me the other day, she's like, I'm Muslim, girl. Quit talking to me about the devil. Because she found herself agreeing with me about some shit we were talking about. But I constantly, in any spiritual system that there is, you never hear about the devil getting in a fight. Ever. Never, ever had to battle. You hear about one that might happen one day off into the future, but you ain't never heard about the devil getting into a fight. Understand what light is. Sam, your mama ain't one of us, okay? I resent that. I rebuke that notion. She probably could be if she got right. But your mother could never sit among witches, because if she sat with us long enough, she would break. And I don't mean in a bad way. If your mother sat with us long enough, the realism of who we are and how we've come into an acknowledgement of ourselves, and we're not ashamed of who we are, and we love ourselves and we love the people around us, and we flow in such effervescent manifestation, and we've understood how to make this thing work, and we win without having to do all the dips and the tricks. Your mother would be like, she would probably cry like a baby. She would most likely cry like a baby if she sat with me or somebody else like me. If she sat in my presence, she would either get angry and she'd want to fight, or she'd break like a baby. One or the other. Do you understand? I hope you do, because you don't understand how we get down. Witches don't operate like your mother. She doesn't know anything about. You got to understand, witchcraft is an art. It's a science. We don't have to go on and beg for cash apps. We don't have to steal. I can all night put up posts that other people place asking you for cash apps and never ever ask for one myself. And I'm grateful for what you give. We don't ever have to. We have an ability and an essence and a power that is unseen, that is so phenomenal and so above what you think witchcraft is. We ain't sitting around no bowls with big noses and warts talking about Kim de la Lee, Kim de la La. No, we understand what abracadabra means. Abracadabra means so I speak, so it is. We understand these things. We understand how to meditate and harness our minds and focus on the things that are above, not the things that are beneath. Okay? Let me just clear that up. I might have to clear up some more shit.
Of the cohorts of Samael.
Oh my God.
The poison of God.
Baby, come down.
Don't even try to stop me in my endeavors. I know what you're gonna try and do. You're gonna try and bring up the AI thing again.
What
And
AI
like I
thing?
said with Sean Davy Way, I'll say it here now. Those who dare dismiss my words, my brain, my thought, my soul as nothing but an artificial fabrication, see yourself out. Your brain
Somebody said he was AI.
far too disheveled and withered.
Thank you, Amanda.
To engage in this very touching situation.
Who said he was
This
AI?
is why family matters. Stay within the family. You want to bring up all of these things in public? All of these personal things that happen, these little falsifications of stories of what happened when you quote unquote got You want to bring up the abuse that happened in your childhood, all the mistreatment from your siblings when you were the one who was pampered? You want to bring all of this to light? Then that gives us the green light to be able to inflict that exact same thing on you.
No, it doesn't, though.
Truth.
Not really, Sam. You got to stay in the child's place, honey.
I can be your crusader, mother. But if you want to test my patience, I can very well be a demon slayer to you.
Oh my God.
And by demon slayer, in video game terms, I refer to myself as the Doom Guy on Mars, slaughtering demons with a shotgun.
Oh my God, baby. This isn't a video game.
And Jaguar Wright is a fully established demoness, so you know what that means. I can be that, or I could be a paladin to cleanse you of those sins and bring you back into the light.
There's no such thing as sin.
Is
Sam,
to walk the full path of repentance.
Sam, let me tell you something, Sam. I love you to pieces. I have loved you for a very long time, so let me be honest with you. You are so at war and so full of hostility and animosity about who your mother is that you're afraid you'll become her. And the best thing that you can do is face that and be like, okay, I see it. I see where I could be a little, okay, I see that. Let me deal with that. Let me deal with me. Let me come to terms with me. Let me do some shadow work with me. Oh, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. Let me deal with me. You don't fight demons, honey. You assign them. All demons are, what people call demons, are energies without an assignment that make people uncomfortable. That's it, baby. Once you acknowledge those demons, give them a little piece of candy every once in a while, give them an assignment, you'll be fine. And you ain't got to deal with your mama. So I don't know why you got all this hostility toward her anyway. All this vitriol toward your mama. When you make your own money and you pay your own bills, you ain't got to fuck with her. So why you even allowing yourself to get into this deep and dark place when exactly, attachments. No, really, it's fear. It's fear that she'll manifest in him, that who she is and those same traits and those same characteristics will manifest in him instead of dealing with it. Attachments. Just be disappointed and move the fuck on. She wasn't who you thought she was. You know, my mom and daddy told me when I was younger, and I've said this before. I think I said it last October. As I was dealing with another karmic cycle breaking, my mother and father told me all parents are people who had sex. That's it. That's it. Sometimes, for some reason, some parents lift themselves up to be these holy, godlike beings, and then when you find out that's not who they are, your whole world is crashed. My parents did that too, but they also said all parents are people who fucked. We just fucked unprotected. It could have happened. It could have not have happened. You could have been here. You could have not been here. My mama had 2 miscarriages before me. I could have been either one of them. I had 5 miscarriages before my daughter. So when you come to the understanding, and I'm speaking to Sam, but I'm speaking to all of us at the same time, because Sam represents a lot of us. When you come to the understanding that your parents are imperfect, especially if you're in a place where you don't have to fuck with them, it ain't no need to get into this place. I could be a demon slayer. I could just not fuck with you. I could just not fuck with you. I could just go on with my life and enjoy my good life and my good times, get some therapy. It's only $35 an hour, and make sure that I'm healed from my own children. Because if not, you will have these same issues come up when you do decide to have children. You'll have to face this stuff at some point, and your mother can't be your enemy. You can't, not if you as holy and now as you say you are. You got to make peace with it and be like, you know what? My mom's pretty fucked up. But you know what? She provided me with some pretty cool gifts, some pretty cool understandings, a pretty cool anointing in this area, or a good this or a good that. When you have that kind of peace, who your mother is won't become a battlefield for you. And that's when you'll understand what love really is. But as long as you keep battling with your mother and the attachment that you have, what you need to do is, like J Rock said, detach completely. It ain't gotta be no dramatic moment. It ain't. I know you play video games a lot. My ex-husband used to too. So like these moments, these stories would come through. No, baby, it's just my mama's calling. Nope. We're not gonna do that today. I'm not gonna talk to her today. I'll call her when I feel like it. I'll talk to her when I feel like it. I'll set the boundaries I feel like are appropriate for me and for mine. Okay? She don't gotta know where you live. You don't gotta do no bunch of interviews. If you say things should be handled within the family, handle them in the family, and don't go talking to Tasha K. Okay? Because I guarantee you she ain't pay you what she paid Gina. And I'm not talking about little Gina. I'm talking about I'm just gonna call her 50 Cent's baby mama. Damn. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna call her. Damn. Yeah, okay, she's not a Jane Doe. Okay, 50 Cent's baby mama. No. P. Diddy's baby mama. That's the other one. Damn it, I just got it all confused. Now I know who I'm talking about. I had to unravel it for a second because they look alike to me. Both of them, Jane Doe and Gina, look exactly alike to me. Maybe that's because I live in Korea. But I guarantee you Tasha K didn't pay you what she paid P. Diddy's baby mama. So go unravel that stuff with a therapist, honey. All this you in the vials of vitriol and the Armageddon of diabetes. Man, please. Those are words that were made up, honey. None of that shit existed 900 years ago. Okay? Okay? Real talk, real shit. Your mama is fucked up. It's a whole lot of stuff about her that would embarrass the fuck out of me if she was my mama. Okay? But you don't have to be her. You don't have to fight her. You can just go on with your life. You had an amazing opportunity to do some amazing things that you fucked up that had nothing to do with her. Now you got an amazing opportunity to do it again. Put your energy into what feeds you, what serves you, what makes you a better man for the world. May all beings benefit. When you get to that place where all this other stuff doesn't matter, that's when you'll really be able to feel love. Because right now you don't even feel love. Love to you is an enemy because you feel like if you feel love, or if a person loves you too much, or if you love somebody too much, they'll turn you, or you'll turn them into your mama. You haven't even made peace with love. You're at war with love. Baby, you haven't even accepted or known really what love is, because you've been a pawn in this game all your life between your mama and your daddy. So you gotta calm down. You gotta breathe. You gotta chill. You might need some pussy. I heard you say you a grown man in all senses of the word. I know what that means. You done finally got some pussy. I understand what that means. You might need some more. Cause honey, chill out. Okay? Please continue.
For all the things that you have done.
You better repent, Jaguar. This boy
acknowledge the wrongs that you have committed. The crimes that you have done. The evasions of taxes over the years from leeching money from other people.
She might not never do that. Mother,
and from the people whom you marry into. All of the slander you've thrown against your kind sister, your kindred family, who you spilled the blood of for years. And for that whipping that you gave me for venting frustration, unjust frustration, with an aux cord that could have given me a bleeding injury if you struck with the head of it. Back in 2009, when I was 7 years old.
He is still baby. That's the year right there. That 7th year, man, I tell you, if you know, you know. That's who creates who you are, that 7th year. I protected my daughter with everything I had. I made sure, and I'm not saying I did it perfectly because I'm not perfect, but I knew that 7 year would be very integral to who she would be as a woman. Our relationship, the relationship I built with her in her 7th year, was going to be very, very important to who she was as a woman. And honey, you just said you were an adult in all forms, but you're still holding on to a spanking that you received when you were 7. We all got our asses whooped at some point if we had black parents back then. And I can only guarantee you, your mama gave it to you worse because she's quite a bull. But you gotta heal. I didn't even know this was gonna turn into this. I can't stand your mama either. I think she's a whole lot of bad things. But damn, you can't let her pull you into such a dark place. You holding on to a whooping from when do you realize my daddy used to sit on my head while he whooped me? Our parents were just people who fucked. You want her to repent for a whooping she gave you when you were 7, Sam? You care more about that than you do about her stealing from her mama or stealing from all these people or lying on P. Diddy. Stealing from Legina, stealing from her ex-husband. Fucking around on them. Getting high off Bobby's fentanyl weed. Putting your brother's ashes on strangers. So what is this really about, Sam? Baby, you got some healing to do. I pray that you get it, but I can't make it happen. Go ahead,
Grandpa
Sam.
Norman died after you effectively railroaded me and Giovanni to not go to that funeral.
Wow.
His funeral. These are things you must repent before you are freed from that reprobate mind.
Oh my God.
Because your soul is on the verge of total.
But you can't decide, Sam. I'm 44 years old having a conversation with you, okay? You can't decide what a person has to do in order to be broken free from their own psychic prison. That's not up to you, okay? I'm gonna be very clear with you. You can't decide when your mother is forgiven. You don't have that right. You don't have that kind of sovereignty. Only she does. Did you know that? You don't have that kind of power over her. If you do, it's called unforgiveness. And you lock yourself into that same karmic cycle. If you choose to believe that your mother is going to be in this same cycle of conning, stealing, pimping, and hoeing, conning, stealing, pimping, and hoeing, conning, stealing, pimping, and hoeing, until she asks you to forgive you for whooping you at 7, do you realize how you've entangled yourself? The word, I took it down and I meant to keep it up. Do you realize how you've entangled yourself with her psychosis? With her karma? I'm going to tell you what I'm sure you've heard other people say. Forgiveness ain't for her, it's for you. Letting go is not for her, it's for you. Okay? Because if you decide, if you feel like, oh, I'm this big nigga, I'm the HNIC, I can decide when you've repented enough or done enough or said enough or been good enough to decide when you can be free. Your mama will die a crackhead. It ain't up to you. It's really up to her. She could decide right now in this moment that, you know what, this life I've been living ain't doing nothing for nobody. And it's a bad cycle. She might have been smoking the wrong weed all these years. She really needs to get some of that Blue Dream. I'm going to write her a prescription. Okay. Well, she don't live nowhere where it's legal, so never mind. Neither do I, so never mind. But your mother has to make these decisions for her own life, and she ain't got to get your approval. She can decide, you know what, my son is not going to forgive me. We can't come to terms about these things. I'm going to go on with my life. Then you're going to feel like ass when she flourishes and prospers and receives the recognition she deserves and gets to learn how to control her vibrato and can sing with Marsha Ambrosia and not sound like she turning the whole song upside down. You understand what I'm saying? When your mother is able to heal and reinvest the money that she makes into her healing, when your mother is able to learn how to love people the way that they deserve to be loved and receive love the way that she deserves to receive love, nigga, who are you? Who are you? Your mama don't need your forgiveness to be free. Nigga, fuck you. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Respect.
Corruption from the hands of Lucifer.
Oh my God, girl. Please. I need a glass of wine too,
Don't
Tasha.
you dare try to say that I'm not your son anymore. I have that birth certificate that says that I am your son. That I am the son of Jacqueline Suzette Wright and Samuel Douglas Odom. I can basically see how
Y'all got
our
some
conversations are going to go now.
This is some generational shit right here. What we are seeing unfold before our eyes in Sam's face, every single time I freeze the frame, this is a generational issue. This is older than him. He needs an Akashic healing, and so does his mother. You're not going to find that in the Bible. Okay? You might be able to find out more about it through ChatGPT. I recommend that you research it. He really does need to forgive the karmic cycles in his past lives and in his mother's past lives and in his generations that have led them here. Because this combative approach is not going to work. It's good for TV. It gets views. It's exciting, but for a healed, peaceful, loving, powerful, joyful person like me, we see right through it. We see right through it. I tell my daughter every day, like, sometimes you just got to accept people for who they are. Everybody ain't going to be who you expect them to show up as. Sometimes you just got to let people be who they are. People have a right to make a decision about whether they want to be your friend or not. And just because they choose not to be your friend don't mean you got to now have this battle axe against them. Everybody's not going to have a deep and fulfilling relationship with you like you want them to. Sam, you got to grow the fuck up, honey. That's the real truth. When you have enough experiences in life that you realize the whooping you got at 7 wasn't the worst thing that happened. Yes, it was horrible. It was abusive. I'm sure. I don't doubt it. I've been there. I don't doubt it. But this vitriol that you have where you're cursing your mother to utter damnation, man, you do realize that the same energy you put out against other people, you are actually putting on yourself? Because that's how magic works. In order to be able to be powerful in energy, you got to be able to receive the same thing. That's why we witches know love is the highest power. But what you're doing right now is operating in witchcraft if you want to talk about it. You're using the element of air to create a certain vibration and a certain energy that will change your mother's landscape. But I mean, you can't really control what she does. You gotta chill, dude. Go ahead, Sam.
Continue down this path. I've boiled you down to that of a simple, non-playable character.
Okay,
villain.
Leave it at that then.
You're a second-rate person.
Then why is she getting so much energy from you? If your mother is an NPC, then why the fuck are you giving her all this negative energy? Why are you going down to the bottom of your energy? Why are you going down to the rage and the wrath and the sadness and the anger and the loathing? If your mother really doesn't matter that much, if she's just an NPC, then why the fuck are you giving her so much attention? Unless it's you that needs the attention. Unless you know that coming on this show and saying, Jaguar Wright is my mama, she ain't always been perfect. There's been some things about her that I've really appreciated and I've really loved. Overall, I'm just going to love her for who she is. Listen, I have to go on with my life. She goes on with her life. That's my mama. I love her to pieces, and I won't stop. Tasha K don't want to hear that shit, and you know it. That's why you keep looking at Tasha for validation as you talk. You keep looking over at her for validation as you talk, as your amen corner. The woman is pouring a glass of wine while you speaking. She's enjoying every moment of this. You, Sam, are making a huge mistake. And listen, I'm glad you speaking out about your mama and being honest about your mama. But as a God, I have to be honest with you. Okay? If she is an NPC, if she's a non-player character, if she's a non-motherfucking factor, then you shouldn't be on this platform talking about her. It should have been a quick no comment.
Can be simplistically be dissected and written out. And once again, to quote from my musical Bible when it comes to regards about you.
Tasha done started drinking out the bottle.
No, it's calculated. I can even predict your angles. And I can see that you're being very silent now, seething in your hatred. You want to walk away from this, try and ignore the pain.
You got it, J-Rock.
You are not Aubrey Drake Graham. You have no popularity to hide away.
Not Drake.
Are we talking about Wright, Tasha? Are we talking about BBL Drizzy now? Okay, go ahead, baby.
You cannot hide away from this. You can't just stay silent and try to pretend that you're a better person.
Well, why can't she, Sam? Who the fuck are you? You done all this God talk, all this spirituality talk, but you think that you can hold unforgiveness against. Do you realize how that works? Read your Bible and understand how unforgiveness affects a person. That's something we definitely agree on. Okay? Now, God says you have to repent in order for him to forgive you, but he tells us to forgive people whether they repent or not. Listen, I come under the understanding that fuck you, bye. Love you, bye. I'm grateful for the experience that we had. I'm glad we got to cross paths. Next lifetime, what she say? Be like CC Peniston and keep on walking. Next lifetime, you going about your business. I'm glad we had this experience. I'm going to cut this karmic cycle right here. But do you realize that you don't hold your mother, Jacqueline Suzette Wright, born May 17, 1974, has every single right to move on with her life and act like she's better. Why can't she? Why can't she? She has every single right to wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm a better person today, and every day I'm getting better and better, and every day I'm getting better and better, and every day I'm getting better and better, and every day I'm getting better and better. And she don't need your validation for that to be true. And she don't need my validation for that to be true. The only reason we talk about her right now is because I see she's still on her bullshit. And I will continue to keep my foot on her neck until she gets off of it. I'm going by what I see. But if your mother shows different characteristics and she stopped lying about situations that happened 3 years ago as if they happened yesterday and putting shit on P. Diddy, who wouldn't accept that? Who are you? Who the fuck are you? Nigga, please. You gotta get off your high horse.
You need to actively change yourself now. You're coming up to 50.
She 50.
Prime time for a midlife crisis.
Well, she had that already. Get in the
Look
car.
back upon your life. Oh, Jesus. Were all the things you did in this life worth it up till now? And when you do, when you finally take that mask off and see what's under those achievements.
What achievements?
Will you be proud of what you did? Or will you be rightfully abhorred as I am now?
Does it matter, honey? See, this is why we start this show by saying this is not a no judgment zone. We gonna say what we see. Jaguar, you gotta take some responsibility for how your son feels, but you don't owe him shit. Just do better. Just be a better person. Just be better. Stop lying on P. Diddy and everybody else. Stop making everything everybody else's fault. Really pray the macabre, but before you pray the macabre, you need to align your chakras. You don't need to be praying the macabre and you haven't aligned your chakras, because there's a whole nother level of the macabre you may not even be aware of yet. It's not talked about because you haven't really aligned your chakras. You still down in your root chakra, honey, and that's not gonna get you where you want to be. Okay? Love doesn't live in your root chakra. Love lives in your heart chakra at the center. Okay? But you don't owe this boy anything for you to be better. You're not You are not in a prison of your own habits because he doesn't forgive you. You are in a prison of your own habits because you continue the same actions and mentality over and over again. Do something different. One thing different tomorrow. Instead of getting up and drinking coffee with the black cup, drink it with the green cup. Start a new habit. Allow yourself to change a little different. We saw you got rid of them army pants and we're proud of you for that. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you got a little tea on another celebrity, keep it to yourself. Do something a little different. And over time, you'll watch your life change. Over time, you'll watch your energy change and you won't be playing a character. It won't be Jacqueline and then Suzette and then Jaguar and then Diana. You'll be one consistent person who's always who you are. And it'll be better and better and better every day. And the money will flow and the blessings will flow and the adulation will flow and the accolades will flow and the acknowledgement will flow and your influence will flow and you'll be exactly who you think you are. You don't owe, he can't free you, honey. And I know you know that. He can't free you. You fessing up to a whooping you gave him when he was 7 years old is not going to have anything to do with what happens in these Fed cases that you got going on and the lies that you told about P. Diddy. Okay? You can make these decisions and they're just like that. You're a very powerful person. It's just a matter of where you put your power. You've been able to amass not wealth, but money quickly just by asking for it. You've been able to say to people, whether it's through a lie of a story or just by saying, I want some money. People want to give to you. People want to be under your influence. But you have to learn what to do with that. Okay? And you may learn it in the next lifetime. Who knows? It might be this lifetime. Who knows? But it definitely sure ain't at the hands of this boy. He don't have no power like that.
That was a lot. That was a lot, Deuce. That was a whole lot. And I know that
he need a hug.
I'm going to hell with your mother. I'm going straight to hell with your mother. You are an adult. And
because that Tasha K, you just spoke to her too, honey, whether you know it or fucking not. But if somebody in that room who is a mother or a father needs to give him a hug, because he is hurting. He has not processed the disappointment that he's experienced. That's really what this boils down to. He's in pain. He's in pain. Poor guy. And that's where that narcissism comes from. Okay? Because whether he knows it or not, narcissism, people aren't born narcissists. Their parents create them. And it's not from over-loving a child. All he has to do is Google to find out where narcissism comes from. Narcissism and empathy are two sides of the same coin. Empaths hate when I say that shit, but it's true. You either learn how to over-manage other people's moods so you don't get hurt, or you learn how to be ice cold and not care about a motherfucker and step all over people. Right now, in his mind, he is trying to overachieve and overexcel to prove that he's not like his mother. That's narcissism. That's a form of narcissism. I'm not calling him a narcissist, but I'm saying that's a form of narcissism. He has not let go. The same bondage he's putting her in, he's going to put himself in if he's not careful. Go ahead,
Tasha. Put you out on the internet. And you have a right to respond. And being that your mother isn't too fond of me, a lot of people are going to take this the wrong way. However, I am very fair. I've had your mother on this platform. She has said some things about you. She has said things about you on other platforms. So you have the right to respond back, regardless of how people view you or think of you. You still have a mind of your own. You make decisions on your own. You take care of yourself now. And it may not be what we're used to traditionally, but you know, your feelings are still valid.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not invalidating your feelings. I gotta tell you, this is going to hit hard on social media.
This most certainly will cause a tidal wave.
That's what he wants, though. He wants the attention.
Deuce, I'm on your side. Okay.
He wants the attention.
And, I'm on your
Poor
side
guy.
simply because when you
see
have
what
a
he's
platform like
the same thing that he's afraid of becoming, he is becoming right before our eyes. He takes pleasure in that. This will certainly cause a tidal wave. That's not gonna get you healed. That's not gonna make your mama better. That's not gonna make your daddy better, because you got issues with him too. The same things you think about your mother, I told y'all earlier, I said it earlier in this while watching this interview, his biggest fear is that he's gonna become his mama. We see it. So face it and deal with it and do the shadow work.
this. It's best that you be fair and not biased.
Certainly.
And I've had your mother, I've had your father, and I've had you, and you have been the topic of many conversations and many YouTube videos over the years. And so this is the first time that you are actively hitting back, and you're not blaming the public. You are blaming
I'm blaming the thing that there's called self my mother when it's not my mother.
Oh my God.
That's your mama, honey.
I'm going to hell.
I do not.
That's
I do
your
not
mama,
blame
honey.
The public for any of this.
That's your
they
mother.
Can only know such limited information after all.
That's
And
your
we
mama,
have to
honey.
work on so few information. Sometimes you have to make a split decision, and you're not sure if you're making the right choice or the wrong choice with it, especially in matters like these. So I do not blame them. And I do not blame the people who may follow my mother simply because they like her music.
What music?
I don't think they've heard her music for a very long time.
Okay.
For a very long
Her
time.
stories are very captivating.
Okay.
And you have that same gift. You know that, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Sam.
I basically, many of the gifts
Exactly.
I've gained from my mother and my
You
father.
have Sam,
reason why
you
they
got a little gift of manipulation yourself, sir. You have a gift of persuasion yourself. I remember my mother and father told me when I was little, you have a very strong gift of persuasion. And yeah, we still talking about Sam. My parents told me they wouldn't let me go to college. I finished high school when I was 16, and they wouldn't let me go to college right away. They made me stay in high school them extra 2 years or that extra year, because they said you have a very good gift of persuasion and a great gift of influence, and you can have anything you want. And until we teach you what to want, we gonna keep you at home. Be very, very careful with the gift of manipulation, because you can manipulate something for the positive or you can manipulate it for the negative. And Sam, you got that same manipulation that your mama got. What you've been able to do is couple it with the meek and mild, I want to say veneer that your father has. He's got a very good temperance, a very good control. He's always in control. He's always in control. You ain't never gonna catch him off his square. And you got that too. But Sam, you got to take some responsibility of where we see Jaguar showing up, because we saw Jaguar show up here. Okay, honey?
Come as such is due to the people who I've been with. I was a good kid that was given good leadership.
Okay.
And with all the knowledge that I've gained in this age of information and the internet, I've effectively become somewhat of a modern day scholar, a modern day erudite, if you will.
Sam, baby, you're working on an associate's degree. You just went back to school last week. You failed your first semester of college. Scholar where? Do you know what that word scholar means? Baby, you got that same grandiose. Boo. How you gonna hold your mama captive to your forgiveness when you got the same shit whirling up inside of you? Baby, you're not a scholar. You're just really well spoken. You've learned some vocabulary. Scholar? Nah. You're working. You just went back to college last week. You're working on an associate's degree in art and design. Thank you. Like mother, like son. He don't even see it. It wasn't until I faced myself that I was able to see the things I hated about my parents in me. I didn't even want to look at my own image because I hated them so much. And it wasn't until I came to terms with it, the good, the bad, and the ugly, that I was able to embrace myself and say, yeah, we could work on that. Yeah, we don't want to pass that down to the next generation. Yeah, we want to definitely deal with that. No, we want to make sure that I keep that. You're such an enemy of your mother, you don't even realize y'all the same nigga. You think you're a scholar? There's scholars in this room right now. I'm a scholar. I'm a biblical scholar. I have a master's degree in divinity. You're not a scholar. You're a student. Get it together.
All right, so
you showed us a little hand-drawn sketch of an angel and a demon. We wouldn't even know what it was if you didn't tell us. Don't make me be real with you.
Anything else you want to add before we wrap this up, Deuce? You got something else in the folder or something you want to show me?
Well, I guess if you'd like, I can show you some of the a bit of the progress of a proof of my own talent.
Okay.
This here I made this Monday when I was in school.
All right. So you use art as a way of expression.
Art is a form of human expression.
It is.
Like many artists.
It is the conversation. It is the language of God.
Yes.
It's the arrogance for me, honey.
All right. So we're gonna
see, because one thing you have to understand, Sam, is part of being intelligent is being socially intelligent. And you defy the term autism and Asperger's. I'm not going to put that on you, but I will definitely say you are socially unintelligent. Honey, baby, you got to humble yourself. You got to chill out. You need some healing and a hug and some good pussy or something. A salad, maybe a salad wrap. I don't know. Do you eat oatmeal in the morning? Because it's warm. It makes your belly feel real warm. Like you're completely... You can tap into the wrong emotions very easily. But you have a difficulty tapping into the right emotions very easily.
Take a picture of that. And what is this?
This here, well...
She gonna take a picture of it and put it on her Patreon for people to be able to see. Lord Jesus.
It is for the pet project that I've been working on for many, many years.
That conversation should have been cut off a long time ago.
As a matter of fact. So that's going back to 2016.
Okay.
So this here is basically a simple articulation of a style of combat for one man and his story.
Okay.
This story here is something that started off on a simple concept.
Poor guy.
If it is said that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son so that his children may be free from the grasp of sin.
Okay.
What would it mean to a person?
That's not what it says. First of all, that's not what it says. It says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believe in him might have everlasting life. That's not what you just said. Because I'm a scholar.
Something so dearly.
Boy, baby.
Almost as much.
Sam, can you draw a heart? Can you just draw a heart? Do you draw any round characters, or are they all angled and sharp? Are they all angels and demons? Are they all opposing characters? Caricatures? Can you draw circles? Can you draw flowers? I'm drawing them. They're healing to me. Can you draw a heart, Sam? Just a heart? See, sometimes when artists draw, they tell you a lot about themselves. And these hurt, unhealed, emotionally ill, and sometimes mentally ill people, they can draw some angels, they can draw some demons, they can draw some dragons. Can you draw a cloud? Can you draw a sunshine? A 4-leaf clover? A yellow moon? Can you draw soft characters? Or is everything hard and theological? Is everything about man versus this, or this versus that? Baby, you need a soft place to land.
What would they do in that case? And to this man, he would go great lengths. He would embark on a path to restore his world from destruction, an unjust destruction. But more so, he would go on a long journey to right the wrongs upon his world that he saved even when people don't see him as their savior, even when they don't even know who he is. All look upon the fiery wings that ignite from his soul. And as he strikes upon those who dare try to execute his family, his friends,
I'm sorry to keep the laughing emojis up.
they see liberation. They see peace.
Sam, you can't save your mother, okay? And you can't cast her into utter damnation either. You're gonna have to find a happy medium. Okay, baby? You can't. You can't save her, and you can't cast her into utter damnation. You're not in control of this. You have no cards to play. You are not in control. You were a child who was brought into a fucked up situation. And the only thing you can change is you. And right now you're unattractive. Unattractive. You're not attracting good things to you. You said if you were financially stable, you could manage your money. Why aren't you? You got enough control to determine whether or not your mother can be a better person or not, but you don't have enough control to attract a stable financial life. You can't save your mother. None of us can. You can't change your mother. None of us can. We have to be observers in this life. You can't make things any different than they are. I keep my foot on her neck. I don't try to change her. I put her in a boundary. I put her in a box. You will not see her try to take another person into her possession again. That game show is over. You won't see that happen again. Okay? But I can't change who she is. I can't change her mentality. You got to let it be what it is. And be at peace. That's something you don't have right now, Sam. You don't have peace. You don't know peace. You have made peace with chaos and made a story out of chaos. It is no man's responsibility to venture out into the world and go on a journey to restore humanity and save people. You're spiritualizing rejection and failure. Poor thing.
See freedom riding upon him as he strides the air.
Oh my God.
His swords, effectively his embellishment of wings. But the true wings come from within. This is the tale of what I'd like to illustrate as the soulbound saga. When one taps into not just their mind and heart, but their soul, grasps themselves from deep within and the internal conflict that burns them, and uses that as their vessel to accomplish what is seen as the impossible.
But do you realize
Because
that you
for us-
can't accomplish the impossible if you have such internal conflict? That's what I just said. That's what I just said. You have to be at peace. Love, joy, peace, and enlightenment. Thank you. I was waiting for it to come through the chat or me or whoever. Love, joy, peace, and enlightenment. You haven't gotten to those vibrations yet. And you might not yet because you're at such an age where that's not really where you are. You don't usually get into the place of enlightenment till you turn 43. When you study things outside the Bible, you'll understand that. All of us, there's a set path and plan that every human being on the planet follows. That's why you find certain people of certain age groups hang together, because they're in the same place, the same vibrational path. You got a ways to go from that, and the issues you have with your family make it harder. But you shouldn't be walking around with internal conflict. You should be at peace. You deserve that.
Us as living beings, we are capable of doing what many would see as the impossible. We have journeyed into the stars.
Can you draw a heart?
As far as we can in the depths of the earth. We have gone across the globe. From
Can you draw a
sea to
vase?
shining sea, from continent to continent.
Can you draw a
Learning
bowl
languages
or a
and
wine
translating
glass?
to make it easier for us to understand, to return to the days.
Can you draw
before
a
the
baby or a pillow?
We have done these magnificent things.
Can you draw a sofa?
Yet in these ages, we seem to stagnate.
Can you
We
draw a
have
throw blanket?
degenerated ourselves.
A quilt?
We have stained ourselves.
Y'all understand where I'm coming from?
disgusting activities which have debased us to not more than sensitive people. A sensitive people who are afraid of change.
Can you draw a figure of a woman?
Who are afraid to think that we are not at the peak of ourselves. When the peak
Boy, what? Shut up.
Is
Shit.
constant entropy, constant growth. We could have reached the heights that we see in films nowadays. We're well past 2015 and say, look back at Back to the Future 2. You saw how advanced that city in San Francisco.
Do you realize that as long as you have the mindset that your mother cannot heal until you forgive her, you hold our entire civilization back, and you are a hypocrite right now? Because I understand what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, but you don't understand that that comes from an elevation of consciousness, not technology. That comes from an elevation of consciousness. Do you realize that animals are talking now? Animals are speaking. Their consciousness is elevating. But niggas like you are holding the whole world back. Maybe you'll look back at what you said and realize that.
Nowhere near advanced as it is now. If anything, it looks worse now.
Oh my God, you gotta heal, honey.
Bordering on the edges of greatness, and we can constantly do so. And if not by ourselves, with each other. Because with the infinite power of growth within
I kind of want to hear what Mark Afalifago got to say now. Shit, because this bullshit. God damn.
Given to us by God and bestowed upon us when we committed sin. And now that we are saved, we can achieve what many of us now see as an impossibility many years later.
I gotta do to him what I gotta do to his mama sometimes. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Could carry on that torch. And maybe in our spirits, we could see excellence achieved that many of us saw oblivion. That's what I believe. And that is ultimately why I craft this story now.
Sam needs to go to bed.
In our very souls, our body's cage is a wellspring of infinite potential to save ourselves from perhaps the more deadlier contagions.
Now let's take a look at this picture. We're gonna do it real quick because we have to. Sharp angles. Nothing soft, nothing human, nothing approachable. Because Sam's ideal world is out of his reach in his mind. Okay? Sam is not in touch with reality and he's not made peace. I'm not making fun of the boy, Amanda. I promise I'm not. He does need to go to bed. He needs to go to bed with a big pillow and a warm blanket and maybe some down pads, some soft shit. Some soft shit. Because the world in his head is a war. It's at war. He's at war constantly. Go ahead,
be able to
Sam.
reach far beyond the stars, to find potential life in places that we may not see, or perhaps better, bring life that we have here to there, to plant that soil, to bring forth new life, to discover bounds within galaxies and within this universe, and if it is even possible, discover boundaries that our vision of the foreseeable universe is not a boundary at all, but is an extension further.
That was incredible. That was incredible. Well, that's because Tasha K don't read. She don't understand much about metaphysics and cosmology. So that was incredible because you used a whole bunch of words she didn't understand. But you have to understand, Tasha K just drank a whole bottle of wine in your face while you were telling your story and cursing your mama. She disassociated at some point. And all you really want is that was incredible. So there you go. You got it. And I gotta pee.
Oh, this is a story. This is biblical.
Nah,
dudes, dudes, I don't give a fuck what they say. You ain't slow, bro. Nah, man, you ain't slow. No,
he's not. He's hurting.
Way ahead of time. And you see good in humanity. You see what we could do.
Yes.
She placating him. Go ahead, Tasha. Get your interview.
I see why your daddy stands 10 toes down with you. He see what others don't
But
see.
your daddy also tells you, Sam, you could talk that good talk, but you got to put the work in. Tell me your daddy ain't never told you that, because I heard him say it. You could talk that good talk, but when it's time to turn in an assignment, you need to do that assignment. You need to be studious as a scholar. We've written papers and theses and defended them. We've completed projects and done research. Your father has also told you that too, Sam. You've learned how to mask your poor time management and your poor soft skills and your poor social skills with big words nobody cares to hear, who already knows what they mean. You might impress Tasha K, but she don't read.
Because they don't want to.
Thank you, Lisa.
Enough. And I'm sure when the beginning of this interview started, people probably are thinking this, that, and this. But like, you know,
she don't know how to wrap up this interview. She having trouble wrapping it up.
Gen Z needs.
Yes.
No, you are not. I objection on what grounds? No, sir. You need to heal. You need to give yourself a warm hug. You need to look in the mirror and tell yourself that you're good enough. And tell yourself that you're at peace with this present reality, both known and unknown, for your best and highest good. You're in harmony with this present reality, both known and unknown, for your best and highest good. You're empowered by this present reality, both known and unknown, for your best and highest good. You are loved by everything, and you are in love with everything in this present reality, both known and unknown, for your best and highest good. You are confident that all exists for your best and highest good, both known and unknown. You're aware of everything that exists for your best and highest good, both known and unknown, and you are in divine connection with everything that exists for your best and highest good, both known and unknown. That's what you need to do. All this, it's bullshit. It's what they call babble. It's babble. You've come to no conclusions. My heart aches for you, but it'll never break for you. Sam is lazy. Sam has found a way to impress people without having to do work. She is lying. She might not be lying. She might think she's telling the truth. She might think she's telling the truth because her children are still young. She might not spend enough time with grown kids to know that Sam just called himself a scholar, and he just re-enrolled in college last week, and he's only on path for a 2-year degree. Amanda, how many years did you spend in graduate, undergraduate combined? You don't have to answer that question. He just went back to school last week. He ain't even got to midterms yet, but he just told us he was a scholar. How you a scholar if you just now got in school? Do you know what that word even means? You've learned how to impress people with words. It's a show. It's the same mask your mother puts on, honey. And we see right through it. And we love you anyway.
And I believe that I'm the type of person that Gen Alpha will need to.
Gen Alpha, that's
but Sam, what do you need to work on? Like, what are your weaknesses? What areas of improvement do you have? What are you working on? And I'm not talking about academically or on the surface. I'm talking about deep down on the inside. What are your weaknesses? You're having a hard time tapping into that place, because when you tap into that place, you see your mama, and you ain't faced her yet. You still fight her in your sleep every night.
The next generation,
our kids,
basically our kids.
Okay.
These are the type of kids that
He's talking to somebody who don't even know what Gen Alpha is. So
they are learning our mistakes, and they're not learning what not to do. They're mirroring them. I'm scared of that.
Exactly.
Because of that.
Exactly. Go ahead and confess that. Go ahead and admit that. You are so afraid of mirroring the mistakes that your mother made. Say it out loud. Say it in the mirror. Get it out in the open, and then tell that demon what to do. Tell that demon of fear what to do. Tell that demon of self-loathing what to do. Assign them.
Because if the current cycle of the generosity.
No. Okay. So what you do is you tell fear. I appreciate you for bobbing your head up every once in a while when things are getting crazy and letting me know what to look out for. Continue to do that. But you don't have an option to attach yourself to me in such a way that I hate myself or I hate my mother. Self-loathing. I appreciate you being humble enough that I know I got stuff to work on, but you don't have an option to make me hate myself and constantly criticize myself and look down on myself. Do you understand, Sam?
And this goes beyond just
6 years.
the falsity of
That's a
white
long time.
excellence replaced with black degenerosity. This extends to every single person in every single race. And if you believe so, even to those of any gender, regardless of whom you are, this extends to all of us as human beings, as humanity.
Duh!
If we continue this cycle of degenerosity, it will constantly flow. Much like a landslide, much like an avalanche.
You and your mama always got me checking to see if
the
words
cycle
are real
continues,
words. Hold on.
It will exponentially get worse.
Do you mean
Or perhaps I should
degeneration?
say logistically worse.
Because even the
Because
captions had to put a
there will
space
be
there.
some point when it plateaus. And that plateauing point is our annihilation. Only the positive.
What you mean annihilation? What you talking about?
Sam.
Like the
So-
end of humanity?
Oh, girl,
Effectively.
stop playing into this boy.
To basically describe the only way.
Well, the thing is, degenerosity is not even a word. Sweetie, do you mean degeneration? Like, is there another word that you're really trying to say to stay deep? Can you just have a regular conversation with people? Because you done fucked up my Googles. My poor Googles are like having trouble figuring out what the fuck that is because it's not really a word. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is connected. This site cannot be reached. Sam, you just made up a whole word, honey, but you a scholar. Degenerosity is not a word. Do you mean like selfishness? Do you mean inhumanity? I'm an English teacher, so you know.
Humanity brings about its own downfall.
I'm gonna go back and
The
let him
current
say
cycle
what
of
he just
degeneration.
said.
Our kids?
Basically, our kids.
Okay.
These are the type of kids that are learning our mistakes, and they're not learning what not to do. They're mirroring them. I'm scared of that because if the current cycle of degenerosity and
What? Now, I was scared to have kids for a long time, too, because I was scared I was going to parent them like my parents parent me. But I did go ahead and pay for that $35 an hour therapist. She sure did help me with that. She sure did help me walk through some of the pain that I experienced as a child and how it was showing up in my life as an adult and the fears that I had of being a mother and showing the balance of discipline and love. Get over your fear of dogs. Yeah, we can have a one-on-one chat. Chat me on Patreon. I'm happy to help you. Absolutely. Girl, I'm happy to help you because I used to be scared of dogs too. And when I lived in China, people would sick their dogs on me. And I know what that's like. Girl, yeah, I can help you with that. For now, just stay away from them, okay? Trust no dog. Especially the little ones. The little ones are the worst. I'll tell you what. Absolutely. I'm happy to help you. And it's not even about getting over a fear. It's about assigning a fear. Because when I feel a certain fear about dogs, I don't fuck with that dog. There are some dogs, like I encountered 2 dogs yesterday. And one of the dogs was a big dog and one of the dogs was a little dog. And my daughter was afraid of the big dog. And I was like, oh, that's a good dog, baby. You ain't got to worry about that dog. The little dog was good too. But I know some little dogs that ain't shit. Okay, especially in America, them chihuahuas ain't shit. If you live on the West Coast, you know. But yeah, I definitely talk with you about that, Amanda. I'm happy to help. No problem. But I'm still trying to figure out what degenerosity is because my Google froze and said this site cannot be reached. I ain't never seen that happen before. Let me see if hold on. Let's figure it out together. Oh, it remembers from when I just searched on my iPad. Degenerosity. I'm going to click on it. Degenerosity. It's not a word. It's not a word. There is no definition to that word. It's a YouTuber. It's a public figure who calls himself Degenerosity. It's a YouTube channel. Honey, you can't be out here calling yourself I almost said scammer. You can't be out here calling yourself a doggone scholar and you using words that don't exist. I told you, I went to seminary long enough to learn there's no S at the end of Revelation. Because I had a professor who graded me down when I took a certain class. I kept saying Revelations. So what he decided to do to get it through my skull was every time I put an S at the end of it, he marked me down in the paper. Until I figured out, oh, it ain't no S at the end of Revelation. It's just Revelation. You too satisfied with yourself right now to be so wrong.
This goes beyond just the falsity of black excellence replaced with black degenerosity. This extends to every single person in every single race. And if you believe so, even to those of any gender,
I'll let y'all enjoy this. I'll be right back.
This extends to all of us as human beings, as humanity. If we continue this cycle of degenerosity, it will constantly flow. Much like a landslide, much like an avalanche. If the cycle continues, it will exponentially get worse. Or perhaps I should say logistically worse. Because there will be some point when it plateaus. And that plateauing point is our annihilation. Only the positive.
What you mean annihilation? What you talk about? Like the end of humanity?
Effectively. To basically describe the only way humanity brings about its own downfall is to constantly live and reinforce in its own negative beliefs. By devaluing ourselves to the standards that we set to ourselves when we can be more, is to limit our infinite possibility. By living in the stereotypes that others have given us, we debase ourselves. To the black women who think that the ratchet ghetto culture is a form of strength, you are stripping yourselves of the true angelic potential that you can become. You could be goddesses in these industry.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yet you lessen yourselves as nothing more as desecrated idols. And why? Because the people who are in charge.
Is he done sucking his own dick, or is he still? You tell me. Because I don't know. Oh my God. Sam, you gotta grow up, honey. Grow the fuck up, honey. Go ahead, Sam. I'm gonna let you finish. Jesus.
Give strength to this debasing material, to this dark matter. By giving strength in the negativity, by becoming what it is as a twisted form of power, we can empower ourselves in the short term.
Sam, that's you.
But rob ourselves in the long term.
Sam, baby,
and as our generation,
you talking about yourself. Did you not just say your mother would never be able to be a better person until you forgave her? Until she repented to you for whooping you at 7 years old with an ox cord? I ain't been back very long, only seconds. And I hear a hypocrite. There is no definition. I just showed you guys on the screen. My iPad was like, this site cannot be reached, baby. Sam, every single freeze frame I show of you looks like this. You're not a happy person. You haven't smiled once. And you should have gotten your suit dry cleaned and pressed. Okay. Thank you. Amanda said hit the like button. Thank you so much. Lisa. What the fuck? I'm going to go back a few seconds. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you guys for still being here. I know this has been a long live per usual.
Much like a landslide, much like an avalanche.
Oh my God, he's so self-righteous.
If the cycle continues,
he's so self-righteous.
It will exponentially get worse. Or perhaps I should say logistically worse. Because there will be some point when it plateaus. And that plateauing point is our annihilation. Only the positive.
What you mean?
Wait, that's the total opposite. Okay. Do you know what the word plateau means, Sam? Do you know what a plateau is? A plateau is literally a place of no growth and no decline. Therefore, it's not a place of annihilation. It's a place of fertility. And I don't know if you're talking about, I'd imagine you're not talking about consciousness. I don't know what the fuck you really talking about. I don't know who you talk to when you at home by yourself. Thank you, Lisa. I love y'all being here. I really appreciate it. Sam, do you know the meaning of these words that you're using? Because you used one that doesn't even exist. I know your mother tends to do that. She said this was a celebration of mediocrity when we talked about the car fire. And I was like, no, she didn't say mediocrity. She said mediocrity. Which isn't a word, right? Mediocrity. A celebration of mediocrity, which isn't a word. This is going to sound very familiar to you, Sam, when you look at yourself in the mirror. So your mama kept saying, these are celebrations of mediocrity. And I was like, mediocrity? Mediocrity. That don't sound right. Let me look it up. Hold on. Bitch, the word is mediocrity. And second of all, if you're saying this is a celebration of mediocrity, what was mediocre was the car fire. So we're celebrating the mediocre car fire? That you guys didn't do that great of a job? What the fuck, bitch? Do you understand the words that you're saying? Sam. I love being here with y'all. Thank you. And thank you, Amanda, for this. Sam, step back, okay? Step back. Stop trying to outgrow your present life. Okay? You're going to miss the best years of your life trying to outgrow your present life. You're going to miss the best years of your life trying to run away from what is. Go to a party. Make some friends. Play Dungeons and Dragons or whatever you kids do. Okay? Chill out. Chill out. Breathe. If you're feeling mad and you want to roar, take a deep breath. Then count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to be okay. You don't always have to be at the top of the conversation where you're just a step ahead of everybody else and just to further advance, because you're not. You sound like an arrogant fool to those who know. I'm an educator. I know what a fool sounds like. Listen, I'm going to tell you something your mama's arch enemy taught me. The man who knows something knows that he knows nothing at all. And when you come to that understanding and peace with it, then you'll be at peace with yourself. But I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead. Talk about the damnation of humanity because of the degenerosity of teenagers.
Alicia, what you talking about? Like the end of humanity?
Effectively.
Can you stay on topic?
To basically describe.
You ain't got no more questions for him?
The only way humanity brings about its own downfall is to constantly live and reinforce in its own negative beliefs. By devaluing ourselves to the standards that we set to ourselves when we can be more, is to limit our infinite possibility. By living in the stereotypes that others have given us, we debase ourselves.
Okay, so let me ask you a question,
To
Sam,
go-
because I don't disagree with what you're saying. So let me ask you a question. What are you actively doing in your own, because this is when we start talking about spirituality and consciousness, okay? What are you doing so that all beings benefit? What are you doing in your own life? What practices do you have? What habits have you started? What does your lifestyle look like so that all beings can benefit? Because the only way we can raise our consciousness to our full potential and our full value is if we have certain habits and methods and practices and ways of behaving and ways of dealing with one another. And when somebody wrongs you, it doesn't include damning them to their behavior until they ask you for forgiveness. That's the behavior that you're talking about. The devaluing of yourself to the point where you think a person has to come back in time and deal with the issues that you have with them before you can allow them to go forward in time. You're creating karmic cycles. Did you know that? You're a hypocrite, Sam. You really should think about what you're saying, because I agree with you. I understand that. And forgiveness is one of the best things you can ever do to raise the consciousness of humanity. To the point where we're no longer a type 0 civilization, but we become a type 1 civilization. Do you think intergalactic beings in other dimensions are walking around with unforgiveness toward each other? No. They're harnessing power from the stars and the sun and their moons. We're not able to do that yet because we're in such stark contradiction. The mediocre, look, celebrations of mediocrity. Do you understand that, Sam? You have to allow yourself to expand past your current emotions, and you have to understand that all feelings are chemicals that run through your body, and they could change at any moment. And you can't allow the way that your mama or your daddy or your grandmama or your auntie treated you to determine how you feel, because that is a literal vibration, and it will create the world that you live in, and you will continue to experience that perpetual rejection and hatred, and you're going to continue to interact with people like you and your mama for the rest of your life. You're creating your own hell, Sam. Draw some hearts. Just take out a piece of paper one day and draw some circles. Just draw circles. Soft, pillowy, fluffy circles. 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 And you might start crying, because it's been a long time since you've allowed yourself to connect with anything soft, pillowy, and meaningless, and not theological, not scholastic, not intellectual, not metaphysical, just existence. Satchit Ananda. That's what this tattoo means. I'm gonna show you something you might like, Sam. That's what the tattoo means right here. You can't see it. Hold on, let me show it to you. You still can't see it. Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you. This tattoo right here that goes down the front of me, it means Sat Chit Ananda. Step outside of Christianity so you can experience real peace. Sat Chit Ananda means truth, consciousness, bliss. That's my creed. If something in my life doesn't line up to truth, consciousness, and just utter pure bliss, I ain't got no time for it. I don't have no time for it. I don't have no energy for it. I don't have no attention to it. It really is an NPC. But you put a lot of energy and attention into shit you don't want. So you're going to continue to manifest shit you don't want over and over and over again.
To the black women who think that the ratchet ghetto culture is a form of strength, you are stripping yourselves of the true angelic potential that you can become.
But do you understand balance? Because I hear that you don't like your mama, you don't like black people, you don't like black women. We get it. If my mama was Jaguar, Wright, I probably wouldn't like black women either. But you might want to watch your mouth. Okay? Because you don't understand enough about socioeconomic and socio-educational and dynamics and history to say what you're saying. You got to heal yourself. See, you are trying so hard to be the opposite of your mother that you are your mother. Baby, let them niggas be. Just focus on who you are. Let them niggas be. There's always going to be niggas among us. In your religious superstition, your Bible says the poor will always be among you. Let them be. I bet you be scrolling watching them bitches twerk their ass though. Tell me I'm lying. Let them be. That doesn't even have to come out of your mouth. Because you're not even among those people. That's not even your circle. So why does that even have to be something you worried about? To the ratchet black women among... What about the ratchet white women? What about the white women? What about the Native American women? Because that's what I am. What about the Mexicans and the Hispanics and the Latinos and the Asians? Do you have a word for them too? Self-loathing, baby. That's what you're dealing with. Fear and self-loathing.
You could be goddesses in these industry.
But not everybody could be a goddess, honey. Some people just got to be regular people.
Oh my God. God.
Yet you lessen yourselves as nothing more as desecrated idols.
But how would he know if he's not exposing himself to those things? This nigga be scrolling at night watching bitches twerk. He jack off his dick, then he feel bad about it. You talking to God, so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. How would he know? How would he know? He's not, his father don't run in them circles. He don't fuck with his mama. So how would he know? He's a scholar. How would he know what's happening in those circles? Sam, you revealing yourself, baby.
And why? Because the people who are in charge give strength to this debasing material, to this dark matter.
That you enjoy so much late at night when you're home alone because you are an incel. You are an involuntarily celibate man. So because you enjoy that, oh boy, you gotta heal.
Giving strength in the negativity.
I thought we were just here to talk about your mama.
As a twisted form of power, we try to empower ourselves in the short term, but rob ourselves in the long term.
Sam, how many times have you watched a ratchet black woman on your Instagrams and your TikToks and busted a nut? I know.
And as our generations continue and they pick up on these negative signs and continue that, the signs of destruction shall only grow further. We'll continue to mistrust nature, constantly abuse it, try to seek of ways to...
Sam, when the last time you touched some grass? When the last time you sat outside in some grass and said, Ong Namo Gurudiev Namo, Ong Namo Gurudiev Namo? When's the last time? Baby, you're a hypocrite. You just talking shit because Tasha don't know what the fuck you saying.
Grow in the energy-friendly world when we're not ready for it yet and constantly drain ourselves of energy. Try to seek ways to economically build ourselves without this form of capitalism that people try to deconstruct, when in actuality, it only worsens things for the people who cannot afford the luxuries that those of the extremely established, the billionaires.
You just change subjects very quickly. You know, your mother does that too. Sam, your mother does that too. When she's run out of words to say about one thing, she just changes subjects and starts talking. I know Tasha sees it because she sat down and talked to your mother before too. Because you guys enjoy and you need the attention of people listening to you. So you'll do and say the most shocking, attention-grabbing thing to keep someone's attention because you probably ain't got much else to talk about. Your mama does that too. You just went from talking about us, what I interpreted to mean, you talking about us elevating our consciousness to black women specifically who are ratchet, which nobody uses the term ratchet for other cultures. I don't understand why when ratchet is ratchet. I lived in China for 4 years. I can tell you about some ratchet. To talking about political economics. some grass, nigga.
By giving ourselves to these ideals that only exist in a vacuum and not applying them to the common whole, we lessen the destruction that it has in actuality. By living in our own bubbles, in our own realities.
Does he hear what he just
said? By taking
said?
these negative things and try to wear them as symbols of honor, we weaken ourselves as a whole and turn ourselves
But
into
didn't he just
lesser
say
beings.
we lessen the
Lesser
destruction?
beings than those of our previous generations. Quite literally evolving.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
De-evolution.
Shut up.
Why did you mention the black woman particularly?
Exactly.
It is because I've seen a lot of it recently,
I
especially with the.
I told you he be up late at night, scrolling and jerking. Scrolling and jerking. I just told you that. I told you that. It's the truth. For the first time ever, he's looking to the opposite side of his memory because this boy has been sitting here looking to the right the whole conversation, trying to create something that people want to hear. And now when she asks him about the black women specifically, he looks to the left because he's tapping into his memory bank. He hates what he loves. He hates what he loves, his mama. Richard Gittin said, Jaguar pathetic, right? I beyond pathetic. New subscriber, and I appreciate you. Got it, Richard. Thank you. I'm glad that you're here. This boy hates what he loves, his mama. He hates what he loves, his mama. He hasn't made peace with her yet. So, I almost fell out my chair. So everything that looks like her, everything that represents her, he's got this Oedipus complex. And it's a love-hate relationship that he has with his mama.
Recent BET 2024 awards and how many people are discontent, to say the least, with how awful and disgusting that it is. It promotes.
So the BET Awards, BET is owned by a white company. It's not even a black-owned company. It's owned by Viacom. It's a caricature of black people. You really looked at the BET Awards as a representation of black people? Really? It's a caricature of black people. How many BET Awards are given to scholars and scientists? There are no academic awards on the BET. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the Black Entertainment Television. These are singers and rappers and actors and poets and entertainers, dancers. Are you looking to entertainment for your self-reflection? But you're not an entertainer. Just say you hate black people. Just say you hate black women in particular.
These people showing their bodies around, gyrating it around.
Not gyrating. But you watched it, didn't you? You watched the whole. I ain't even see the 2024 BET Awards or the 2025s. I haven't seen it. I don't relate to it. I don't be tuning in. I don't be looking for it. I don't relate to it. I'm not better than it. I just don't relate to it. I don't watch BET. Nigga, you tell it on yourself. You literally tuned into the BET Awards to hate watch. How many nuts did you bust while you watched it? That's what I want to know.
I must say that I too am kind of disgusted that my own flesh feels this thing and feels somewhat manipulated. My dick got hard and my balls got hard and I couldn't stop touching myself when I saw that black flesh. And then after I came, I had post-nut, what do you guys call it? Post-nut, whatever. And you were like, oh my God, this is so against everything I believe in. But oh my God. Nigga, you're a hypocrite. You need to come to terms with yourself. Even.
You loved it.
I too am not perfect after all.
Tell me I'm lying. Tell me what I just said ain't a lie. This nigga for the first time has a smile on his face. For the first time this entire interview, he got a smile on his face. Thinking back to Glorilla and Megan Thee Stallion and everybody else who was in the scantily clad wear. Boy, you a hypocrite. You a little self-righteous, judgmental motherfucker. Dude. For the first time, he got a smile on his face and his eyes are closed. He just went back there. This is the first time you've seen him like this, with a soft expression on his face, as he talks about these ratchet black women who showed their bodies on BET during his only reference is the BET Awards. What is that, like a 45-minute award show? 90 minutes? That's his whole reflection to give this prescription to black women? Get real. We know you. We see you. It's a lot of black men out here that can't stand black women because they mama ain't shit. We know.
Mass amounts of filth that have spurned across the internet.
Spurned.
In real life or fictitious fabrications.
Nigga, then what are you mad about? If they're fictitious fabrications, as I said, caricatures, then what are you so invested in? This is fun.
Many of which have more of a tangible disgust than the words that leave my mother's mouth.
Houston, get ready for a New Year's
That's a great
Eve
time for a
experience
commercial
that will
break.
go down in history. Kill any nasty little bugs in your body.
It's obvious that sex sells in every industry.
You like it, don't you?
But to capitalize on
This is what you call a self-confession. Somebody said earlier he's self-snitching. Somebody said it earlier in the comments. He's self-snitching. Yep. He loves it. And he hates that he loves it because he hates his mother. And he hasn't come to terms with it. This is what you call a religious mindset. When I was in the church, we used to call it religiosity, where you were so locked into your religion and to the tenets of your religion that you couldn't live. Nigga, if you busted a nut because you saw a woman in a beautiful dress, nigga, just enjoy it. You gotta live and breathe and enjoy life. Oh my God.
It's nothing more than a short-term investment.
In other words, his nut lasted about 8 seconds.
For this, in exchange, destroying humans on an intellectual and potential level.
So black women are destroying humans on an intellectual level, but you just said, as if all of us are. I don't take that personal because you're not talking to me or about me. But you just said the scantily clad women that you saw. Let me see what you saw that was so scandalous and scantily clad, because I didn't check out the BET Awards, so I wouldn't know what the fuck you talking about. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick look over here because let me see. This was 2024. Come on back here, keyboard. We got to do some work. BET Awards 2024. Let's just look at the images and see what he might have seen. They got his dick so hard. So you like Tyler. She was very pretty. And there's Megan Thee Stallion, like I said. I don't know who that is. Cardi B. Okay. And we see a little bit of legs with Sexy Red and some Doechii. So you're not used to seeing women and they got you all upset because you saw some women and you can't have? And you busted a couple nuts, because I'm sure it was some ass shaking, and then you was mad at yourself, right? But you liked it. Just chill out, dude. Be entertained and keep it moving. God damn. This how you live your life? You gotta make peace with yourself. You're not a child, so I'm gonna talk to you like a grown-ass man. I recommend you masturbate twice a day. And make peace with it, god damn it.
We used to send rockets up into the stars and be able to reach up to Pluto and beyond. But now, when's the last time you saw a rocket ever reach space and not crash?
Pluto. Do you realize how far away Pluto is from Earth? Sir, Because I understand astrology and I understand astronomy. We've never sent a rocket to Pluto. We haven't sent a rocket to Pluto. We haven't done that. That's not something we've done. Pluto is so many billions of light years away that they've even said it's not even really a planet. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Burning up in the atmosphere. I bet you it's been years, hasn't it?
Well, they got the spaceship stuck up there right now. They got some people up there. And
It's
they
not
can't
a
get 'em
ship.
home.
It's
So
not
they
a
having to send Elon Musk up there to get them, but they don't even know if Elon Musk rocket gonna make it.
Well, he did, and he brought him back. So now what we talking about? He did. He went up there in one of the SpaceX contraptions, and he brought both of them back. So now what? They were stuck in a Boeing piece of shit that shouldn't have been up there. Because, you know, Boeing. Shout out to Boeing. I fly Boeing airplanes a lot. I shouldn't say too much. But, you know, Boeing. Them A320s ain't like them 737s and 747s. Okay? It's not the same. But I'm not sure this dude knows what he's talking about. I think he got upset because he busted a nut a couple nights ago about the 2024 BET. Now, mind you, this video is a year old, so it would be 2024. I think he's still feeling shame. Shame. That's the other one you have to face and deal with. Shame. Shame goes along with self-loathing. Did you know that the lowest vibration on the whole, in this whole dimension, is shame? That's the lowest vibration. Shame is the furthest distance from enlightenment. So if you're still ashamed of your sexual arousal of seeing scantily clad women, and you associate their blackness with ratchetness because they were scantily clad, what do you say about the MTV Awards? What do you say about the American Music Awards or the Country Music Awards or the Emmys or the Oscars and the Nickelodeon Awards? What do you say about them? I mean, you just turned it into a whole racial issue when in all actuality, you just mad because you can't get no pussy. Black girls don't like you because you're awkward. And white girls don't like you because you ain't got no money. So, you know, just jerk your dick off.
And
Go to
therein
bed.
lies the problem. There is a lack of stability.
Lower your voice and stop clapping
There
at me
is
when
no
you talk to me.
stabilization. There is no order.
Fucking stop shaking
There
my
is
microphone.
no mere guaranteed method to get those people down from there.
It happened.
And hence why they're stuck.
It happened.
Hence,
they came
the
down.
paranoia of even trying to reach into space further to begin with, because
it happened. They're both in physical therapy now to recover from the long 8 months they were in space. They're fine. I checked on them a couple days ago. Now what?
We can't even save our own people who are stranded up there.
No, we did. It's done. Elon did it. Now what? Doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom to doom and gloom. Can you go back to talking about the BET Awards? Because we saw a little smile across your face when you thought about that. Go sit down somewhere and draw some circles.
I think there is a reason. And I'm going to say this because, Deuce, you will be coming back to my platform.
Oh, shit.
And we won't have to talk about your mother. We can talk about all the things that you observed while walking this earth.
He hasn't
while
observed
playing video
anything.
games, while reading, and while connecting with source energy, which is
Has Deuce referred to any scholastic material through this entire conversation? Or any any empirical experiences, any empirical knowledge? No. He's theorizing. He's saying words that don't make sense to him, but make all the sense to me. And what I see is a man who hates his mama and has become an incel as a result of it. As a byproduct of the hate of his mother, he purposely repels women. I'm going to say that. It ain't his fault.
art, because God is an art. God is the creator of all things. And when you create, you are God and you are directly connecting with source energy. And the moment we stop creating and we let a computer create for us, we are killing ourselves.
Yes.
And There's a reason why I feel they label people like you who are socially awkward.
Forgive me for laughing.
They want to put labels on you. They want to say that you're autistic. They want to say that you have Asperger's. They want to say all of these things.
They want to create a vessel to fear us.
Right.
To treat us as beyond the norm, something that should not be striven for.
What? Striven?
When we are.
First of all, striven is not a word. Second of all, baby, you ain't that different than a whole lot of other incels. Okay, get to know some other maybe you need to join an incel support group. You're not that different than a whole lot of men who hate their mothers. Many men who hate their mothers and have grown up in abusive realities like you have are exactly like you. You're not that different. There may not be a lot of y'all, but there's a group of y'all. There's enough of y'all that you're not that different. And that doesn't put you on a different scholastic level or another intellectual level as anybody else, because you just started your associate's degree last week. You're not that special, honey. You need to heal.
In actuality, and this is probably the biggest form of boasting that I've ever given in my life.
Oh my God, the biggest form.
When people like us are perhaps the potential to continue on humanity's future. People like Albert Einstein, like Stephen Hawking.
Oh my God. And how many kids did these niggas have? Tell me about their personal relationships. Tell me about their successful, loving, committed, romantic companionships that they had. Tell me about the children that they raised that the world benefits from. Or were they just minds? And they both went to school. Stephen Hawking, you mean Dr. Albert Einstein and Dr. Stephen Hawking? Honey, please don't compare yourself to my faves, because they actually finished their associate's degree.
Jesus. We are the
Did he say Jesus Christ? Hold on. Did that nigga say Jesus Christ?
Jesus.
Cause that nigga don't even exist. Come on, somebody. This is hilarious. We are having an interesting conversation today. Lord.
We are the people that look
Amanda,
at
notice I still got your comment up here.
And we bring a new perspective. And in those new perspective, it gets people questioning, what if we could do this? Well, instead of A and B, what if we look at this? Why don't we look at point alpha before we reach point A and B?
Give me an example. Give me an example. You're trying to find your value in this world because all you see is what's different than you. You need to make peace with yourself. My mother told me when I was 8 years old, she said, honey, don't ever search for the acceptance of the in crowd. Know that you are the in crowd. And I never forgot that. She told me that in 1988, and I never forgot that. I don't reach or search for the acceptance of others because I am the in crowd. To me, when you get to that place in your enlightenment, in your actualization, then you'll be at peace with your mama. And you won't have to find something awe-inspiring or impactful about your existence, and you can just be. There may not be a bigger picture. You may not do much. You might not write a book that changes the reality of anybody's paradigm or the scope of existence. You might not do none of that, because all I see you doing right now is running your mouth. Don't you got a paper to write? Don't you got homework to do? You may not be on those levels. Just be at peace with yourself. That's what you need to do. Go get your undergraduate degree more than your associates, because associates don't mean Nathan. It ain't. Having an associate's degree is like having a driver's license, okay? There's not one job requisition on the planet that says seeking someone with an associate's degree. No. And having a bachelor's degree is literally like having a high school diploma. So just chill out. You only like 21 years old, boy. Relax.
What if we brought this in? What will point A and B look now?
Give me an example. Give me an example.
I said this to my mother in one of our last calls.
Here we go.
She asked me if I was a pawn or a king. I said neither. If I were to be anything in the game of chess, I'd want to be the board.
Nigga, you are boring.
But for a king, the entire game rests on his shoulders, and he's still in control of the players. If anything, the one constant in a game of chess is the board.
So what are you? Your mother gave you a very abusive question. That was a very abusive question. Are you a pawn or a king? That's a very abusive question. That's making you question your own self-importance and your own self-worth and your value to the planet. And I would never ask my child a question like that. I understand the game of chess. I'm a queen. I don't move. I don't go nowhere, bitch. You move around me. I'm gonna be where I am. You come to me. But to ask your offspring that question sounds like, are you important enough? How much power do you have? Nigga, but you're not the board. You're not. As much as you keep trying to be the board, you're locking yourself into a reality that doesn't feel very good. OMG, these incels.
Every bishop is always situated on a white and black square that they always move upon. Every rook moves on a cardinal direction of that 8x8, not 8x8, I believe. Wait, is it 8x8? I think it's 8x8.
I don't know. She don't know.
There, you have rook.
Oh my God,
knight,
stay focused.
bishop,
Oh my
king,
God, nigga.
queen, and then
You be having a hard time proving you don't have Asperger's. I'm just being honest with you.
and there's a replica of the first three. So yeah, it's an 8x8 grid. On
You
that
have
8x8
a hard time
grid,
convincing somebody.
the players always work in bounds of that grid because that is where the true law lies.
So you'd rather be the grid that keeps people bound, is what you're saying?
It is the law of the land. In war,
Oh, here
what
we
is
go.
the first thing that is most important?
Here we go with the sharp angles again.
Intelligence. What is the terrain? Are we dealing with the forest? Are we dealing with the desert? How are we going to maneuver with those? Can we employ any form of stealth tactics? What can we?
Can you draw a heart? When's the last time you drew a heart? When's the last time you drew a circle? Just something soft, something meaningless.
Apply.
Jaguar.
Because the most important tool
This
is
your
knowing
son.
what you're dealing with. How do you play the game? And how you play a game is dictated by how it is established, by the foundation. In chess is the grid. It is that 8x8 board.
I see like one or two more
board.
minutes.
In the game of war, even though it is not a game, it is dictated by the land that is seen as the war zone.
Oh, like 5 minutes.
In, say, a board game like
Hopefully
Monopoly,
she have another commercial.
every piece always moves in that property zone.
This is some
You
bullshit.
gain cards, community and chess cards from that zone. You go to jail on that board. You place houses and hotels on that
Oh
board.
my God, we didn't change games.
Why strive to be a piece that is controlled? Why strive to be a piece that is controlled by, that is always controlled by something else or hinged behind the decision of something else, when you can be the very thing that dictates how far
Baby, you
those
gotta come to
people
peace with
and those
yourself.
pieces can go?
You got to be at peace with
Why
yourself.
be the functioning cog when you can be the boundary that decides it? Why be the
Wow.
materials of an architecture's new building when you can be the land that
But your
dictates?
mother didn't ask you what you want to be. She asked you what you are. And that question is so fucking abusive. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with the fact that your mother didn't say to you, Sam, you are good enough. I love you just the way you are. She asked you, are you a pawn or are you a king? Let's deal with that. That she made you, that she put you in a position where you had to question your own self-worth. And you had to outdo her question some way. And now you're expounding upon it.
It's how far and how high they can build. And that there describes me.
Oh, God. Not really.
I think beyond what many people normally think.
Mm-mm.
Sometimes to a level that is unnecessary.
No, baby, you got a grandiose
Sometimes
idea of
it
yourself.
becomes necessary.
You have a very
And it leads
grandiose
people to
idea of
think that
yourself.
There's more to this than meets the eye.
Can you draw a heart?
And it's something that my oculi, the vehement oculi,
Here we go with another
can
poem.
detect.
Can we leave it here?
You couldn't just say your eyes can see. You had to say oculi. Boy, stop. Go ahead, shut this shit down, Tosh.
That just summed the whole universe up, Deuce.
He don't know how to have a conversation with regular people.
Certainly.
And I know you probably already know this.
He's exhausted her.
Don't let nobody tell you something wrong with you.
No, you need
Trust
to heal. You got a lot of
No one
emotional
ever will.
illness.
The only thing that can guide, the only thing that determines how strong or how
Here
weird
he
I
go
am
again.
is myself. And it's not, and that doesn't apply to just me. That applies to you and to everyone else.
Are you done yet?
All of us.
Is we finished or is we done?
We are as strong as we allow ourselves to be. And though there are some limitations.
Okay, so let me
there
tell
are
you
some
something that's going to be very important as you grow into being a scholar. Honey, you're going to have to learn how to communicate a lot more concisely. You're going to have to learn how to organize your thoughts and maybe even reference some shit when you speak. Honey, a scholar you are not, baby. Maybe a philosopher, but not even really. You just a chatty Cathy.
people that have already become the board.
Oh, God.
We too can become our own board.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go. I got a pot on the stove that's about to boil over. I got to charge my phone.
We'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
No, normally I say now we gotta go. Bye, but we'll be back. Thank you.
Why are we clapping?
I've never clapped for my
Okay, she don't know what the fuck to do because she knows that's what he needs. Honey, you create uncomfortable situations everywhere you go. I recommend that you study social intelligence. You really could use some social intelligence. You really could learn how to read the room. She don't even know how to end this interview because it's gotten so off the rails.
Damn. I'm inspired.
Inspired to do what?
And I just want to say this.
Oh,
Shout
God.
out to your father.
Don't give him no more, please.
Sam
Tasha.
Odom.
He don't even really
For,
like his
'cause he
daddy
raised
either. That's what you don't know.
Certainly.
And he's always said, Tasha, there's nothing wrong
Thanks
with
for
my
still
son.
being here, Lisa.
And I remember doing the first interview with you, and people were trying to say, no, it's something. It's Asperger's. It's this. It's something.
The boy hates himself, and he keeps trying to outshine him. He can't play baseball. He's not athletic. He probably can't play spades. He don't have no swag. He can't dress. So he's leaned into what gives him the most attention. I've seen it before in people. They used to be called nerds, but now nerds have to actually produce something. That's the difference. Sam is lazy, but Sam likes adulation just like his mama. Jaguar Wright can't sing no more. Ain't nobody inviting her on no platforms to sing. So when she come on a platform now, she gonna talk about some bullshit and then get into some Clive Davis and some P. Diddy and some Jaguar Wright and make up some shit about Tevin Campbell she can't prove because she never met him. And talk about Summer Walker in ways that she say things ain't never happened to her. And Brashear White in ways she can't prove, for shock value, for attention, because they're not substantive people. If you want to talk about a non-player character, ding, there go one right there.
And whatever a parent says about their child, I believe them. But your mother has told a lot of lies.
Her credibility is down in the abyss with her.
And, but your daddy, as a black man, has always said there is nothing wrong with my son. And he's still, to this day, because I called him. I said, is he ready to have an interview? He said, let me talk to him. And he came to you and asked, he came back, he said he's ready.
You didn't know that nigga was going to take you off the rails, did you?
Wow.
She about to go take a nap now.
I was a little worried in the beginning. However, I'm not worried no more. And if you ever decided to get into politics, my brother,
please don't. Don't.
And
don't do that.
Run a country or two.
Nope. Please don't.
I'm coming to be up under your leadership.
Nope. Ain't doing that.
Okay.
You got to show and prove first. Go to Dalton.
Thank you.
They'll vote for you. Do y'all really want to see her surviving Jaguar Wright? If you want to, I'm here for it. I can pull it up. The sun has come up on me. It is 6:16 a.m. here in South Korea, which means it is 5:16 p.m. in New York. And wherever you are, it's an hour or 2 or 3 behind that. But I can pull it up if y'all want me to. It's still, I still got the whole day to rest. I budgeted to do absolutely nothing tomorrow. The house is clean. There's food set out for the baby when she wake up. And she already know. So yeah, I'll pull it up if y'all want to watch it. It'll be a whole lot less interrupting because this nigga right here, I feel like I owe you back at least. How long was this? An hour and 24 minutes? I feel like I owe you back like an hour. OMG, Sam. Sam, you gotta grow up and you gotta heal. You are way too satisfied with yourself for this interview that you don't even want to watch back. Let me see if I can pull it up. I just saw it. Is this it? No, that's Sean Davy Way's version of it. Oh, sweet Jesus. That damn Jaguar Wright and her offspring, Jesus. Let me see. Is this it? No, that's only 14 minutes of it. Hold on. I just had it, I thought. I thought I had it. Boom. All right, hold on. Let me search a search engine first. That doggone, whatever his name is, Jesus. See, he sat down with somebody who's not a scholar, somebody who's not learned, who's not educated, who got it how she lived, who married an educated man. But she didn't ask the right questions. There were more questions she could have asked to uncover the fact that nigga don't want to talk about her. How you a scholar and you just re-enrolled in an associate's program last week? That's what I want to know. She put it on something called Prime Video. Do y'all know what that is? Let me see if I can open it. Can I watch it? How do I? Oh, Amazon Prime Video. Oh, okay. But how do I watch it? It doesn't even have a play button. Hold on. I thought I just saw it. Let me. No. Hold on. Just bear with me 1 second while I talk to myself. I know a lot of folks clicked out of that interview at some point. It was like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? What the hell is he talking about? You hear the birds? Oh my God, I saw this crane sitting on a fence last week. The thing was huge. Oh my God, it was beautiful, just chilling. Hold on 1 second. Now, she had it on YouTube for a while. But now I see that she put a paywall in front of it. And I'm not paying to watch this shit. Just gonna be honest with you. But if you want... Hold on, let me see something real quick. I don't see a button. I don't see a button. Oh, do I need to turn my VPN on? I probably need to turn my VPN on because I am in South Korea and everything here is more censored than you'd ever think. Hold on. Yes, baby. Hold on, I'm waiting for my VPN to connect to see if I can watch this. All right, let's go. Has anybody seen Sean Davy Way's Surviving Jaguar, Wright? I see that he did one too. Episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. Oh, it's not even available to watch. How she put shit up on Prime that can't nobody watch? Tasha K. Am I misunderstanding that? Am I misunderstanding that? Oh, she put it on her own shit. Hold on one second. We might switch gears and watch Sean Davy Way's Surviving Jaguar, right? Is that okay with you guys? It looked like the closing arguments might have went on for another 3 hours. God damn. What is this? Looks like some irrelevant shit to me. Give me 1 second. Let me just vet this real quick. He said the hag is finally exposed. I thought that was your friend. I thought that was your friend. Let me check out the comments and see if this is what we're looking for. What the fuck? That doesn't seem right to me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still vetting to see if this is right. Because what I just saw was Sean Davy Way running his mouth for an hour. That wasn't what I was looking for. I don't see the current, I see people reviewing it, but I don't see, I watched it on YouTube, Surviving Jaguar Wright with Tasha K, and she had conversation with her family and a whole bunch of other shit. But I don't see it anymore. She might have put it, what the fuck? What is this? No, I just see a whole bunch of people reviewing it, but I don't see anybody actually. If you guys know where I can find it, let me know in the comments and I can go look for it. But what I saw, let me see. Do I have to? Damn, Jaguar Wright called CPS on Tasha K. I did hear something about that. Some bullshit. Hold on. Let me check the comments and see if you guys have a path. I'm still looking at this degenerosity Google search with no results. Let me see. Hold on one second. I don't see. It looks like she put it behind a paywall on her own website. And I just don't want to pay for it. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. I don't see. August 2021. That sounds about right. Right? But where's part 1 and part 2? I'm definitely not paying $12 to watch something I've already seen. So I'll let y'all go ahead and explore that. And it looks like Sean Davy Way's Surviving Jaguar Wright has expired on Prime. And I don't see it. I don't see it on YouTube. Yeah, she wants you to get a $12 a month membership to watch it, and I just don't feel like doing that. It's not worth it to me because I've seen it already. I know what's there, so I don't want to have to pay for that. Let me see one more thing real quick. Let me just vet this little piece that I see and see if this is what we want. I don't get it. This is. Oh, this is an old dumbass conversation when Jaguar was beefing with another YouTuber and Sean Davy Way brought them on the same platform for some entertainment. I'm not about to watch that bullshit. I just watched a whole dumbass conversation with her son. I'm not doing that. I believe that's all I got for y'all. Let me just double back on the, since we're here, let me just double back on the I'm gonna see if there's anything substantive to share from the end of the defense's defense of their closing arguments, to see if there's anything to share. Let's see. Man, I can't get none of that time back. That damn Sam Odom Jr. Ugh. That damn Sam Odom Jr. I tell you what, I can't get none of that lost time back on that scholar. Damn, she just ended 12 minutes ago. Let me see if there's anything here.
The Punisher, I call him. He got it from basketball on West 4th Street. They thought Cassie was really into them. They were naive. The Punisher, who got his name, The Punisher, from playing basketball.
I'm not going to do that with y'all. I just want to see if they actually went into deliberation real quick, and then I'm going to let you go.
Found guilty of both. Can he get 10 years twice?
Let's see.
Did escorts. Sometimes he told her. Sometimes she knew he would ask.
Oh, she did rebut the defenses. I wanted to see this.
Some of the money.
If you guys don't mind, you could go wherever you got to go.
She said former Diddy chief of staff Christina Karam and D-Rock, former head of Diddy's security.
It sounds like the prosecution decided to rebut the defense's closing argument, which they have a right to do because they brought the case, because they are the prosecution. So I'm interested to see. There's a bedrock law that these arguments to the jury are improper. So I'll give the instruction. Here we go again. Now let me go back to the beginning of this argument. You still here with me, Lisa? Half of me is what they say, my heart is here with you, but my heart is on the other side of town. No, half of me is in my bed, but I am wondering, part of the blessing of leaving this live of the trial and coming back is that we can actually skip through it and kind of sift through it and see what we actually want to watch. And we all agree that we really don't care to hear Mark Agnifilo lie anymore. So we're gonna skip past this. Thank you for still being here, Lisa. I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody who's here. Hiring male escorts isn't the same as buying sex. Of course. Of course. I'm going to read this one sentence. At the end, let me see if she got this off Inner City Press. This doggone defense just saying all kind of crazy shit, hoping that nobody calls him out on it. That face is priceless. 4 hours. God damn. Hold on. All right. So this was 3:40 p.m. We were way too deep in that goddamn boys shit to figure anything out. Pause. Oh, let me go back just a tiny bit because there's something that Agnifilo said that I want to note that the prosecution took objection with. Give me 1 second. Let me see if it's in the inner city press tweets. Oh, I kind of like to start there. It doesn't look like it. All right, let me just go to the article then, since I'm not able to see it in the inner city press tweets. I don't want to get caught up in the weeds. Hold on 1 second.
The case began with a lawsuit. Not anyone making nice and lovely people here, BJ. You have built such a nice community. Thanks for all you do for us. Thank you. Shout out to you. Thanks for that $5 super chat. Thank you, Don13, for the $5 super chat. If Diddy didn't know it wasn't illegal, why did he make Cassie ask the guys if they were cops? Ooh.
Okay.
Good points all around. I'm hearing some good points from y'all. I didn't think of that, but now that you mention it, why did he have Cassie ask if they were cops? And why was he asking people if they were cops? True. Thanks so much for that $5 super chat. Thanks so much to Cassaba for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Wendy, being a member 3 months. Grateful to BJ, the wonderful community. Yep, shout out to you. 3 months ever. Best 3 months. Thanks so much, Toya Lambert, for the $1.99 super chat. You are wonderful at this. Thank you.
You are wonderful at this. I'm grateful
I do.
to you,
I do. I must say, I do kind of feel like this was what I was born to do.
I'm grateful to you.
I'm in my purpose. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. It does feel like that. Thank you for that.
Thank you for doing
confirmation. Okay, we got another update. A minute ago, the prosecution is set to make its rebuttal as court resumes. The judge is back on the bench and the jury is entering court after a brief break. The prosecution will have the last word. Making a rebuttal to the defense team's closing argument, prosecutors previously said they anticipated this would last about 90 minutes. Okay, we got 2 new updates from the New York Times. Did we read this already? He was about 4 hours. Yeah, I think I remember reading that. Okay, 1 minute ago. At the close of Mark Agnifilo / Diddy's summation, the prosecution objected to Mark Agnifilo suggesting that Diddy had been targeted by the government because the case began with a lawsuit, not anyone making a report to law enforcement. Mark Agnifilo argued that was well within his right to make that point to the jury, but the judge agreed with the prosecution that the commentary was absolutely improper. And when the jury returned, he told them that the decision-making of the government or a grand jury on whether to charge a defendant is none of your concern. Mark is going to get in trouble. Prosecutor Maureen Comey has just begun the government's rebuttal, the final step before the judge will charge the jury, that means read them the instructions, and allow them to begin deliberations. This trial was about how...
You know what? It might be that damn Mark Afalifago who is leaking stuff to the press.
This trial, this is a quote. This trial, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, quote, was about how in Sean Combs' world, no was never an option. This trial was about how in Sean Combs' world, no was never an option, she said, noting that the defense tried to blame his victims and the government for Diddy's own choices.
That's crazy.
So they tried to blame the victims. They tried to blame us, the prosecutors, for Diddy's choices. But they were all his choices alone. Judge tells the jury to just worry about this defendant and no one else. This is NBCnews.com 1 minute ago. Following an afternoon break, the judge reminded jurors they are not to be concerned about who the prosecution has not charged in this case. In his defense closings, Mark Agnifilo questioned why others were not targeted for prosecution other than Diddy. The judge said
That is
arguing that
improper.
Diddy is the target of selective prosecution was not appropriate.
He's still a representative of the court. How dare you
Mark
say
Agnifilo
something like
does
that?
whatever he wants, and these people all do whatever they want.
He's
all
an
do whatever they
officer
want.
of the court. How do you say something like that as an officer of the
Okay.
court?
7 minutes ago, the jury is back. Okay, so the judge, here's where we're getting the judge is telling the admonishment. And now this is the second time this has happened. It's already happened before during the first break, where
we
Mark
saw that.
Agnifilo brought up 3 different things he wasn't supposed to bring up. So the judge already gave the jury a curative instruction once already today because of his arguments. So now it's happening again. You heard that Diddy was a target. That is not to be considered. That is not your concern. Miss Comey? Okay, so Maureen Comey steps to the plate. She'll take a challenger. You know
Yep.
what I mean? She ain't scared of no low life.
She gonna rebut this doggone dumbass
Shame the
defense.
squirrel is acting up by Gloriana. Eventually the music video will come out. Okay. And the merch. I got squirrel is acting up merch. Put a squirrel in the chat. Or a 2. A 2 or a squirrel if you're ready for the squirrel is acting up merch. Actually, I'm going to wear my squirrel is acting up merch tomorrow with my judge coat. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. Okay. You heard that Mr. Combs was a target. That is not to be considered. That is not your concern. Okay, Miss Comey? Yeah. Okay, here she comes. Ladies and gentlemen of the distinguished jury, the defendant did not take no for an answer. Certainly not from his girlfriends. He beat them. They suggest he didn't pay for SEX. They suggest that there was no enterprise and that witnesses lied. But the truth is he flew S workers across the country to have relations with Cassie and Jane while he did things to himself. It was
Same thing
not
just Jaguar
for
Wright's
their
son did when he watched the BET
conversation.
Awards.
It was for relations. Remember Daniel Phillip? He said he got paid for relations. He had a performance issue and he stopped getting paid. The Punisher, $500 when no SEX. But when he did do the S act, thousands. I suspect you'll hear that uncalled witnesses were equally available to both sides.
Both sides. They could have had
The
some
judge is gonna say
witnesses.
that in his charge to the jury, I'm assuming. So she's like, you're going to hear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that everybody that they're sitting over here saying, we didn't charge, we didn't call these people, they could have called them. They could have called those witnesses and they didn't.
Nope.
Maybe some of these men would have worked for free, having relations in front of the masked, pleasuring himself celebrity, but they got paid. Maybe they would have worked for free, but they didn't. They got paid.
Punisher said he was about stacking that
Do you
dough.
hear the cash register sound?
That's what he said.
It's checked off. He is guilty of counts 3 and 5. That's the Mann Act. That's the 10-year maximum. Interstate institution doesn't require force, doesn't require fraud, doesn't require coercion. We have a new update from New York Times. Maureen Comey argued that the defense's idea that men were paid for their time doesn't even pass the laugh test. I didn't know we had a laugh test, girl. What the hell does that mean? Girl, it don't even pass the laugh test.
Okay, I'm going to skip past the articles because, you know.
Say it.
What else did she say?
Pew, 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 pew. Shots fired. Mark Agnifilo wanted to say that Diddy is a fists guy. Yeah, sure is, when he wants to hit his girlfriends.
Damn.
But with men,
Burn.
he needs pew-pews.
I mean, what you want him to use the guns on the women too?
Y'all are laughing. Yeah, got
He
him.
ain't had no gun
Got
when he
him.
peed on Drake.
Got him.
I done seen Diddy
We were
slap
all thinking that, but
motherfuckers.
he said,
He'll bust a nigga upside the head. Nah,
Ooh, shots fired. I'm
we
saying.
not gonna
She's spitting
we're not gonna act
fire.
like Diddy a lightweight. We're not gonna do that.
Emotional damage. Woo! You know it hurt. You know that hurt.
I've heard some
Blew a
stories about
gasket
Diddy
right
and
out the
men
side.
fighting.
Steaming. You know that sound whenever like some compressor or something breaks on an 18-wheeler?
I heard that nigga got them Harlem hands.
Shots been fired. Yes, Diddy has a narcissistic injury for sure at that comment. I don't know what a narcissistic injury is exactly, but I can kind of like imagine, and I think yes.
All right, let me skip past this
Need
a
to
little bit.
use his inner circle for nearly.
I just want to see if we can get a little bit more to the point. See how they ended the day.
Diddy's twins, Delilah and Jesse, leave court in tears amid his trafficking trial's closing arguments.
Aww.
Emotions are running high during the final days of Diddy's trial. The music mogul's
Because they know they
18-year-old
daddy going to jail. Man. Oh, that sucks. They're like involuntary. They're like just victims.
refreshing the other sources.
That's fucked up, man. They were able to hold strong, and that's why they haven't come, because it's a lot. They know they daddy lost that. Oh my God.
Nothing new at
That
this moment.
sucks. Man.
Let me see if New York Post.
Did he? Fuck. And the crazy part is the statute of limitations was up in like 2012. If he had just quit then, but they were able to find so many instances as recently as when he got arrested, having a hotel room full of drugs and Astroglide. I feel so bad for his daughters because, man, they losing their daddy. I mean, they're watching. It's almost like I held my father's hand while he died. I held my mom's hand while she died, too. It's both a comforting experience because you don't have any questions and you know what happened. But at the same time, it's grueling. It's agonizing. It feels like torture because you know what's happening and you can't do anything to control it, and you have to be strong. And you got to be strong for them. You got to put on a brave face for them because they know what's happening and you know what's happening. And it's just this bad situation. And I feel so, they already lost their mama. You know? They already lost their mama. And then to sit here, and I believe his youngest daughters are only like 16 or 17 years old. To sit here and have to watch these things said about your father, and then somebody comes in and defends him with some utter bullshit that would have offended anybody if they talked about their own daughter. And then to see the prosecution come back and just knock it out the park about your daddy. Oh my God. I feel bad for all the kids because they might. Their daddy may never come home. And I'm sitting here trying not to cry because, wow. At their age, that wasn't a thought I had ever. I knew where and who my parents were. They didn't have these kinds of issues. This wasn't going on in their lives. Shout out to them. But I can't help but feel compassion as a woman who's lost both of my parents for these kids. we got to be careful with the decisions that we make. My goal in life is to not be separated from my daughter. When things in my life happen, I have to make decisions on how to respond or react, because how I react or respond could determine whether or not my daughter gets to see me again free. And I hope they make better decisions for their own children. Because, I mean, we know Diddy going to prison, right?
Yeah, they have him going. Let's go.
I feel bad for those kids, man. This lifestyle that their parents chose to partake
they did leave
in.
Court in tears. Oh my God. Okay. Here.
Everything changes when you see them kids crying. You know what I'm saying? Like, yay, prosecution, knock it out the park, put that nigga in prison.
Judge
but look who has to
Diddy
suffer.
Lawyer. I'm
Look
gonna
at
go
the
back
other
to 34
victims.
minutes ago and read up for New York Post just since
He's not a rapper. Can you
on the
stop
break?
that?
Judge scolds Diddy lawyer for claiming feds targeted rapper.
Name one Diddy
New
bar.
York Post. We haven't been reading from this source today, but everything else kind of slowed down, so I'm pulled it up. So we'll just start from this point 34 minutes ago. The judge scolded Diddy's lawyer for the second time today, most recently for suggesting the feds targeted Diddy for prosecution. Quote, "There's no plausible argument that suggestion was proper," the judge told Mark Agnifilo. The lawyer was just wrapping up roughly 4 hours of closing arguments when he said, "I think the evidence shows you can conclude that the government targeted Sean Combs." Agnifilo claimed the feds piggybacked on Diddy's ex, Cassie's bombshell lawsuit, and wanted to make a case because it's Sean Combs. The judge told jurors to ignore Agnifilo's comment before prosecutors started their rebuttal. Earlier in the day, the judge chided Agnifilo for suggesting the panelists ask themselves why prosecutors brought the case. The judge instructed the jurors to ignore that comment, too. 27 minutes ago, prosecutor says Diddy's lawyer blamed feds, victims, for Diddy's lies, threats, and violence. Prosecutor Maureen Comey told jurors today, Friday, that the closing remarks by Diddy's lawyer blamed the feds and victims for Diddy's lies, threats, and violence. Quote, "The defense just spent a whole lot of energy trying to blame Diddy's victims and the U.S. government for his lies, his threats, and his violence." The start of her rebuttal remarks came after Mark Agnifilo's closing arguments. He's tossing up excuse after excuse for inexcusable criminal
Hey,
behavior.
Real Magnolia,
The
welcome in.
prosecutor said of Mark Agnifilo.
Welcome back.
Make no mistake. This trial was about how, in Diddy's world, no was never an option. Diddy's twins, Delilah and Jesse, leave court in tears amid his trafficking trial's closing arguments. Emotions are running high during the final days of Diddy's trial. The music mogul's 18-year-old twins, Jesse and Delilah, were visibly distraught in court during the trial's closing arguments.
You know, it's
18-year-old
interesting. I'm going to go deep for just a second, because you notice that we've talked a little bit about them wearing the black and the white and the black and the white. But in this last shot with them in the white suits, what's really ironic is, try not to get emotional. It's like they're sacrificial lambs. Like they're the sacrifice. They're the victims in all of this. Shout out to Cassie. Shout out to Mia. Shout out to Jane Doe. Shout out to Capricorn Clark and David James and everybody else who was considered a victim. Shout out to all of you. But these kids, I hope we don't have less compassion on the boys than we have on the girls, because they're all his kids. You know, they all depend on him in more than just a financial way. There is a relationship that he has with each of them. Now all his kids have to suffer, and it's almost as though, you see these girls in white, they're the sacrifices for his lifestyle, for him and his mom, for him and their mothers, because she was involved in this shit too. Okay? For the decisions that their parents made and the world that their parents brought them into. Because what your children experience is really the world that you bring them into. Some people don't want to have kids because they bring their kids into a crazy world. No, that's the world you created for your children. Some kids have a very soft, easy, comfortable, fun, innocent, bubbly world that they live in. Okay, they don't experience the hard stuff. They don't see the worst of it. They have childhoods. Just because the world is crazy doesn't mean that has to be the world your children experience. And for their parents to have created, yeah, those are the colors of mourning. We definitely wore white to my father's funeral. Well, off-white for me, because that was his request. But it's also a balance of energy. It creates, there's some definite power happening in there. But just when you put it, it just these kids. He sacrificed his children to bust a couple nuts, to snort some cocaine, or to take a couple pills. His kids are the ones that have to suffer. Because now they already don't have a mama. It's 4 kids, 4 out of 7. And we don't know what happened to that poor little white girl that just disappeared off the ethers. She could be BJ for all we know. And Justin does have another lawsuit against him because he grew up and participated in this lifestyle with his daddy. He want to impress his daddy and keep up with his daddy. Stunting like my daddy. You got these abusive men who, you getting some pussy yet? You ain't getting no pussy. You better go on and get that pussy. That grooming behavior. And I'm not excusing Justin, but I'm just saying. For you to work so hard to not raise your kids in Harlem or Mount Vernon, you didn't change anything from what they grew up with. That's what I was talking about. Lil Boosie getting prostitutes for his children. For his 13, 10-year-old boys. Y'all, I'm just going to talk to these parents for a second. Because part of the reason why we make money and establish certain lifestyles is so our kids don't grow up. You know what I'm saying? Seeing what we had to see and dodging what we had to dodge. But if you don't get you together, you're going to introduce those same bullshits into your rich ass lifestyle. And here it is all over again. Here it is all over again. And I'm venturing to say if he had cut his mama off about 10 or 15 years ago, honey, okay, because she like what she like and she do what she do, and she got her lifestyle that he had to feed too. And that became his lifestyle as well because he was raised in that nasty shit. So now you got 3 daughters and 4 sons. One of them is facing their own lawsuit. For all we know, these kids, just for conversation's sake, rock with me for a second. For all we know, these kids could be perfectly virtuous and pure and innocent in every single respect. They still got to experience that Harlem, Mount Vernon existence. Because, I'm trying not to cry. Because his daddy was taken by the lifestyle. And his mama raised him in it. And now their mama was taken by the lifestyle. And their father is taken by the lifestyle. And all they got now is they nasty ass grandma. Well, they got a couple people in their life that seem like they're okay, but they're all entertainment industry people. They need some normal lame ass people around them like me and you. Some balanced people who like to go home at the end of a day, drink a glass of wine and sit down and watch TV and sit in some pajamas. Who go on vacation and never really leave their room. Who go to SeaWorld, who don't feel like they need to floss and perpetuate this lifestyle. It just bothers me. It bothers me because I know how hard my parents worked to make sure that we didn't grow up experiencing what they experienced. Wouldn't it have been a shame if they went and got all that education and still kept the same habits and then got locked up behind their habits? Diddy is a multi-billionaire. Multi-billionaire. And he has in such a way exposed his children to everything that you grow up to keep your children. They got incarcerated parents just like poor black kids. Poor white kids, poor Asian kids. They got the same. Them white suits ain't fooling nobody. Them kids are. Take away the white suits. Take away the brand names and the Coach Sprinter that they about to jump. The Mercedes-Benz Sprinter they about to jump into, and the multi-houses that they about to lose because of their father's bad habits and his fucking not being able to accept the changes of life. How are these kids supposed to go to college and be successful when their father is incarcerated and their mother is dead? How are they expected to perform academically under these conditions? He got 2 daughters that just graduated from high school. How are they supposed to go to I'm sorry. How are they supposed to do their freshman year in college with their father in prison? Like, how? I have friends whose parents hid their divorce the whole time they were in college just so they didn't struggle with school. And they found out when they graduated from college that their parents hadn't been together for a long time, and they went on ahead and got a divorce, but they waited until their kids graduated from college because they knew what kind of toll that would take on them. How are these kids supposed to do that? How are they supposed to do that? It just bothers me. Like, every single thing this man was supposed to do with all that money for his family to make sure they didn't have to experience the freak offs he had to grow up around because his mama didn't have enough money to feed them. Or his dad was a drug dealer and got killed in that lifestyle. The fact that he had to look over at his neighbor who had a pool and would always have pool parties, but he was never invited to the pool parties, and he didn't have no pool of his own. This is Diddy's true story. So he decided, I'm gonna make sure I always have every single thing I want, and everybody I love is gonna have everything they want. And then you end up in this shit because you don't know how to let your dick stop working. Because you so power hungry and thirsty. Nigga, you had so much money. You could have got so much therapy. I'd keep going back to that therapy thing because it makes a big difference. You're a businessman. At some point, you got to grow the fuck up. You had 7 kids. At what point? I know you told Carisha you had been a part-time dad until about 2018. But it's 2025. And you had a hotel room full of drugs, an Astroglide. Fuck. And you had the nerve to put your energy and your time and your money into suing the Rockefellers instead of raising your children. They are the sacrifice. And nobody's going to gain from that. Talk about child sacrifice. Nobody's going to gain from that. Nobody. Everybody loses. Everybody loses. The only person that might win in this situation is his greedy ass mama. But she about to lose it all too, because I guarantee you the Fed's coming for it. That's why they were like, no. Don't sell your mama's house. Don't put the time and the energy and the money into selling your house on Star Island, neither one nor two, selling your LA home. I think he got another house somewhere else, Virginia or something, selling your mama's house in New York. Don't worry about all that. You ain't got to worry, because we not letting you out of jail anyway. You ain't got to worry about none of that, because we coming after it. Don't worry about hiring a real estate attorney. Don't worry about hiring a real estate agent you're going to have to pay commission to, taking out ads, putting it on the MLS websites and all that. No. You let your family enjoy this last year in your home, because we coming for all of it. His own mama is losing her house. Wow. Like, when it makes it different for me. I want to see this man get convicted to the full extent of the law, because I literally don't believe he'll ever change. I don't. And that's unfortunate. I do not believe that he'd be any different. I feel like if he got out for this, he wouldn't be like, I'm going to take my second chances and do things different and kind of go into hibernation and go to rehab and the blah, blah, blah. No, this nigga is reading The Power of Positivity. Nigga, that's kindergarten reading. I don't think he would change. And I think he would raise his daughters in this lifestyle. It might be better off for them that he is taken away from them, so they don't have to continue to idolize this man that ain't shit. But it just bothers me, because these are girls and those are boys. Those are kids. My audience is between the ages of 25 and 44. Now, my demographic has changed a little bit and become a little bit younger. And to me, these are kids. They're younger than us. They're 16. I was 35 years old when I lost my dad. I was 41 when I lost my mom. I was grown. I'd had them longer than I really wanted to. Let's be honest. But these are children. Nobody wins, man. Nobody in this situation wins. It's a horrible situation. And I'm going to say it one more time just to get it good and off my chest. To make all that money talking about being a black king and saving the next generation and making things different because the white man has been so oppressive to the black man. And then to invest your money and your energy into all this other bullshit. You could have been spending that time with your children and investing in them. Because now all you can do is wish you did. And now all they can do is wish you did.
This is just from 320. The twins leave court in tears amid the ST. So they must have left after Mark Agnifilo finished and didn't stay for rebuttal. Emotions are running high. The music mogul's 18-year-old twins were visibly distraught in court. One wiped away tears, and the sisters left the courthouse with an anxious and defeated look. I don't know. They don't look anxious or defeated. This one done took off his Kim Porter jacket. Oh, yeah, she does look like she might be crying. That's sad. Why'd they put them out here? At least they're, adults, but still, I mean, barely. They're 18. They were happy coming in yesterday.
And to a certain degree, it's a cautionary tale that has to be told. It has to be told because we didn't know, real live and in color how, the Diddy's daddy, his death affected him. We didn't see that. We didn't see how the mob and the mafia and all of them, I don't know if the mob and the mafia are the same thing. I'm not quite sure because I'm not in that lifestyle. But we don't know how that affected their children. So I believe that there may be other men or other women that are involved in these types of situations, because from what I understand, these lifestyles are common in the entertainment circles. And they may be looking at this situation like, am I really ready to give up my kids? Hopefully it's a cautionary tale.
Smiling, she was happy, she was ready.
She felt confident in their St. John suits.
They continued to put on a united front today when they were photographed arriving to court wearing matching gingham outfit. Oh, this was today. This was today, and wait, then when was this? I don't know, girl. It's all a blur to me. Was this today?
They might have changed clothes
Or
at
was
lunchtime.
the gingham outfit? This is gingham or houndstooth? That's not.
That's
gingham.
houndstooth.
That's houndstooth. Stupid.
You're not stupid. You just don't know fashion. That's all.
They appeared to be in better spirits as they held. Okay, Elijah, continue bringing up. They saying that this gingham suit, which I don't know what. That's not gingham. First of all, that's pinstripe, so it can't.
Is
be
it
that.
pinstripe? It just looked white to me. Maybe they changed clothes
This is
at lunchtime.
Thursday. All right, so this was
Okay.
yesterday. This is what they wore yesterday, and then this right here is what they wore today. It's hard to keep up. It's always black and white, black and white, black and white. The twins appeared in better spirits today when they were pictured arriving to court wearing matching gingham outfits and tights. Continued to put on a united front in support of their father. So the crying thing was yesterday.
Yeah,
Which
because
makes sense because it was the government's argument.
that was a that shit yesterday was a killer.
So this was today. This was today.
They got on interchangeable outfits.
Interesting.
What is up with that picture? That sketch?
Wait. How do I get back to the trial updates? Hold on.
Wow, man,
I'm
that's
back
so
on it. Okay.
sad. Oh.
It was yesterday they left crying.
That's crazy, man. They got to take their
And that
kids
sucks.
to
You know,
prison to
that's
visit
not
their
that's not anything
granddaddy.
good to see. That's sad. You know, they already lost their mom and their dad couldn't even keep his crimes to himself, it seems, in my opinion. Innocent until proven guilty. Okay.
I think he's been proven guilty.
Jane, okay, wait, hold on. So where were we on the inner city press tweets? It was Marion Comey doing her quick hits rebuttal. If Cassie was lying and already got paid, why would she take the chance of perjury in a federal trial? She would sit up here and lie for what? For what? She didn't have to testify. This is a woman standing up for what is right. Mia already settled in mediation, so there's also no reason for her to put on a show for you. Jane doesn't intend to sue. These women refuse to let trauma swallow up their whole lives.
Mark
That
Agnifilo kept
struggle
saying it was
tells you
about
these
money.
Women told the truth. They broke free of the defendant's manipulation. Jealousy is not a defense to trafficking. Jane picking out Cabral and Anton was her way of taking back some type of control. Yes, she texted escorts. Sometimes he told her. Sometimes she knew he would ask. She felt she had no choice.
She's just
and that,
anticipating his needs.
is coercion.
Coercion. That is coercion.
Updates on NBC. Cassie, Jane, and Mia were forced into relations they didn't want, prosecutor says. 2 former girlfriends and a former assistant.
I just heard you say that. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm going to skip past it.
Yeah, sometimes he told her to. Sometimes she knew he would ask. She felt she had no choice. The defendants
Stephen.
did
Good
hit
evening to
Cassie
you.
during freak offs. Cassie said it. Also, Daniel Phillip told you. And it's on video. The defendant was in a towel. The freak off was not over. There is no separating the violence and the acts. He was in a towel. The freak off wasn't over. He wanted her to come back. She didn't want to, so he dragged her.
I gotta show y'all this bird. there's a bird that you hear. I just got to lighten the moment, if you don't mind. And I appreciate you allowing me to do that as your privileged host. I have to lighten the mood because my throat chakra is in pain. I feel very sad and sorrowful right now. So there's a bird that you hear in the background, and I want to show you a picture of it because it is gorgeous. It's the national bird of Korea. The Korean word for it is gachi. It's one of the first Korean words I learned. But I'm going to show you a picture of it so you can see what this bird is that's making this beautiful song behind me. Oh my God, they're so beautiful. Why is this in Korean? Can you do it for me in English, please? Not Chinese. I don't want it in Chinese. I want it in English. Just do it in damn English. Oh, I gotta read Chinese. I think that's image. Yes, that is image. Okay. Gotta pull out my old Chinese swag every once in a while. Good evening, Stephen. It's morning time for me. We've been at this since yesterday. Y'all been hanging with me all day, and I'm grateful. We have been through a bevy of emotions. This is the national bird of Korea. It's called the magpie. I thought it was a sea animal in Australia, and I was like, why the fuck am I learning the word magpie? Then I got here and was like, what is that bird? What is that beautiful bird? And my boss was like, we call it kachi. And I was like, kachi? Isn't that magpie? And he was like, yeah. And it's like, that's a magpie? And when I tell you, just if you can hear it in the background, they have the most beautiful, the most amazing bird song. And they're so pretty, and they're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. And they're very, this one doesn't look so much so. This one doesn't really look so much so, but they're actually very friendly birds. Like, they don't beg for nothing like pigeons do. They don't poop all over the place like pigeons do, and they don't fight. They're just very beautiful birds, and when they fly around, they're just, oh, I love them. I love that morning song, that bird song that they do every morning, because they also, you hear them? Hold on, let me turn the music down. We got a couple hawks out there too, but let me see if you can hear them. Oh, now they got quiet because they're kind of shy. You hear that? Isn't that beautiful? I'm going to let them get to singing for a second. Let them get comfortable. I live facing a mountain. Everywhere I live, I'm always facing a mountain, and I'm so grateful. But my building actually backs up to a mountain that one day I'll show you. And that's part of the reason why I chose this apartment, because almost every window in my apartment has a view of the mountain, and many places I've lived have had that benefit. And one of the reasons I hate it, because there's some wasps or hornets or whatever, but there also is a lot of wildlife, and I love these magpies. I'm trying to see if I can find because they're not big birds. They're smaller than pigeons, but they're bigger than sparrows. There's a good picture of one. These things are so gorgeous. When I tell you, I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing these in the sky. They're so pretty. So pretty. I just wanted to share that moment with you guys. That's what you hear behind me, if it matters to you. Thanks for letting me share that. Let's get back to business.
One new update from CNN 2 minutes ago. Prosecutor pushes back on suggestion that accusers enjoyed freak-offs and hotel nights. Marion Comey pushed back on the defense's suggestion that Cassie and Jane enjoyed freak-offs and hotel nights, and that they were an actual preference they shared with Diddy. She described freak-offs in hotels as being in a dark hotel room, awake for days, covered in oil, wearing 8-inch heels, often with a UTI, sitting in the same position, performing relations for hours, having relations for hours, including with strangers, having unprotected relations with stranger after stranger after stranger after stranger, a rotation of men for days. The prosecutor said Cassie didn't have a financial incentive to lie on the stand. She already got paid.
Right.
$30 million in settlements from Diddy and the hotel before she ever sat to testify at trial. Cassie already got paid and had the media on her side. Why would she risk it all by perjuring herself at this federal trial? Remember, Cassie testified about what she said Diddy called freak-offs, which she said involved having relations. Jane testified about similar relations. Less than a minute ago, Diddy couldn't have done his dirty work without help. In a rebuttal, the defense closing argument, Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey painted a picture of Diddy delegating everything from mundane to illegal tasks to his associates. Quote, "This is a guy who can't get himself his own bottle of water or plug in his phone charger." She said he certainly would have needed his inner circle to help him do things like obtain substances or kidnap Capricorn Clark. He delegated, and his inner circle handled the dirty work for him. She also rejected the defense's suggestion that anyone in Diddy's inner circle didn't know about his crimes, including his security guards.
How could that be? Let me jump forward a little bit.
To you, these gift memberships are fine. Thanks so much, Paige Alexander, for the $10 super chat. Hard for someone to unhear something and not let it cloud their judgment. Agnifilo knows what he's doing when he's putting that stuff out there. 100% agreed. No morals. I agree. That's why I keep saying I think he's going to hell. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you to the Ravioli Kid for the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Mr. Ravioli, who loves to see me watching your girl. Your commentary makes him laugh. That is.
I'm trying to get past some of this so that we can see what happened if they started deliberating, because they're supposed to start deliberations today, but she ended right at about 5 or 6 o'clock p.m. New York time. So I have a hard time believing.
I want to be clear. They called Anton because he was the only repeat player in LA. They stopped with Cabral after he tried to extort Jane. Whatever words he used about a conspiracy between Jane and Anton, there's no evidence of it.
Oh my God. Agnifilo just made up shit. Literally. He lied.
Well, there
I didn't know that
y'all
attorneys
have
were
it.
allowed to
The
lie.
case has been argued.
I want to see what the end looked like. Her last statement. I didn't know it was okay for attorneys to lie. I thought that everybody had to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But I guess the attorneys are allowed to lie? That's crazy to me. They're officers of the court.
And nothing happened. He was untouchable. He did not think these women would speak, and that kid Cuddy and Deontay Nash and the other men would back them up. The defendant is not a god. He stands equal before the law. Find him guilty.
Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun.
Hats off to Maureen Comey, even though I
Wow.
think she's a nepotism plant, y'all. You know, look, 3 big
I
old
think so too, but
narcissistic
she did her
injuries
thing.
for sure. The
She did her thing
defendant
now.
is not a god. Ooh, you know that hit him like a anvil falling out
Find
the
him
sky.
guilty, honey. Find him guilty, baby. Show him he can't get away with this. Whew. My.
We got claps. Tony's clapping. Rolling with the Stones is clapping. PhD Gold V is clapping. African Curls is clapping. We got snaps too. Now we got some yellow claps.
Fire.
We got fire. Teeny is a Nepo baby too. True. And look at the difference. There it is. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Integrity
Mari,
versus no
Comey
integrity.
Run circles. But I gotta give Teeny a little credit. She's pregnant. Imagine trying to do this pregnant.
Oh, you can't have integrity when you're pregnant. But, usually you expect the prosecution to be the one trying to play games and be sneaky and lack integrity and slide a bunch of files worth of exhibits in at the last minute nobody can review and have all these sideboard conversations and leak all this shit to the press and intimidate. That was the defense, allegedly. Everything you would think would be the prosecution in a case where there is a black man involved, it was the defense.
We got firecrackers. We got boom booms. Ain't a god. Woo, he ain't a god. We got mic drops. Not just a clap back, a slap back.
We have this saying, I operate in several spiritual systems, and one of them is Ifa, which is an African spiritual system. And there's a tarot card in the tarot of the Orishas called the Babalorisha. And the Babalorisha is a priest or priestess who's never been what's the word I'm looking for? Initiated. I happen to be a Babalorisha. I've been acknowledged as a Babalorisha. I've never been initiated. I don't need to be initiated. I operate by a certain creed. And one thing about a Babalorisha, which Diddy very well could have been, is that if you don't operate with integrity, you ain't got to worry about nobody stripping you. You just lose it. All the power, all the influence, all the connection, all the understanding, all that stuff that makes you a Babalorisha, you just lose it. Because you didn't operate in a certain level of integrity. Because we're really highly trusted to operate based on self-monitoring, based on integrity, based on self-accountability. And that's what I'm thinking about when she says, he's not a god, find him guilty. It's like, nigga, if nothing else, you definitely been demoted. Because if there was some parallel universe where he could get off and get out, nobody's going to want to interview him. Nobody's going to put him on their platform. Nobody's going to go to his parties. And that's all Diddy ever wanted, was to throw parties everybody wanted to go to, because his neighbor was the one that threw the parties everybody wanted to go to and never invited little Sean. He's still living in that place that he never healed from. That's why these parties were so important to him, if you hadn't figured that out yet. But he's lost his credibility. He's lost his power. I mean, he fucking sued the Rockefellers and they took him out. They laid all his shit bare. Man.
Talking about fists. Claps. We got claps. We have claps from every denomination. We have snaps. We have claps.
Not denomination.
Every single color of emoji coming through. We have boom boom. We have while we're cheersing. We're doing cheers up in here. We're doing more mic drops.
Wow.
Comey did her thing. She sure did. She sure did.
Yeah, I feel like Comey in this moment she represented all of us. Like, I hope she knows that. I hope she understands the mantle that she wore and what was at weight, because there are victims, honey. I don't happen to be one of these victims, but there are situations that we've all been in where we like, I wish somebody would just teach you a goddamn. Hold on, I got an alarm going off on my phone. I know she represents. Come back, chair. It's just gonna roll away on a nigga because I went to turn the alarm off on my phone. She represents for all of us the truth, the right side of things. And although I do feel like the government protected him in a lot of ways, I'm smart enough and wise enough to understand when things are working for you, okay? And when powers are working for you. And I think that there's a boundary Weinstein did it. You see, Tyler Perry was like, nigga, I'm not about to play with you like that. The last nigga that did that is in prison. I'm not about to be in prison like Harvey Weinstein because he allowed somebody to get an Oscar and did what he wanted to do with them. I'm not about to put myself in that situation for you or anybody else. Diddy now makes people think about how they live their relationships and what men force their wives to do. Because for some reason, people are taught in relationships, your body belongs to your partner, especially in marriage. Your body belongs to him. No, fuck, it doesn't. That's your body. If you don't want to fuck, you don't have to fuck. If you don't want to suck, you don't have to suck. Thank you, Mustard. So I really just feel like there's a win. You know, you heard Jaguar Wright's son in so many words, so many goddamn words. I interpreted what he was talking about was the elevation of consciousness that's necessary for us to expand as a human race. And this is part of that. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. 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 Harmony and understanding. Sympathy and trust abounding. No more conflict or divisions. Golden living, something vision, something that rhymes with issions. I mean, literally, I feel like it's a celebration, bitches. It's a win for humanity. Just her closing argument is a win for humanity.
He's not a god. He is a master bleep, bleep, bleep celebrity in the corner. Trophy.
Masturbating.
Maureen wins a trophy. My cousin's in here putting the arrows on the dots.
A mask
the whole world is celebrating,
masturbating.
it looks. Yeah, the anvil. That's what I was imagining. Like
Yep.
Looney Tunes. Oh, boxing gloves. We got dancing ladies. Say it for the other celebs in the back.
Okay.
He's not a god.
They get
He
this
stands equal
mindset,
before the
man.
law. Find him guilty.
You will not be put up on a pedestal. You are a human and you are subject to the law.
This whole day, we got 2 new updates from New York Times. Maureen Comey said Diddy got away with crimes for 20 years, and in his mind, he was untouchable. Quote, the defendant never thought that the women he abused would have the courage to speak out loud what he had done.
See, that's crazy because every single day I tell myself I'm untouchable. You've seen me posted in the community tab what is on my phone every day. When I think untouchable, I don't think about committing crimes and getting away with them. I think about not being held down by gravity and being able to evolve and grow, both experientially and mentally, consciously, spiritually, as a person in my evolution, so that all beings benefit. I guess we look at things different, don't we, Diddy?
She said, ending her rebuttal by urging the jurors to find him guilty. Court is adjourned until Monday, when the judge will give the jurors instructions on the law.
I mean,
And
they
then
couldn't
will
even
deliver.
tell you this man gave to the Boys and Girls Club. They couldn't even tell you this man volunteered his time with any community organizations. Do you notice that? They couldn't tell you that there was a boys football team that depends on him for a donation every year or for coaching. So he can't go to prison because he's given so much of his time and his energy to these organizations and these groups and these communities that they need him. They couldn't tell you that he had donated to a nursing home or nothing. Like, this man was selfish. Selfish. Like, there's nothing. They couldn't tell us that he put up Christmas lights anywhere every year. Was part of a caroling committee. They couldn't tell us there was not one thing that the defense told us about how he contributes to society. And yes, if he does, they should have said something. They couldn't tell you that he takes a group of boys and girls out of the hood once every quarter and takes them to a farm so they can have a rural experience and milk cows or taste fresh water. He don't have no summer camps, no study groups. Nipsey had a whole building that was a business incubator. We know why they took him out. They're not taking Diddy out for no Nipsey type shit. Don't let it go down in history like that, because that's what the defense tried to say. He was being targeted by the prosecution. Nipsey had an entire building where businesses could rent space and build their businesses. I think the top floor of his building was a study area for kids. Like, they can't tell you nothing this man did. He ain't showed up for no protests. He hasn't participated in any political actions other than vote or die. That was a decade ago. They couldn't tell you nothing this man has done. He ain't bought the corn in Haiti and given it back to the people so they can have their own corn. Nothing. Or the women that he associated himself with. None of those women, not Kim, not Cassie, not J-Lo, not Jane Doe, not Mia, not Capricorn. None of those people could ever tell you they did anything for society. This was just a selfish group of people. Wow. And he had the nerve to sue the Rockefellers. Man, you better sweep around your own front porch and know how to take an L.
Right. 2 new updates from CNN.
Wow.
Any financial benefits gained by Diddy's accusers only served to trap them, the prosecutor said. She said any financial benefits that Cassie or Jane got,
thank you, Lisa,
only served to give
very
Diddy
much
more control over their lives. The prosecutor said Cassie and Jane both tried to leave Diddy multiple times, but would get sucked back in part because of sharing a trauma bond with him. He is out here.
The judge said, I'll see you Monday.
That is crazy. I will tell you that.
Let me see if he said
incident
anything
as
else.
the clearest example of
Bless
alleged
you.
S trafficking. Assistant Attorney U.S. Maureen Comey said a violent 2024 episode involving Jane is the most clear-cut example of ST by Diddy because it's the culmination of a persistent scheme of coercion. The prosecutor said Diddy threw out just about any excuse you could think of to explain away that incident.
Like a child.
He tries to suggest that Jane is somehow to blame for that night. Let me be very clear here. Nothing Jane did that night justifies the defendant's actions. She detailed the way that Diddy physically assaulted Jane that night, saying that he had literally beaten her into submission. Jane may have started that fight, but he finished it with a vengeance. She said, adding that he then made her pay by making her have relations with an escort.
You my bitch.
Diddy won
That's
that
my
fight.
pussy.
He made Jane pay.
Oh,
by
that's so
performing
sick.
Anton.
That is
She has
so
no reason
sick.
to lie about that.
I mean, it's one thing to put her in a chokehold. It's one thing to fight her. It's one thing to do all that. But then to say, now, I done whooped your ass. I done beat you. Now, what I couldn't do with the last one, I'm going to do with you. I'm going to beat you, and then I'm going to make you fuck in front of me. Because you're still worthless. You're still nothing. You still belong to me. That is some sick shit. How far does it go? Like, that is sick to me. You gonna beat somebody and then make them put makeup on to cover up the wounds and have them call an escort to have sex for you. Something who wants to have sex after they just got done fighting? Like, you're sore, you're bruised, you're injured. And he still made her engage in something that she didn't want to do because she didn't want to do it. And he's in control. This is his pool. This is his party. Damn, nigga. That is a sick mindset.
From the New York Post.
What was that?
Closing arguments after 2 days are over. Jurors begin deliberations on Monday. Jurors have been sent home for the weekend and are set to begin deliberations on Monday after closing arguments by prosecutors and lawyers for Diddy wrapped up this afternoon. The judge is expected to give jury instructions when they return Monday, and after that, they can begin deciding whether the rapper should be convicted on charges of ST, racketeering, and institution.
What happened with this person that had a medical episode? I'm guessing that was related to the heat, because that New York heat is different.
I will tell you that. What are y'all thinking about it?
That New York heat is different, honey.
What are y'all thinking about? $5. Thank you so much, Sandra.
I would love to hear what you guys think about it as well. Like, the way that whole thing, we've been watching this from the very beginning, and we will come together again Monday, because it ain't over. It definitely isn't over. It ain't over until the verdict, and then after that we got appeals and all type of bullshit, and we get a little bit of a break, because the next one I want to cover is the Fat Joe one, but that doesn't really kick off until like August. So at some point I do want to read the complaint is 157 pages. My graduate thesis was 150. We're gonna have to break that up. I might break that up into a week or two, so I don't exhaust myself. But I definitely want to get into the Fat Joe shit, because it is related to this. A lot of what happens here is going to determine what happens there. And I definitely want to cover the I can't say that baby's name, Mangione, I think that's how you say his name. That doesn't start, the first real serious thing for that doesn't start until December. So we got time to work on that. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave them in the comments. Leave them in the chat. Let me know, what exactly you think about all of this too. Let me see. I'm going to skip past this next video. Hold on.
I don't know how to put it.
I don't know what this is. Oh, that's Popcorn Planet. I'm not quite sure how I got there. Because I didn't save this video. Hold on. I'm trying to find that biscuit so we could taste it. Oh, when you tired and you start stretching your legs? That's where I am right now. Somebody said this is comical about that Jaguar Wright shit. She going through too much. They are after her for telling the truth, so don't hate. Now, who said you lying? Was that Amanda that said who said you lying? Here go Bridget Connor 3596, who said I'm a hater. I'm a hater. I'm a hater of Jaguar Wright. I'm the one in my space in peace with nobody chasing after me and not having to look over my shoulder. But I'm the hater. Okay? If you didn't know, you better know. I'm the motherfucking hater. All I hate is lies. And dirty diapers. And generational trauma that she's passed down to her son because he's just like her. Y'all, let's taste this damn biscuit. Take our beautiful asses home. Thank you guys for being a part of this historical night, this amazing event. We will continue on Monday. Don't get it twisted. And look out for some stuff to come up this weekend about the Tyler Perry case as well. I'll be reposting some of the clips.
I'm not homeless.
From that. I'm not homeless. Y'all ready to taste this damn
Come on,
biscuit?
grab your stuff. I got us a place to play.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called Dante's or something. And they've only allowed us to do one song, so we got to make it a good one.
Let's taste it.
Come on.
Lisa, you were the first one here. Always shutting the club down.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. To get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a
5-piece meal. Oh, what a deal.
A big old box, it's all for me.
All for me, all for me.
You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Take us out, Moose.
Taste the biscuit, bitch. Shout out to y'all for being such an amazing audience. Thank you for joining me. We have been together again for another 9 hours, 47 minutes, and 6 seconds. We did it. And we covered everything we need to cover and some more shit. Y'all have an amazing Friday night. It is now Saturday for me, and I'm going to bed for a little bit. My daughter probably let me sleep for about 2-3 hours, and then she gonna be like, Mommy. So I'm going to go catch this real quick sleep before she wakes up. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for joining me and going through all of this. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
that you